Contents. Title page. Copyright notice. Dedication. Epigraph. 1. The dialectic of ordinary disaster. 2. How Eden lost its garden. 3. The case for letting Malibu burn. 4. Our secret Kansas. 5. Man-eaters of the Sierra Madre. 6. The literary destruction of Los Angeles. 7. Beyond Blade Runner. For my kids, Jack and Roisin. No place on earth offers greater security to life and greater freedom from natural disasters than Southern California. Los Angeles Times, 1934. 1. The dialectic of ordinary disaster. Once or twice each decade, Hawaii sends Los Angeles a big, wet kiss. Sweeping far south of its usual path, the westerly jet stream hijacks warm water-laden air from the Hawaiian archipelago and hurls it toward the Southern California coast. This Kona storm system, dubbed the Pineapple Express by television weather reporters, often carries several cubic kilometers of water, or the equivalent of half of Los Angeles's annual precipitation. And when the billowing, dark turbulence of the storm front collides with the high mountain wall surrounding the Los Angeles basin, it sometimes produces rainfall of a ferocity unrivaled anywhere on Earth, even in the tropical monsoon belts. 1. The 2-week-long Kona storm of January 1995 differed little from the classic pattern, except perhaps in the unusual intensity of rainfall in the South Bay Area, forcing the evacuation of low-lying neighborhoods in Long Beach, Carson, Torrance, and Hawaiian Gardens, and in Santa Barbara County, where 10 inches of rain fell in 24 hours. Otherwise, the scenes were those of ordinary, familiar disaster. Power was cut off to tens of thousands of homes. Sinkholes mysteriously appeared in front yards. Waterspouts danced across Santa Monica Bay. Several children and pet animals were sucked into the deadly vortices of the flood channels. Reckless motorists were drowned at flooded intersections. Lifeguards had to rescue shoppers in downtown Laguna Beach. $1 million homes tobogganed off their hill slope perches or were buried under giant landslides. 2. January 1995 storm. 1. Apocalypse theme park. Often to its own surprise, has developed a style of urbanization that not only amplifies natural hazards but reactivates dormant hazards and creates hazards where none existed. Wesley Marks, Acts of God, Acts of Man. What was exceptional was not the storm itself, but the way in which it was instantly assimilated to other recent disasters as a malevolent omen. As a Los Angeles Times columnist put it, there's no question that caught in the middle of something strange, maybe God, as the biblical sorts preach, is mad at us for making all those dirty movies. 3. Divine wrath or not, there is widespread popular apprehension that the former land of sunshine is reinventing itself, to use a fashionable gerund, as a book of the apocalypse theme park. First the natives rioted, then nature. In fewer than 3 years, the megalopolis endured 3 of the 10 most costly national disasters since the Civil War. 4. The destructive February 1992, January 1993, and January 1995 floods were mere brackets around the April 1992 insurrection, the October, November 1993 firestorms, and the January 1994 earthquake. When damage accounting was finally completed in 1997, the Northridge earthquake emerged as the costliest natural disaster in American history, more destructive, according to a Federal Emergency Management Agency spokesperson, than the combined impacts of the Midwest floods, Hurricane Andrew, the Loma Prieta earthquake, and South Carolina's Hurricane Hugo. 5. From Ventura to Laguna, nearly 2 million Southern Californians were directly touched by disaster-related death, injury, or damage to their homes and businesses. The Northridge earthquake alone, according to the California Seismic Safety Commission, affected the lives of more people than any previous natural disaster in the United States. 6. Cataclysm has become virtually routine. As Peter King, the Los Angeles Times' analyst of California trends, Riley noted after the 1995 storms, a sort of disaster fatigue has set in. Politicians have run out of fresh, Churchillian sound bites for the rubble walkthroughs. Even victims sometimes seem to be going through the motions, dutifully struggling to reduce the sum of their misery to a pithy sentence or two. 7. For some unlucky souls, disaster has been a relentless, job-like ordeal. Los Angeles firefighter Scott Miller, for example, was shot in the face during the 1992 riots while riding in his fire truck. He spent months in the hospital and was dismissed from the fire department due to disability. 2 years later, his Granada Hills home was wrecked in the Northridge earthquake. Then, in early 1996, his new 4-bedroom home in the Ventura County suburb of Newbury Park was destroyed by fire. 8. This virtually biblical conjugation of disaster, which coincided with the worst regional recession in 50 years, is unique in American history, and it has purchased thousands of one-way tickets to Seattle, Portland, and Santa Fe. After a century of population influx, 529,000 residents, mostly middle class, fled the Los Angeles metropolitan region in the years 1993 and 1994 alone. Partly as a result of this exodus, the median household income in Los Angeles County fell by an astonishing 20% between 1989 and 1995. 9 Middle-class apprehensions about the angry, abandoned underclasses are now only exceeded by anxieties about blind thrust faults and 100-year floods. Meanwhile, Caltech seismologists warn that the Pacific Rim is only beginning its long-overdue rock and roll. The Kobe catastrophe may be a 3D preview of Los Angeles 2000. And waiting in the wings are the plague squirrels and killer bees. Biblical disasters? It is still unclear, moreover, whether this vicious circle of disaster is coincidental or eschatological. Could this be merely what statisticians wave away as the Joseph effect of fractal geometry, the common clustering of catastrophe? 10 Could these be the last days, as prefigured so often in the genre of Los Angeles disaster fiction and film? Or is nature in Southern California simply waking up after a long nap? Whatever the case, millions of Angelenos have become genuinely terrified of their environment. The $42 billion earthquake. Paranoia about nature, of course, distracts attention from the obvious fact that Los Angeles has deliberately put itself in harm's way. For generations, market-driven urbanization has transgressed environmental common sense. Historic wildfire corridors have been turned into view-lot suburbs, wetland liquefaction zones into marinas, and floodplains into industrial districts and housing tracts. Monolithic public works have been substituted for regional planning and a responsible land ethic. As a result, Southern California has reaped flood, fire, and earthquake tragedies that were as avoidable, as unnatural, as the beating of Rodney King and the ensuing explosion in the streets. In failing to conserve natural ecosystems, it has also squandered much of its charm and beauty. But the social construction of natural disaster is largely hidden from view by a way of thinking that simultaneously imposes false expectations on the environment and then explains the inevitable disappointments as proof of a malign and hostile nature. Pseudoscience, in the service of rampant greed, has warped perceptions of the regional landscape. Southern California, in the most profound sense, is suffering a crisis of identity. Too deep Mediterraneanity. This is a landscape of desire. More than in almost any other major population concentration, people came to consume the environment rather than to produce from it. Geographer Homer Ashman. No belief is more deeply rooted in the Southern Californian mind than the self-serving conviction that Los Angeles would be Death Valley except for the 3 great aqueducts that transfer the stolen snowmelt of the Sierra and Rockies to its lawns and pools. The city is advertised as the triumph of super-engineers like William Mulholland who built rivers in the desert. A corollary of this Promethean claim is the idea that beneath the artificial landscape is something sinister and barren, incapable on its own of sustaining even a tiny fraction of the current multitudes. As Boyle Workman, one of Los Angeles's pioneer real estate developers, put it, every tree, every lawn, every blade of grass in this section as it exists today, is a forced growth, made possible by man's ingenuity in bringing water to what otherwise would be a treeless waste. 11. Although catastrophic drought has episodically posed a threat to human culture in Southern California, Los Angeles, for most of the Holocene at least, has been no more a treeless waste than Valencia or the Côte d'Azur. In fact, the earliest written descriptions of the region, the 18th century diaries of the Franciscan Padres, eulogized its waterscapes and natural fertility. All the soil is black and loamy, and is capable of producing every kind of grain and fruit which may be planted, Father Juan Crespi wrote in 1769. We went west, continually over good land well covered with grass. All the land we saw this morning seemed admirable to us. The diaries of Fathers Francisco Palou and Pedro Font also extolled the abundant springs, beautiful rivers, and the valleys green and flower-strewn. After crossing the true deserts of Sonora and Antigua, California, these Mediterranean men were delighted to come upon familiar oak savannas and the infinity of wild rosebushes in full bloom. From their cultural perspective, it was land well watered. 12. However, 3/4 of a century later, Anglo-American conquistadors were riven by confusion and ambivalence. Boosterism coexisted with an irrational fear of aridity, and from the 1850s into the 1870s, there were great debates about whether California as a whole was Eden or worthless desolation. 13 Yankee morale tended to wax and wane with changes in the cycle of wet and dry years. The new settlers found it almost impossible to form a consistent picture of the capricious climate or protean landscape. As for other frontier ecologies of the New World, description veered between images of garden and desert, fertility and sterility. 14. In the most fundamental sense, language and cultural inheritance failed the newcomers. English terminology, specific to a humid climate, proved incapable of accurately capturing the dialectic of water and drought that shapes Mediterranean environments. By no stretch of the imagination, for example, is an arroyo merely a glen or hollow. They are the results of radically different hydrological processes. The Anglos often had little choice but to preserve the more befitting Spanish terms, although they failed to grasp their larger environmental context. It was not until the discovery of great artesian basins, millions of acre-feet of subterranean water during the 1870s, and the subsequent growth of the citrus industry, that it became possible for an Edenic vision of Southern California to bloom uncontested. Even then, it was initially advertised as a subtropical paradise, which to nervous Eastern imaginations evoked nightmares of malarial swamps with green tree snakes coiled in mossy tree branches. 15. Ultimately, the railroad publicists and the Chamber of Commerce promoters repackaged the Los Angeles region as our Mediterranean. Our Italy. 16. For more than a century, this Mediterranean metaphor has been sprinkled like a cheap perfume over hundreds of instant subdivisions, creating a faux landscape celebrating a fictional history from which original Indian and Mexican ancestors have been expunged. The nadir of this specious historicism is probably southern Orange County, where the endlessly regimented rows of identical red-tiled townhouses are located on cul-de-sacs with names like Avenida Sevilla or Via Capri. This Mediterranean facade, moreover, has made it all the more difficult for Southern Californians to appreciate the profound ecological kinship between their regional landscape and the other mid-latitude regions of hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters. Comprising but 3 to 5% of the Earth's land surface, these Mediterranean littorals are the rarest of major environmental systems. Although the late 19th century pioneer of plant geography Andreas Skimper had marveled that all such regions repeat in their essential ecological features of the Mediterranean vegetation, serious research on their similarities had to await the launching of the International Biological Program financed by the National Science Foundation in the late 1960s. 1730 years of collaborative research, involving hundreds of scientists from more than a dozen nations, has illuminated what historian J.R. McNeill calls the deep history of Mediterranean landscapes. 18. This comparative perspective, in turn, has made it possible to decode the environmental specificity of Southern California, previously the subject of real estate hyperbole and apocalyptic cant, in a richly meaningful way. 19. We now know that there has been a spectacular convergence of plant evolution in each Mediterranean region, as entirely unrelated species have adopted identical strategies, especially sclerophyllae, as a defense against drought. 20 Research has also revealed the far-reaching ways in which Aboriginal human societies used fire to cultivate and modify each Mediterranean ecosystem. 21 And, at least in the cases of California, Chile, and the Mediterranean basin, similar climates acting upon comparable tectonics have produced distinctive torrential landforms and erosion patterns, as well as equivalent frequencies of floods, landslides, and earthquakes. 22 Desert or garden. The Franciscans and their Spanish military escorts, of course, were intimately familiar with the dramatic landscape metabolism of the Mediterranean region, and so were not shocked to discover similar cataclysmic cycles at work in Alta California. They recognized abundant evidence of recent great floods, and Governor Portola experienced such a violent earthquake that he named the stream he was crossing at the time Santa Ana de los Temblores. Fathers Crespi and Palou both recorded their own memorable encounters with native seismicity while camped on the banks of the lovely Rio Porciúncula, as the Los Angeles River was originally called. With the example of southern Italy in mind, and noting the local abundance of asphaltum, Palou speculated matter-of-factly that there were probably volcanoes nearby as well. 23 3 Walden Pond on LSD. If savannas are fuses, the Mediterranean landscapes are the explosives. Fire historian Stephen Pine. But the hucksters of the 1880s who franchised Mediterranean California were selling sunshine, not earthquakes and deluges. Immigrants from the humid states, moreover, brought with them deeply ingrained prejudices about climate and landscape shaped by their experiences in the environmental continuum of northwestern Europe and the eastern United States. 25 As the famous Berkeley geographer Carl Sauer once pointed out, the ecology of the original New England and Middle Atlantic colonies was simply a lustier version of that of England or Holland. In most cases, the colonists were at no loss to identify the native plants and animals they found on the western side of the Atlantic. It would be impossible, indeed, to cross an ocean anywhere else and find as little that is unfamiliar in nature on the opposite side. In all the lands of earliest colonization, from Massachusetts Bay south to Virginia, flora and fauna were closely related to those in the European homeland and indicated to the settlers that they were still under familiar skies and seasons. 26 In these temperate and forested lands, energy flows through the environment in a seasonal pattern that varies little from year to year. Geology is generally quiescent, and it's easy to perceive natural powers as orderly and incremental, rarely catastrophic. Frequent rainfall of low and moderate intensity is the principal geomorphic agency, and the landscape seems generally in equilibrium with the vector of the forces acting upon it. 27 Indeed, the canonical evocations of the English and New England countrysides, the Reverend Gilbert White's Natural History of Selborne and Henry David Thoreau's Walden, were microcosmic celebrations of nature's gentle balance. This geographically specific view of natural process, resonant with what American naturalist John Burroughs called the pastoral quiet and sweetness and harmony of the English landscape. 28 Was transformed by Darwin's mentor, Sir Charles Lyell, into one of the great dogmas of Victorian science. Lyell's famous principle of uniformitarian, as Stephen Jay Gould has shown, conflated the constancy of natural laws with uniformities of rate and state. He believed that large-scale surface features, mountain ranges, islands, continental shields, even ocean basins, were the result of insensible changes added through vast times, and that the Earth was a conservative, steady-state system without historical directionality. The moderate Whig Lyell, moreover, waged ceaseless philosophical warfare against the conceptions of abrupt Earth revolutions favored by geologists in barricade-ridden France and Germany. Catastrophism of any sort, biblical or Jacobin, he branded as nothing more than prescientific superstition. 29 A doggedly uniformitarian mindset, which might also be called the humid fallacy, still conditions most environmental expectations in Southern California. Imaginary norms and averages are constantly invoked, while the weather is ceaselessly berated for its perversity, as in "we have had an unusually dry/wet season," or "the weather isn't like it used to be." Despite daily reminders that we live in earthquake country, every high-intensity natural event temblor, flood, fire, windstorm, or landslide produces shock and consternation. As a dazed survivor of the Northridge earthquake told a television crew, "I feel like nature let us down." Yet Southern California, at least by Lion standards, is a revolutionary, not a reformist landscape. It is Walden Pond on LSD. As in other Mediterranean and dryland environments, the average is merely an abstraction. Indeed, nothing is less likely to occur than average rainfall. At Los Angeles City Hall, where the annual precipitation is pegged at 15.3 inches, that mark has been hit only a few times in the 127-year history of measured rainfall. Indeed, only 17% of years approach within 25% of the historical average. The actual norm turns out to be 7 to 12-year swings between dry and wet spells. The graph of historical rainfall oscillates over the decades like a seismograph recording the successive shocks of a major earthquake. Sometimes the annual average rainfall is delivered during a single week-long Kona storm, as happened in 1938 and 1969, or even, incredibly, in a single 12-hour deluge, as in Bel Air on New Year's Day 1934. During droughts, on the other hand, it may take 2 or even 3 years to achieve the mean .30. In tranquil New Hampshire or Massachusetts, rivers swell to flood with a mere doubling of their normal flow. In Southern California, the Los Angeles River, growing from a sluggish stream to a storm-fed torrent equivalent in volume to the undammed Colorado, has been known to increase its flow 3,000-fold in a single 24-hour period. Local erosion and sedimentation rates also accelerate explosively. Fluvial environments in the Mediterranean basin behave in the same way. In both regions, environmental fluctuations tend toward the exponential, which is why geomorphologists working in Israel and California have so eagerly adopted catastrophe theory as a framework for understanding landscape processes. 31. An angry Los Angeles River. Indeed, nothing so distinguishes Southern California from classical Anglo-American environments as the contrasting roles extreme events play in each. Research has generally supported the Lion stereotype that in humid, temperate environments the landscape slowly evolves through the action of low-intensity, high-frequency events, while the very opposite is the case in Mediterranean and desert regions. 32 There, high-intensity, low-frequency events are the ordinary agents of landscape and ecological change. For researchers in Southern California, the 1969 Kona storm is the typical event under the current regional climatic regime that accomplishes the most geomorphic work. 34 Quantitative studies of erosion which use its product, sedimentation, as an index of geomorphic work support this benchmark. The bulk of the total sediment discharged into coastal basins of Southern California from 1930 to 1980, as measured by stream gauges, was delivered in a few days during the Great Floods of 1938 and 1969.35. These episodic bursts of natural energy produce their most dramatic effects in what Andreas Skimper characterized as Mediterranean basal zone ecologies, the alluvial fans, floodplains, and intermontane basins at the foot of rugged mountain ranges like the San Gabriels, the Andes, the Pindus, and the Rif. These are areas of rapid transition for virtually all aspects of habitat geology and soils, moisture supply, topography, likelihood of inundation, climate, vegetation, and so forth. Consequently, they are at risk from multiple, interlinked disaster. Southern California, writes one geographer, is the epitome of this phenomenon. 36. The extreme events that shape the Southern California environment tend to be organized in surprising and powerfully coupled causal chains. Drought, for example, dries fuel for wildfires which, in turn, remove ground cover and make soils impermeable to rain. This increases the risk of flooding in areas where earthquakes may have already exposed new surfaces to erosion and increased stream power by raising land elevation. In such conditions, storms are more likely to produce sheet flooding, landslides, and debris flows that result in dramatic erosion and landform change. 37 Vast volumes of sediment rapidly realign river channels, and before the advent of 20th-century flood control engineering, even switched river courses between alternate deltas. Sedimentation can also create sandbars that temporarily cut off tidal flows to coastal marshes, initiating a 50 to 75-year-long cycle of ecological readjustment. This is not random disorder, but a hugely complicated system of feedback loops that channels powerful pulses of climatic or tectonic energy into environmental work. The Southern California landscape epitomizes the principle of nonlinearity, where small changes in driving variables or inputs magnified by feedback can produce disproportionate, or even discontinuous, outcomes. As a result, the landscape incorporates a decisive quotient of surprise. It packs an eco-punch seldom easy to predict simply by extrapolating from existing trends. 38 In regions like Southern California, geomorphologists point out, landscapes may take hundreds or thousands of years, or more, to recover from the effects of a single large magnitude event. At the alluvial foot of the San Gabriels, for example, it is extremely difficult to distinguish between the debris of recent or Holocene great floods and Pleistocene events. 39. Mediterranean regions like Los Angeles tend to have greater topographical complexity than humid regions because they have more information in the form of catastrophic environmental history embedded in them. 40 This complex physical geography, as fire historian Stephen Pine points out, makes possible, in turn, a complex geography of life, the mosaic of microclimates sustaining a mosaic of microbiotas. 41 The biodiversity of Mediterranean regions is, in fact, only second to that of tropical rainforests. California alone has more than 7,000 native plants, nearly a third more than Texas, the next most species-rich state. 42 Finally, landscape and biome have co-evolved to meet conditions of periodic convulsion. Chaparral and oak savannas, for example, depend on wildfire to recycle nitrogen and ensure seed germination, and at least before dam building, floods periodically redistributed niches for aboriginal grasslands and riparian forests. 43. Some researchers, it should be added, are trying to use complexity theory to model the behavior of high-energy Mediterranean environments in terms of deterministic chaos and dissipative structures. But if Ilya Prigozhin and the Santa Fe Institute provide an intriguing framework for thinking about the chaotic natural dynamics of Southern California, then so does the Old Testament. There is an interesting irony in the mismatch of the Liolian paradigm with the region. The uniformitarians fought biblical literalism in the name of deistic rationalism. Yet the Bible, as three eminent seismologists recently pointed out, is superb environmental literature. It contains rich, encyclopedic descriptions of Eastern Mediterranean landscape ecology that are far more appropriate to Southern California than the Arcadian idyls of Walden or Selborne. In particular, the Book of Amos and the prophecies of Zechariah offer compelling accounts of the role of catastrophe in Mediterranean history. 44. 4 Bad news from the Middle Ages. We're kidding ourselves to think that, in the long term, climate will continue to support California's huge urban and agricultural systems. The paleoclimatic record for just the past millennium indicates that it will not. Paleoclimatologist Scott Stein. June 1996, Cartago, California. In his quest to learn more about a catastrophe of truly biblical proportions over much of California, Scott Stein is fishing for lightning in a Dead Sea. More precisely, he is searching the desiccated floor of Owens Lake for fulgurites, sand fused into strangely shaped glass rods by bolts of lightning. The 112-mile square Owens Lake was once the southern terminus of the Owens River, which drains the eastern watershed of the Sierra Nevada. At the turn of the century, an 85-foot steamboat, the Bessie Brady, carried silver ore from the Cerro Gordo mine on one shore to the railroad dock at Cartago on the other. Then, in 1910, Los Angeles built its famous aqueduct and cut off the lake's supply of fresh water. In the late 1920s, after at least 1 million years of existence, the lake completely disappeared and summer lightning began to leave glassy fingerprints in its dry bed. Using a sophisticated technique, thermoluminescence analysis, which counts trapped electrons in glass and ceramics, and is commonly employed by archaeologists to date pottery fragments, Stein hopes to date Owens Lake fulgurites. Although most will be less than 60 years old, he suspects some may be 800 to 1000 years old, proof that the lake bed was dry at least once before. Indeed, Stein has already found dramatic evidence, including ancient Native American tool sites and tufa-encrusted shrub stumps in the middle of the lake bed, that Owens Lake dried up long ago, for entirely natural reasons. The stumps have been radiocarbon dated to the 12th century. We now have compelling proof, says Stein, that Owens Lake desiccated into a desert playa in the early medieval period. This has ominous implications for the future security of Los Angeles' water supply. To say the least. 45. Stein, a paleoclimatologist at California State University, Hayward, caused a sensation in 1994 when he published research indicating that California had endured two epic droughts during the Middle Ages, one of about 220 years and the other of about 140 years. By contrast, the most severe modern drought, which created an unprecedented statewide water emergency, lasted only 6 years, from 1987 to 1992. Stein's primary evidence, now generally accepted by other researchers, consists of tree stumps exposed to view during the late 1980s when drought and Los Angeles's greed reduced water levels by more than 50 feet in Mono Lake and other Sierran lakes and streams. 46. The rooted stumps of ancient cottonwoods and Jeffrey pines, representing two different generations that grew about 1 century apart, are eloquent proof that lake stands were once much lower and that the trees drowned when water levels rose during humid spells. By radiocarbon dating the outermost tree layers, then, counting the annual growth rings, Stein has been able to construct a remarkably accurate chronology of the two droughts as well as the interval of extraordinary wetness that separated them. The medieval period in California, he wrote in Nature, was thus marked not only by severe and prolonged drought, but by abrupt and extreme hydroclimatic shifts from inordinate dryness, to inordinate wetness, and back to dryness. 47. Stein estimates that snow-fed runoff from the Sierra plummeted to less than 25% of the modern average during the most arid phases of the long droughts. His findings dovetail with work by dendroclimatologist Lisa Grimlich of the University of Arizona and geologist Lynn Ingram of UC Berkeley. In her study of tree rings in foxtail pines and western junipers along the eastern flank of the Sierra, Grimlich discovered evidence of a catastrophic decline in rainfall up to 11.7 inches per year during Stein's dry centuries. Ingram, meanwhile, analyzed drill cores taken from the bottom of San Francisco Bay to show that sediment deposition abruptly ceased while salinity soared during the Middle Ages, evidence that freshwater inflow to the bay was reduced to a trickle. 48. Similar research, involving a 1,600-year tree ring record from forests near Santa Barbara, pollen cores from an Orange County marsh, and pack rat middens from the Mojave Desert, unequivocally substantiated Stein's drought chronology in other parts of Southern California. More recently, an analysis of ancient pollen in Long Beach marsh sediments suggests that the Los Angeles coastal plain, normally a grassland, was covered by a semi-arid sagebrush steppe during the Age of the Crusades. 49. Archaeologists have been quick to embrace Stein's megadroughts as an explanation for a major discontinuity that has long troubled them in the prehistoric forensic record. Human remains from all over coastal California show a radical increase in frequencies of malnutrition and violent death, as indicated by bone lesions, and a decline in stature, dating from roughly the beginning of the European Middle Ages. Whereas early prehistoric cemeteries in the Santa Monica Mountains do not reveal a single clear-cut instance of a projectile wound, fully 10% of the burials at the medieval Chumash Cemetery at Cayeguas Creek in Ventura County show arrow wounds. 50. As Mark Ropp, an archaeologist at California State University, Northridge, explains, osteological data show that people buried in the Cayeguas Creek Cemetery struggled with malnutrition, disease, and violence to an unprecedented degree. Ropp and others now believe that as the desert encroached upon coastal Southern California during epic drought periods, native cultures may have battled fiercely over dwindling water and food supplies. 51. This likely explosion of hunger and violence in medieval California can be suggestively linked to comparable drought-induced crises in the Great Plains, Central America, the Andes, Eastern China, and perhaps Cambodia. 52 Stein himself has done recent fieldwork in the Patagonian Andes, where he discovered drowned stumps of southern beech trees in 3 lake basins whose radiocarbon dates correspond with remarkable fidelity to his Sierran samples. His findings suggest a simultaneous reorganization of climate patterns in both hemispheres. The crisis in medieval California was undoubtedly part of a global pattern. Although Europe prospered from a warmer climate, there was a mass collapse of hydraulic civilization throughout much of the world. 53. Could epic drought return to Southern California in the near future? As Stein admits, this is the $64,000 question. Although we can model the atmospheric circulation most likely to produce and sustain a drought for centuries, a contraction of the polar cold fronts, we don't know what caused the circulation to change in the first place. We don't know where the crucial climate switch is located. 54. Somewhere in the globally coupled ocean ice cap atmosphere system, however, there is a positive feedback mechanism that might allow a small increase in solar output or some other variable to produce a modern drought in Southern California of medieval magnitude. As California state climatologist Bill Mork has acknowledged, if you were to project conditions into today, it's obvious that we couldn't survive in the present infrastructure with the agriculture and the cities that we've got. We just wouldn't have enough water. 56. Drowned forests revealed medieval megadroughts. The likelihood of a return to what some researchers call the Mayan scenario may only be increased by global warming, which, ironically, could ensure greater frequency of both extreme drought and extreme flood conditions. 57. Some researchers, to be sure, believe that the mysterious persistence of El Niño warming in the Pacific between 1990 and 1995, followed so quickly by the Super Niño winter of 1997 to 98, signals that some kind of epochal climate shift is already underway. 58. Rising sea surface temperatures, at the very least, are having a cataclysmic impact on the marine food chain in the offshore California current. In March 1995, Scripps Institute of Oceanography researchers stunned the environmental press with a report that over the past generation California coastal zooplankton populations had crashed by 80%, resulting in the decimation of some seabird species, as well as a 35% decline in fish catches. 59. At the very least, there is a scientific consensus that Southern Californians must come to grips with not only the reality of catastrophic climate change during the past 1,000 years but also the false norms represented by the weather patterns documented since instrumental record-keeping began in the late 19th century. To put it brutally, the peaceful land of sunshine is part fluke, part myth. Every recent investigation, whether based on tree rings, lake sediments, seabed varves, or pollen cores, confirms that the Los Angeles region's climate over the past 150 years has been anomalously mild and, therefore, atypical. 60. Stein emphasizes that the modern period is the fourth wettest of the past 4,000 years, while Grimlich confirms that it has been characterized by one of the lowest rates for extreme events within the last 600 years. 61. The same thing is undoubtedly true of recent seismic history. 5. The seismic regional debt. Topography doesn't happen for nothing. Geologist Jeff Unruh. Another scientific detective story, no less remarkable than Stein's uncovering of epic drought, began on May 2, 1983, when a magnitude 6.3 earthquake rocked the small city of Coalinga in Fresno County, roughly midway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Although no fault rupture appeared on the surface, the business district, composed of elderly brick and stone buildings, was almost entirely destroyed. The damage, however, was not confined to Coalinga. In seismology labs and geology departments from Berkeley to Caltech, a paradigm was collapsing. Coalinga, it turns out, sits on subsurface folds of sedimentary rock that mark the structural boundary between the Coast Ranges and the San Joaquin Valley. Similar folds, known as anticlines, also constitute much of the picturesque tectonic drapery of the Santa Monica Mountains as well as the underground topography of the Los Angeles Basin and its adjacent valleys. Until the Coalinga temblor, the first modern California earthquake not associated with any previously known or suspected active fault, the textbook view was that these folds were the products of gradual, nonviolent deformation. Anticlines were deemed seismically benign. The real and present danger was believed to be the plate tectonic energy stored in classical strike-slip faults like the mighty San Andreas, whose scar is visible from space and which is inexorably conveying most of Los Angeles County in the direction of Alaska. 62. The scientific postmortem on the Coalinga quake, however, confirmed the existence of a new species of fault zone, the blind thrust fault, in which the surface expression of the earthquake is a fold. 63. The folded topography of much of coastal California was subsequently recognized as the work of violent spasms rather than gentle compression, further evidence for the neocatastrophic view of nature, California style. Thrust faults, where crustal blocks override one another rather than grind past each other, were well known to geologists from their dramatic surface expressions in mountain ranges from the Himalayas to the San Gabriels. 64. In the Coalinga case, however, the thrust gave nothing away, it was buried under thousands of feet of sedimentary strata. Anxious seismologists could only wonder how many more of these deadly faults, with the potential energy of so many deeply buried hydrogen bombs, were hidden under the southern half of California. The next piece of the puzzle fell violently into place on the morning of October 1, 1987, when an M5.9 earthquake killed 8 people and wrecked scores of older buildings in Richard Nixon's hometown of Whittier, just southeast of Los Angeles. Although seismologists rushed to pin the blame on the Whittier fault zone, a well-studied strike-slip system, their data ultimately convinced them that the real culprit, as in Coalinga, was a previously unknown thrust fault underlying the nearby Puente Hills. Later studies of the Whittier Narrows earthquake revealed that the same fault extended northward under the Elysian Hills into downtown Los Angeles. 65. Other geophysical evidence suggested a dense thicket of buried thrust faults under the very heart of the metropolis. 66. It was a stunning revelation. Whittier Narrows, wrote seismologists G. Unlin and Rothstein, raises the possibility that the principal source of future earthquakes in the Los Angeles metropolitan area comes not from strike-slip and reverse faults prominent at the surface, but from blind thrusts that are intimately coupled to the development of the subsurface folds. 67. While disaster planners were still focused exclusively on the danger of the big one on the San Andreas, geologists were studying more than 50 active faults. Directly underneath the heavily urbanized portions of Los Angeles, Orange, and Ventura counties. The entire metropolis had suddenly become, at least in theory, epicentral to a massively destructive quake. As Lucy Jones, the U.S. Geological Survey seismologist usually delegated to explain bad news to the public, summarized the new paradigm for a television audience after Northridge, "We probably have a close to comparable hazard over the whole region." That view is probably more suitable than finding individual fault strands and saying, "Worry about this one and worry about that one," especially when all the strands are going to add up to most of the basin. 68. A devastating M6.9 earthquake in Armenia in early December 1988, also caused by an unexpected rupture on a blind thrust fault, injected new urgency into the hunt for hidden faults under Los Angeles. Ironically, some of the most important data on such faults had existed for years but was locked away in the vaults of oil corporations. Los Angeles is built on top of sandstones and shales that fill ancient ocean basins and conserve the incredibly rich reservoirs of petroleum that made Los Angeles the land of the blue-eyed sheiks in the 1920s. No city in the world has had so many holes drilled into its deep subsurface, and the oil well logs kept by the corporations include invaluable descriptions of sedimentary unconformities diagnostic of blind thrust faults. Significantly, it was 2 oil industry geologists with an extracurricular interest in earthquakes, Tom Davis and Janum Zone, who pioneered the use of well data to locate buried thrust faults. They were also the first to tie the Whittier Narrows earthquake to the fault system responsible for the familiar corrugations of the Elysian Hills. 69. Seismic gridlock. Meanwhile, James Dolan and Carrie C. from the Seismology Lab at Caltech began to track a different set of clues. With the persistence of archaeologists hunting a fabled tomb or lost city, they spent countless hours combing 19th-century maps of Los Angeles for subtle topographical details, especially stream beds and hillocks, that, while now covered by urban development, might indicate prehistoric fault slippage or folding. They discovered two new strike-slip faults beneath MacArthur and Echo Parks riding piggyback on top of a major blind thrust structure, the Wilshire Arch 70. They also excavated exploratory trenches across the faults at the feet of the San Gabriel and Santa Monica Mountains. Conventional wisdom held these faults to be inactive, but Dolan and C. found evidence that they were still active. 71. On June 28, 1992, while the research community was absorbing the implications of these discoveries, a massive M7.3 earthquake ripped through the Mojave Desert near the small town of Landers. It defied all existing seismic models by hopscotching along angled fault segments and setting off enigmatic tremors as far away as Yellowstone Park. "I think bizarre is a good word to describe it," said one senior geologist at the USGS regional headquarters in Menlo Park. "This is one of those rare moments in science when your observational systems bring you something that you've never seen before." 72. Landers adventitiously coincided with a fundamental reconsideration of whether major earthquakes were predictable or not. Many seismologists had long believed that the assumed regularity of fault behavior would someday make earthquake prediction within reasonably narrow time bands possible. As a first step, the federal government in the early 1980s financed $20 million worth of instrumentation around the tiny town of Parkfield, California, where a moderate tremor on a local segment of the San Andreas Fault was considered imminent with a confidence of 95%. The public was given optimistic expectations of a dramatic breakthrough in earthquake forecasting. 73. In 1990, however, geophysicist Wayne Thatcher, a true paradigm rebel in Thomas Kuhn's sense, had published an iconoclastic article arguing that great earthquakes are unique historical events, with variable, not constant parameters that cannot be predicted by simple extrapolation from recent fault history. The Landers tremor, which defied all standard theories, accorded well with Thatcher's chaos theory of earthquake frequency. So did the complete failure of the Parkfield prediction experiment. The model quake, predicted for 1988, had not occurred when the statistical window of probability closed in 1992. 74. Thus a quiet revolution in earthquake science was already underway when the first P waves, traveling at more than 12,000 miles an hour, struck the Northridge Meadows apartment building in the northern San Fernando Valley at 4:30 a.m., January 17, 1994. A few seconds later the more violent S-waves arrived and the shoddily built 164-unit building began to collapse on top of its screaming residents. 16 people were crushed to death. A lucky near miss? Although the total death toll was mercifully small when compared with Armenia 3 years earlier, or Kobe 1 year later, 12,000 people were injured and at least 437,000 housing units were damaged. 75 Shell-shocked residents not surprisingly found it almost impossible to assimilate reassurances from geologists that the M6.7 quake was a lucky near miss, since 80% of its energy had been directed northward toward the sparsely populated Santa Susana Mountains and the Santa Clara River Valley. "What kind of hell," asked a newspaper columnist, "would a direct hit entail?" 76. The scientific response to the Northridge disaster was perhaps the most intensive public research effort, outside of wartime and apart from medical research, in recent American history. While scores of structural engineers combed through the rubble, seismologists debated the exact provenance of the unknown thrust fault that nucleated almost 11 miles below Northridge. 77 Dolan and C., meanwhile, joined with other veteran geologists to reassess the earthquake hazard in the greater Los Angeles area. Their report, published on the first anniversary of Northridge, focused on the problem that haunted most researchers, the moment deficit paradox. 78. Quite simply, Geodetic surveys as well as paleoseismic studies of active faults suggest an earthquake frequency in the Los Angeles region over the past several millennia that is dramatically higher than the record of the past 2 centuries. There have, in other words, been too few quakes to relieve the accumulation of stress generated by plate tectonic motion as Los Angeles hitchhikes northward on the Pacific Plate. 79 As Dolan told Science News, Los Angeles appears to have been settled in a quiet period in terms of earthquakes, and that can't last forever. At some point, we're going to have to relieve all the strain that's built up over that period. 80 As he added later, 17 events should have occurred during the past 195 years, but we have experienced only 281. This deficit, Dolan and his colleagues emphasized, is a real debt, owed to the restless Pacific Plate, that must eventually be paid in full either as a deadly swarm of Northridge-size quakes or as a single monster event right under the basin. Arguing the case for a single large quake, they pointed out that it has been at least 210 years since such an event has occurred in the region, indicating that we are within the expected average recurrence time for an earthquake of this size. Either scenario, however, would produce a scale of destruction that would certainly strain the ability of the region to absorb the resultant losses. 82. These estimates of Los Angeles's quake debt and possible modes of payment were seconded by Susan Hoff, a USGS researcher who used satellite measurements of tectonic compression in the Los Angeles basin to confirm that modern earthquakes have been too infrequent to relieve the accumulated strain. A group report for the Southern California Earthquake Center, meanwhile, warned that, in addition to the thrust fault hazard under Los Angeles, there was a higher risk than previously estimated of a major earthquake on the San Andreas and San Jacinto faults, where both a few miles apart sliced through schools, freeways, and residential neighborhoods in the suburban San Bernardino Valley. Overall, the report indicated, there was an 80% to 90% probability of an M7 or greater earthquake somewhere in Southern California before 2024. Finally, the center tacitly acknowledged the epistemological revolution taking place in seismology by noting that a cascade of quakes across disjoint faults was now considered a real possibility. 83. At a meeting at Caltech, a few months after Northridge, Carrie C. speculated apocalyptically that an entire thrust fault system might rupture in synchronization with the San Andreas quake. Perhaps the really big quakes tend to come all at once, he remarked. 2 years later, David Jackson, scientific director of the Southern California Earthquake Center, revived C's multiple fault scenario in a controversial article that argued the case for rare but huge earthquakes of M8 or greater in Southern California. The infrequency of such large quakes might postpone the day of reckoning by a building boom or two, but the eventual interest charges would spell a permanent end to fun in the sun. Dollar losses could be in the trillions. 84. Although some authorities discount Jackson's theory as mechanically implausible, there is new evidence that the Great 1857 Fort Tejon quake, the last rupture on the southern San Andreas Fault, did detonate some hidden thrust faults in the San Joaquin Valley. 85 Since Landers, moreover, there has been growing interest in how faults interact with one another across what were previously conceived of as insuperable barriers. Indeed, some researchers have made the epistemic leap to the radical view that all of Southern California's 100 or so active faults are a single, wired system with long-distance communication to other families of faults in Central California and the Great Basin. Faults are talking to one another, asserted one prominent seismologist. 86. Exploiting this emergent paradigm, USGS geologists Ruth Harris and Robert Simpson have proposed a solution to the puzzle of Los Angeles's 150-year-long seismic drought. Great earthquakes, they argue, reorganize seismic stress throughout regional fault systems, increasing the strain on a few faults, but reducing it on most. They describe these areas of temporarily reduced seismicity as stress relaxation shadows, and they marshal impressive evidence that the twin shadows cast by the 1857 Fort Tejon and the 1952 Kern County earthquakes have been primarily responsible for the modern moment deficit. 87. But what of the near future? The recent series of quakes suggests that Los Angeles has now emerged from the protective shadow of past seismicity. In a survey of earlier seismic cycles, a team of UCLA geophysicists has found compelling evidence that great quakes on the San Andreas and related faults are ordinarily preceded by swarms of intermediate magnitude events. Thrust fault quakes, in other words, can be the precursors of Great San Andreas type quakes. 88. Alternatively, former Carter science advisor Frank Press and Caltech emeritus Professor Clarence Allen have proposed that the San Andreas system and the Los Angeles thrust belt take turns as the dominant locus of seismic release in the region. According to their model, Los Angeles may still be in the early stages of a thrust fault earthquake cluster, Dolan and Company's multiple quake mode of paying back Pacific Plate savings and loan. Like other researchers, they also find evidence that faults can communicate at great distances through transfers of stress. They see a particularly strong correlation between temblors in the Gulf of California and the Great Basin of Eastern California and Nevada, and later ruptures on the San Andreas system. 89. Prognosis became even more complicated in March 1998 when teams from the USGS and the Southern California Earthquake Center ignited new controversy with revisionist claims that the seismic deficit had been overestimated. The Los Angeles Times' account of their unpublished research created the impression that the deficit had been little more than a mirage based on the undercounting of 19th-century earthquakes. In fact, the USGS team assumed that a great earthquake comparable to the 1857 Fort Tejon event would occur within the next 50 years, hardly a cause for celebration. Another report to the same scientific meeting, moreover, announced the discovery of a dangerous blind thrust fault in the San Joaquin Hills surrounding Newport Beach and Laguna Beach. 90. Regardless of the differences in calculation and scenario, there is a growing scientific consensus that Southern California is awakening from its long seismic siesta, and that the Northridge disaster, God help us, was little more than a yawn. 6. The Great Anomaly. How can we claim to build for events that might happen in the next 1,000 years, when our ideas don't hold up for 20 years? Seismologist Thomas Heaton. If there has been a single, fatal flaw in the design of Southern California as a civilization, it has been the decision to base the safety of present and future generations almost entirely upon short-sighted extrapolations from the disaster record of the past half-century. If the average human lifetime is defined biblically as 62 years, then native Californian cultures spent at least 142 lifetimes nourishing an intimate knowledge of the environment as a dynamic system. In contrast, Anglo-Americans have occupied the region for little more than 2.5 lifetimes. Most of the major water, flood control, sewage, energy, communications, and transportation infrastructures are less than 1 lifetime old. These spans are too short to serve as reliable proxies for ecological time or to sample the possibilities of future environmental stress. Bureaucratic faith in the immortality of public works derives exclusively from attenuated, almost meaningless official time frames. In effect, we think ourselves gods upon the land but are still really just tourists. For example, the current water allocation to Southern California and the rest of the booming Southwest under the Colorado River Compact is based on a 21-year record of river flow at Laguna Dam, near Yuma, Arizona, that water planners took as a historical norm. In fact, subsequent tree ring analysis of precipitation trends in western forests shows that this was a period of high, persistent runoff, the greatest and longest such anomaly in the last 450 years. As a result, the long-term average Colorado River water supply was overestimated by at least 1.5 million acre-feet per year, a fact of great concern to the Los Angeles area, which depends on augmented supplies of Colorado River water to survive droughts as in 1987 to 92.91. Likewise, Southern California's multibillion-dollar flood control system was built to control a statistical abstraction called the 100-year flood, which, in fact, has already occurred twice in this century. But how would storm channels, debris basins, and dams stand up to an event like the 200-year Noachian deluge of 1861–62, which transformed most of coastal Los Angeles and Orange counties into an inland sea? As urbanization, moreover, has relentlessly eroded flood control capacity by paving over watershed and reducing surface absorption. More than 110,000 homes adjacent to the Los Angeles River and Rio Hondo have become vulnerable to the next 100-year event. In October 1997, FEMA designated a 75-square-mile area of low-lying subdivisions and industrial land as a special flood hazard area where inundation up to 8 feet deep is possible. 92. Similarly, state and local seismic safety regulations consist entirely of grudging responses to moderate earthquakes such as Long Beach in 1933 and San Fernando in 1971. But Northridge cost 1,000 times more than the Long Beach quake, and it has been recently estimated that the big one on the southern San Andreas Fault or a direct hit on a downtown blind thrust fault will produce physical destruction in excess of $200 billion. Economic damage has increased by almost an order of magnitude between each of Los Angeles's major 20th-century earthquakes. The same inflationary pattern holds elsewhere. Since the Kobe disaster, which cost $200 billion, the projected cost of the next great Tokyo earthquake has been ratcheted upward to an incredible $1.20 trillion. 93. Earthquake damage inflation. In Southern California, the classical uniformitarian assumption that the present is the key to the past, and therefore to the future, is likely to prove a dangerous fallacy. As science over the past decade has laid the foundations for a true environmental history of the Los Angeles region, the modern era has come to look increasingly anomalous. Recent research on past climate change and seismic activity has transformed the question why so many recent disasters, into the truly unnerving question why so few. The urbanization of the Los Angeles area has, it seems, taken place during one of the most unusual episodes of climatic and seismic Benny Goodnighty since the inception of the Holocene, or put another way, 20th century Los Angeles has been capitalized on sheer gambler's luck. The 1933 earthquake. The tempo of actual disaster, moreover, has been oddly attuned to the business cycle. All the major 20th century floods and earthquakes have coincided with recession or slow growth years. Incredibly, there were no ordinary disasters during the great booms that extended from 1919 to 1929 and 1945 to 1968. Cataclysm, therefore, has never interrupted a major business expansion, while it has providentially offered excuses for Keynesian, counter-cyclical spending during recessions, most notably in 1934, 1938, and 1994, when Democratic presidents used disaster aid to leverage votes in Southern California. It is easy to imagine, by contrast, how different the modern image of Southern California might be if thousands of tourists had perished in the Long Beach deluge of 1921 or the Great Disneyland quake of 1963. I don't mean this facetiously. Natural disasters on several famous occasions have decisively influenced the Darwinian competition among American cities and regions. Houston, for example, might today be a suburb of Galveston if not for the epic hurricane and flood that destroyed the latter in 1900. Los Angeles and Oakland, likewise, gained population and capital at the expense of San Francisco following the Great Earthquake in 1906. The Miami hurricane of 1926 and the Lake Okeechobee hurricane of 1928, which together killed 2,079 tourists and residents, put South Florida out of competition with Southern California for an entire generation. And the Dust Bowl drought of the 1930s, which ravaged parts of Texas and Oklahoma, furnished Southern California with a cheap supply of labor for its wartime shipyards and aircraft factories. Now the tables appear to have turned, as Los Angeles faces the likelihood of future disasters that will impose real economic and competitive costs on the region. The crucial questions are what can it do, and how can it afford, to mitigate the impacts of these expected ordinary disasters. Although El Niño, induced storms and protracted drought raise great concern, seismic safety is the problem in the foreground of all disaster planning. In an era of more frequent and very likely larger earthquakes, nothing would bolster the confidence of residents and investors as much as dramatic improvement in the stability and safety of the built environment. 7 Killer pulses and burning skylines. Until this last year I was never truly scared. Now, I am. Seismologist Carrie C. What, then, are the lessons of Northridge? Although this medium-size quake vented most of its wrath on the Santa Susana Mountains, ground shaking at some locations in the San Fernando Valley exceeded building code standards by as much as 400%. Researchers were startled by the uneven pattern of damage, with unusual clusters of destruction in Tarzana, Hollywood, the Crenshaw District, and Santa Monica, all far from the epicenter. This seemingly erratic pattern was partly a function of soil geology, with several dramatic instances of site liquefaction, where moist sands and silts in ancient channels of the Los Angeles River turned into quivering jello. 94. The more important cause of damage distribution, however, was the amplification of the earthquake's energy through resonance with the subsurface topography of the Los Angeles basin. Concavities in basement rock, the harder metamorphic rock underlying sedimentary strata, acted as lenses to focus wave energy on surface targets. Thus the promiscuous pattern of surface damage reflected invisible contours of the sedimentary bedrock interface thousands of feet below the surface. 95 Similar resonance effects within an ancient sedimentary basin were partly responsible for the collapse of nearly 200 high-rise buildings during the Mexico City earthquake in 1985, and seismologists are now greatly concerned about their destructive potential in Los Angeles's urban core. 96 One research team recently calculated that wave amplitudes within the Los Angeles basin might be 10 times larger than those at sites outside the basin at comparable distances from a San Andreas rupture. Another study reached the unnerving conclusion that quake energies could be amplified 200 to 400% directly underneath the Los Angeles Civic Center. 97. Los Angeles skyscrapers, whatever the amplification factor, are poised to become rubble or towering infernos in future quakes. For decades the public has been reassured that steel frame high-rises are virtually earthquake-proof. The Northridge Temblor, however, fractured critical joints in at least 150 steel frame buildings, some of them brand new, some nearly 20 miles from the epicenter. Later laboratory tests showed that the metal alloy used for welded joints failed at stress levels far below design specifications. 98 It was easier, however, to make the diagnosis than to prescribe the multibillion-dollar cure. Despite dire warnings of future deaths, the astronomical cost of retrofitting the 900-odd high-rise buildings in the Los Angeles area has discouraged any serious debate about the problem. In the face of landlord protests, City Hall even retreated from a modest proposal for the mandatory inspection of vulnerable buildings. 99. But even with fail-safe welds, some skyscrapers would most likely be doomed in Los Angeles's next major seismic blowout. The 1992 Landers quake provided the first conclusive evidence of a species of seismic wave, called a killer pulse, that could prove especially lethal to high-rise structures. USGS seismologist Thomas Heaton, long fascinated with why so many tall redwoods were snapped off 2/3 of the way to their tops, had predicted the existence of such pulses based on an analysis of seismograms from the Mexico City earthquake. 100 Killer pulses differ from ordinary seismic shaking in that they literally yank the ground out from underneath structures, up to 15 feet in a few seconds. As Heaton explained, if you move the base of a building a large distance, basically you're knocking the legs out from underneath it. It's very important in a tall building that the columns stay vertical. If they tilt very much, they're in trouble. 101. Following Northridge, Heaton teamed up with Caltech engineer John Hall to test exactly how far a typical 20-story skyscraper would be flung under the impact of pulses from an M7 thrust fault quake. In their laboratory simulation, the answer was far enough for the unlucky building to immediately topple over. Even a state-of-the-art, base-isolated building, designed to withstand massive earthquakes, could be wrecked by such pulses. The seismic engineering theory of the 1970s, from which so much in Southern California's building codes derives, now looks pretty poorly founded, according to Heaton and Hall. Nevertheless, Heaton's proposals for an immediate moratorium on high-rise construction and a 1% tax on all new development to go to seismic research received a glacial reception from local officials desperately hoping for a revival in office construction. 102. The killer pulse problem needs to be appreciated in the context of recent research on tall building fire hazards. In the wake of the 1987 Whittier Narrows quake, fire expert Mark Kluver warned building officials that contemporary skyscrapers with automatic sprinkler systems are actually more fire-prone than their ancestors. To encourage the adoption of sprinkler systems, modern building codes in Los Angeles and elsewhere have traded away the traditional structural fire protection of office compartmentation. At the same time, developers have been allowed to use combustible plastic as a construction material and to pack interior ducts with thousands of miles of plastic-coated wiring. Yet research indicates that sprinkler systems will quickly fail during any major earthquake, while due to decreased compartmentation and other relaxations of fire safety provisions, modern high-rises have the potential for very large fires, especially in light of the increased combustibility of today's building contents. 103. Los Angeles also lacks the firefighting resources to deal with several simultaneous high-rise blazes as might occur during any large earthquake. In 1987 it took half of the ladder companies in the city to combat a single fire in the First Interstate Tower downtown. 104 Yet a burning skyline is not even the worst-case possibility in official disaster planning literature. That distinction is reserved for the multiple fires that could engulf the huge petrochemical complex that surrounds the adjacent ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. In a 1989 simulation of a rush-hour M7 event along the axis of the 1933 Long Beach quake, California Division of Mines planners raised the specter of a major conflagration in the harbor area, where an earthquake cocktail of aging refineries and soft soil is a firestorm waiting to happen. 105. Nor was the Northridge experience exactly reassuring about the ability of the understaffed and underfunded Los Angeles Fire Department Cinderella to its greedy big sister, the LAPD, to deal with the 500-plus major fires predicted to erupt simultaneously during a Newport Inglewood, San Andreas, or Thrust Fault direct hit. 106 Although crews responded with traditional heroism to more than 100 house and trailer fires ignited by broken gas mains, they faced a near breakdown in lifeline services. 35 firehouses were damaged, the entire power grid was blacked out, older gas pipelines ruptured, 6 freeways went down, and so many water mains were broken that crews had to pump water from swimming pools. 107 In its post-quake report, the state's Seismic Safety Commission emphasized that good fortune played a critical role in keeping fires from spreading, there was no wind, and the area was not experiencing a dry spell. 108. This 1951 refinery inferno dramatized the fire hazard at L.A. Harbor. Moreover, a large portion of the emergency communications network failed, and fire department paramedics were unable to communicate with local hospitals, 14 of which were in any case put out of commission by the main shock. 109 State officials later estimated that barely 20% of Los Angeles area hospitals met the standards of the 1973 Hospital Facilities Seismic Safety Act, enacted after 47 people were killed in the collapse of the Veterans Administration Hospital in San Fernando during the 1971 earthquake. 110 Although Los Angeles County's 2 largest medical centers, UCLA and County USC, functioned throughout the emergency, subsequent inspection led their administrators to claim an astonishing $2.3 billion in combined structural damage. 111 Many older school campuses may be even more dangerous than antiquated hospitals. By sheer chance, none of the last 10 major earthquakes in California has occurred during school hours. But if the Northridge quake had struck in the middle of a regular school day, according to the Los Angeles Board of Education, thousands of children would have been injured or killed by falling debris, furniture, and lighting. 112 The Los Angeles Unified School District did, however, have to temporarily suspend operations after a staggering 5,600 school buildings suffered quake damage. 113 Similarly, in a daytime quake, hundreds would have perished in the valley's caved-in shopping malls and parking structures. The destruction of Bullock's department store in Northridge Fashion Center was officially described as the type of collapse where no one survives, while its sister store in Sherman Oaks Fashion Square looked like it had been hit by a cruise missile. Structural engineers who examined the damage concluded that the huge, precast concrete department stores, together with concrete parking structures of similar construction, are particularly prone to catastrophic failure. Essentially houses of cards made of 100-ton slabs, these structures demonstrate, according to one expert, the dangerous combination of inadequacies in building codes and an increasing drive to cut costs by designing for the minimum 114. But killer department stores and garages are only a small subset of Los Angeles County's nearly 3,000 precast concrete buildings. This homicidal building type, which includes warehouses, factories, offices, discount stores, and schools, failed spectacularly during the 1971 San Fernando quake and was directly responsible for most of the slaughter in Armenia in 1988. The precast concrete hazard has been dramatically amplified in the Los Angeles region by the popularity of siting warehouses and superstores in floodplains and former coastal wetlands, where liquefaction is inevitable during any major quake. 115. Bullock's department store, Northridge. Most disturbingly, Northridge revealed a massive, hidden crisis in the quality of residential construction. After inspecting thousands of homes, structural engineers concluded that at least one-third or more of quake damage was directly attributable to shoddy construction. In smaller, single-family homes, these building defects meant astronomically higher costs of repair than disaster planners had ever foreseen, but seldom caused serious injury or loss of life. In larger apartment buildings, however, construction quality became a life-or-death issue. As the Northridge Meadows tragedy made clear, Los Angeles's myriad stucco apartment complexes, especially those precariously perched over carports and garages, are quite simply death traps. 116. If Northridge was a small-scale trial run for a prospective direct hit, Los Angeles failed miserably. From the defective welds in the new Metropolitan Transportation Authority skyscraper looming over Union Station, to a missing shear wall in a middle-income dream house on a quiet cul-de-sac, post-quake engineering surveys illuminated scores of potentially fatal flaws in the precarious architecture of the Southern California dream. However, when the cost estimates for life-saving repair soared into the billions, the light was abruptly turned off. Despite the grim reminder from Kobe, public discussion of seismic safety reform withered away in 1995, as lobbyists dug in their heels and politicians moved on to happier agendas. In Sacramento, where Republican governors in recent years have vetoed dozens of earthquake safety measures, the long-awaited report on Northridge from the state's Seismic Safety Commission proved a compendium of cowardice. After bitter internal debate that postponed its publication for 6 months, a majority of the commissioners opted for inaction on the hazard of steel frame construction and a virtually meaningless 25-year deadline for compliance with local seismic retrofit ordinances. If anything, the report actually diffused what sense of crisis remained. In Los Angeles, Mayor Richard Riordan was too busy being a beacon of the post-riot, post-Northridge optimism to fret about the dangers of precast concrete or blind thrust faults. Massive rebuilding, moreover, was removing the tangible evidence of disaster. What earthquake? In Southern California we bury our dead, then forget. 8 political aftershocks. First the earthquake, then the disaster. Graffiti on side of damaged house in San Fernando Valley. Disaster amnesia is a federally subsidized luxury. Los Angeles's boosters would not have found it so easy to put the Northridge earthquake behind them if the valley were still littered with quake rubble ghost towns, vacant lots, abandoned businesses, and thousands of displaced residents. This would almost certainly be the grim landscape today had the coordination and financing of recovery efforts been left strictly in the governor's hands in Sacramento. After stealing kudos from voters for reopening the Santa Monica Freeway in record time, Governor Pete Wilson turned his back on Los Angeles. Reminding Northridge victims that aid is not an entitlement, he canceled a crucial housing assistance program and blocked passage of a 1/4-cent sales surtax for quake relief. After a statewide earthquake bond measure failed, Wilson astonished federal authorities by forcing the city of Los Angeles to lend the state money to pay its small counterpart share of relief. 117. Governor Wilson's decision to play Scrooge, however, allowed President Clinton to play Father Christmas to stricken homeowners in the vote-rich precincts of the Valley and northern Los Angeles County. The Clinton administration, then chock-a-block with Southland power brokers like Warren Christopher and Mickey Cantor, broke all records in speeding $13 billion in earthquake relief to Los Angeles. Setting aside an amendment to the 1974 Disaster Relief Act that required state and local governments to pay 25% of all recovery costs, the White House gallantly assumed 90% of the burden. 118. It was a dramatic contrast, not only to the Bush administration's benign neglect of South Central Los Angeles after the 1992 riots, but also to its relatively tight-fisted efforts in Florida after Hurricane Andrew in August 1992. Although insured losses were higher in South Florida, Los Angeles received nearly 8 times more federal aid. Part of the discrepancy can be attributed to the greater magnitude of damage to freeways, hospitals, and public buildings in Los Angeles, but the decisive factor, as every political analyst in the country recognized, was political. 119. Washington worried that earthquake damage might prolong the recession in Southern California, which was already slowing national economic recovery. Even more important, the so-called New Democrats, whose eyes never stray far from the stars in Hollywood, were determined to put California in the bag for the president in 1996. George Bush, on the other hand, had treated South Floridians as so much trailer trash, more a law and order problem than a possible electoral windfall. 120. For the Clinton administration, one veteran reporter explained, the Los Angeles earthquake has provided a politically saleable reason for doing what it has sought to do for most of its first year in power, pump billions of dollars into Southern California's ailing economy. 121. FEMA ended up providing assistance to a larger population than the city of Denver, while the Small Business Administration, in its quake relief role, became the largest mortgage lender in Los Angeles County. In some cases, including the big university hospitals, the city sewer system, the Los Angeles Coliseum, and various county office buildings, disaster aid, loosely construed, was a de facto public works program that financed expensive upgrades as well as simple repairs. With extraordinary charity, moreover, federal relief was showered on rich and poor alike. Nearly 1,400 households in Beverly Hills, 90,210, for example, received FEMA grants. 122. Although it took more than a year before the patient fully responded to the treatment, seismic Keynesianism played a major role in Los Angeles's robust recovery from the worst recession in a half-century. 123. In the balmy view of the media and the Chamber of Commerce, Los Angeles had been put back together again. Clinton, in return, not only transformed his 1992 margin in California into a landslide in 1996 but also won grateful new allies, including Los Angeles Mayor Ray Arden, a moderate Republican. Unlike the postman, however, such serendipity only rings once. Should another disaster of the same magnitude as Northridge occur in the reasonable future, predict researchers for the prestigious California Policy Seminar, neither private insurers nor federal or state agencies will be willing or able to respond with a comparable level of rebuilding assistance. 124. Since Hurricane Andrew and the Northridge earthquake, the political economy of disaster has been profoundly reshaped. The insurance industry has shown a steely will to use economic terrorism against homeowners if necessary to defend its bottom line against future earthquakes. Congress, meanwhile, has retooled the game rules for disaster relief. In order to disarm competition between heartlanders and coastlanders, the interests of the urban poor and middle-class homeowners in disaster-prone environments are now directly counterposed. In the next earthquake, to begin with, homeowners and landlords are certain to face huge unrecoverable losses. At the time of the Northridge earthquake, the owner of a relatively new, wood frame house worth $200,000, and suffering $100,000 in structural and contents damage, would have received 78% of the loss under her old insurance policy. Today, under the controversial new California Earthquake Authority, established by the legislature after private insurers threatened to cut off the supply of homeowners coverage, the same quake victim would recover only 43% of her loss. 125 in the event of a new disaster. Of course, the shortfall in homeowners coverage under the CEA combined with a larger number of uninsured victims will translate into poignant demands for increased federal relief. Will Washington be willing to assume that burden? Before the Los Angeles riots and Hurricane Andrew in 1992, federal disaster aid had simply been added to the national debt with little or no impact on other federal programs. However, the soaring cost of federal relief galvanized deficit hawks in Congress to join forces to stall passage of the 1993 Midwest Flood Relief Bill until disaster expenditures were offset with tax increases. Although they were easily swept aside by a bipartisan majority, a new anti-relief bloc composed primarily of Midwestern representatives emerged 6 months later when, faced with the huge demands of the Northridge disaster, Congressman David Obey proposed replacing FEMA with voluntary, state-level insurance schemes. Millions of people choose to live in coastal areas and in earthquake zones because of other compensating attributes of those areas. I don't see why taxpayers in the rest of the country have to subsidize that decision. 126. With Machiavellian cunning, the new Republican Speaker, Newt Gingrich, defused this potential disaster aid war between the states by proposing to finance the final installment of Northridge aid with counterpart cuts in social spending. The White House endorsed the deal after the Republicans, in the ill-famed and confusing episode of the 1995 rescission bill, kidnapped the $6.6 billion disaster relief bill and held it hostage until the Democrats agreed to $16.3 billion in cuts to already budgeted domestic spending. As a result of this compromise, earthquake victims in Los Angeles, including the unfortunates in Beverly Hills 90,210, continued to receive relief payments and low-interest loans. Freeways were rebuilt and hospitals reopened. But all this was financed by counterpart cutbacks in low-income housing and environmental protection programs, as well as the termination of unnecessary spending on rural health grants, the Urban Parks and Recreation Program, and summer youth employment funds for 1996. For his part, Speaker Gingrich was able to boast of a new ally in his crusade against entitlements for the urban poor and angry and evidently Republican-oriented lobby of one, Mother Nature. Congress, with the barest dissent, had replaced traditional deficit financing of disaster aid with a new, bipartisan policy of pay-as-you-go offsets in domestic spending. It was an ingenious strategy for recycling natural disaster as class struggle. 128. The implications of this new dispensation have failed to percolate very far beyond the Beltway. Yet disaster relief could potentially cannibalize a significant portion of what remains of discretionary social spending. In addition to Southern California's own exceptional vulnerability to seismic debt collection, there are potent reasons, ranging from global warming to the fad for second homes on hurricane-prone barrier islands, to suspect that the current clustering of climatic and geological disaster will continue. 129 As if the poor do not already have enough to worry about, they now face the bizarre prospect that if Malibu burns or Hilton Head is blown away in a hurricane, they will have to foot the bill. The fate of inner-city areas of Los Angeles in the aftermath of the Northridge earthquake vividly illustrates how people of color are doubly punished by natural and political disasters. The first casualty of the temblor was any residual official interest in economic recovery efforts and job creation in the neighborhoods traumatized by the 1992 riots. Rebuilding the Valley supplanted Rebuild L.A. At the same time there was a virtual media blackout about the extensive quake damage in the northern part of the Crenshaw district, the retail and cultural heart of African American Los Angeles, where housing sprawls over former cienagas and stream channels. The Crenshaw District Earthquake Assistance Center, which received 6,726 applications for relief, was the busiest in Los Angeles County. But 2/3 of the applicants for Small Business Administration loans were rejected because of insufficient savings. These quake victims, often elderly African Americans on fixed incomes, had to wait 2 years or longer before they qualified for a last resort city program for low-income homeowners. Community leaders bitterly contrasted the bureaucratic haste to repair the La Cienega section of the Santa Monica Freeway, whose collapse had forced white commuters to drive through black neighborhoods, with the prolonged neglect of damaged homes and apartments in the same area. 130 In the meantime, landlords simply walked away from damaged properties in poorer areas, worsening the rental housing shortage and adding a new crop of derelict buildings and empty lots to the large inventory still remaining from the 1965 and 1992 riots. 9 Strange attractions. Most natural disasters are characteristic rather than accidental features of the places and societies where they occur. Geographer Kenneth Hewitt. In the fall of 1996, Chinese authorities announced plans for the world's first earthquake theme park in Tangshan, 100 miles southeast of Beijing. In 1976, an M7.8 quake killed as many residents of this large industrial city as a direct hit by a nuclear warhead might have. The official death toll was 250,000, but U.S. intelligence agencies suspected that it was closer to 800,000. The proposed earthquake city, to be partially financed by foreign investors, would incorporate ruins from the 1976 catastrophe, most notably the preserved college whose intact 4 upper stories remain perched on the rubble of the collapsed ground floor. Simulated earthquakes would give visitors the adrenaline rush of surviving the big one. The chief aim of the park is said to be education rather than tourism, but there's little doubt that the park scheme is intended to attract visitors and their money to a region that currently sees only 1,000 to 2,000 foreigners a year. 131. Perhaps there is a lesson here for Los Angeles. In the event that half of the metropolis is wrecked in the next earthquake, Disney and DreamWorks can collaborate to reshape the ruins into a really stunning version of what St. John of Revelation claimed to see at the end of time. Then the tourists' shekels will flow in like the Los Angeles River at flood tide. In the meantime, and while there is time, the 17 million people in the Los Angeles region need to take careful heed of what environmental historians, earth scientists, structural engineers, consumer advocates, and a handful of elected officials have been trying to tell us about the dialectic of ordinary disaster. Los Angeles fatally lacks the emergency capacity. Engineers would call it redundancy to deal with larger or more frequent earthquakes, as well as great floods, chaparral firestorms, and protracted droughts. The cheapest and most sensible form of redundancy, of course, would have been hazard zoning to exclude intensive development from the most disaster-prone terrains, combined with a conservative water ethic. Historically, there has been no shortage of prophetic voices urging the region's leaders to mitigate inevitable disaster and enhance quality of life through the regulation of urbanization in the foothills and wetlands, but they were almost uniformly ignored, and as a result, there is scarcely any open space left to act as a buffer against temperamental Mediterranean nature. In addition, vulnerability to disaster has an inflationary dimension. Uncontrolled horizontal growth of the megalopolis relentlessly undermines existing infrastructures and raises the cost of protecting suburbia from nature. To deal with the impact, for example, of the recent residential boom in the Puente Hills and the west end of Riverside and San Bernardino counties, the Army Corps of Engineers is being forced to spend another $1.5 billion on massive improvements in flood control systems, while Southern California's already existing pharaonic public works are rapidly aging. In some cases, their careers may last less than an average human lifetime. In his superb cautionary essay, Los Angeles Against the Mountains, John McPhee tells the sobering story of Pasadena's Devil's Gate Dam, built to last centuries, which filled up with debris in less than 50 years. It is now a sand and gravel quarry. 132. Metropolitan Los Angeles's political systems are as single-purpose and inflexible as its physical infrastructures, and they also fill up with debris almost as quickly. In a region where rapid economic growth has been the one sustaining ideal and common goal, the 1990-95 recession has left a much deeper political imprint than riot, earthquake, or flood. There is less tolerance than ever for environmental regulation that interferes with the short-term investment climate, nor are there any significant local tax resources left in tax-slashing Southern California to pay for new programs. In Sacramento, underfunded campuses battle overcrowded prisons for the last scraps from the governor's table. Yet the Northridge earthquake has redefined the meaning of seismic safety and raised its cost by a full order of magnitude. We now know that all high-occupancy structures, including steel frame office towers, are at risk from even a moderate earthquake directly under the Los Angeles basin. We also know that hundreds of thousands of family homes and apartment buildings urgently need expensive seismic reinforcement, and that precast concrete buildings are probably too dangerous to be tolerated in areas of unstable soil. We need, in a nutshell, to spend billions in mitigation in order to prevent hundreds of billions in damages. But nothing is less politically realistic in the present climate, and the ostrich-like consensus is to ignore problems that are too big to fix. This all boils down to an unhappy but obvious proposition: the continuing clustering of disaster on ordinary or extraordinary scales will inevitably erode many of the comparative advantages of the Southern California economy. Certainly, other metropolitan regions, especially the Bay Area, Wasatch Front, Puget Sound, and South Florida, face comparable risks of natural disaster over the next generation, but none bear Los Angeles's heavy burdens of mass poverty and racial violence. What is most distinctive about Los Angeles is not simply its conjugation of earthquakes, wildfires, and floods, but its uniquely explosive mixture of natural hazards and social contradictions. Not even Miami, that other fallen paradise, can approach the conflagrationist potential of Los Angeles. But I am not summoning Armageddon. Despite the wishful thinking of evangelicals impatient for the rapture or deep ecologists who believe that Gaia would be happiest with a thin sprinkling of hunter-gatherers, megacities like Los Angeles will never simply collapse and disappear. Rather, they will stagger on, with higher body counts and greater distress, through a chain of more frequent and destructive encounters with disasters of all sorts, while vital parts of the region's high-tech and tourist economies eventually emigrate to safer ground, together with hundreds of thousands of its more affluent residents. Aficionados of complexity theory will marvel at the nonlinear resonances of unnatural disaster and social breakdown as Southern California's golden age is superseded forever by a chaotic new world of strange attractors. Will the poor now be forced to rebuild the rich? 2. How Eden Lost Its Garden. The ambitious time traveler, pace popular science fiction, doesn't need to know anything about Lorentz transformations or black holes. A good road map of Los Angeles County will suffice. 30 miles north of downtown, just past the 41-story-high Superman ride at Six Flags Magic Mountain but before the exit for the county sheriff's enormous jail complex at Castaic, the traveler should turn west on California Highway 126. Following the channel of the Santa Clara River as it cuts through spectacularly colored sandstone and shale formations to the ocean at Ventura, this eucalyptus-arbored, two-lane blacktop turns back time to a Southern Californian golden age when garden cities nestled in millions of acres of orange, lemon, and avocado groves. More than a generation after the last fruit trees were bulldozed to make way for tract houses in the San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys, the Santa Clara River Valley still looks much as it did before 1940. Here, the formal order of the orchards offsets the wild angularity of the sedimentary hills. The citrus towns of Piru, Fillmore, and Santa Paula initially strike the hyperreality-hardened visitor as movie sets or nostalgia theme parks with all the hackneyed charm of Norman Rockwell paintings. There are no mini malls or fast food strips, just quiet main streets with old-fashioned stores, soda fountains, and the town movie theater. It is shocking to realize that these are, in fact, real towns, homes to orchard owners and their Mexican workers, and not just clever simulations designed for the pleasure of tourists. Time Machine, Santa Clara River Valley. Perhaps most disconcerting is Camulos, once the estate of the Del Valle family, where Helen Hunt Jackson during the winter of 1882 conceived the setting and plot of her famous novel Ramona. Although the Del Valles passed on long ago, this working rancho, with its regiments of orange trees sloping down to the Santa Clara River, is almost indistinguishable from its portrait on turn-of-the-century postcards. Apart from a television aerial on the ranch building, the most striking emblem of modernity in sight is a 1949 flathead Ford pickup. This picturesque landscape, of course, masks the citrus industry's long history of paternalistic exploitation, social segregation, and labor violence. One still, what shocks some visitors even more than the surprising endurance of the unsimulated past in the valley is that most of the mailboxes in front of the tidy Victorian cottages and 1920s bungalows are stenciled with last names like Gonzalez and Hernandez. That such a luscious setting so close to Los Angeles has not yet been devoured by million-dollar homes, gated subdivisions, antique malls, and white flight commuters is surely remarkable. The very beauty of the valley can't help but prompt thoughts about the near extinction of such landscapes elsewhere in urbanized Southern California. Millions of newcomers were once drawn to the Los Angeles area by the promise of homes and orchards soaking in sunshine at the foot of snow-peaked mountains. Postcards and orange crate labels advertised this idyllic image to the world for decades, and unlike so much else about the region, it was not entirely fake. Even at the end of the Second World War, metropolitan Los Angeles still possessed inestimable scenic capital as well as compelling if utopian visions of how the city might yet use its open spaces to make itself more beautiful and more egalitarian. What happened? Why is the Santa Clara River Valley the last refuge of Southern California's most famous dream? 1. The underproduction of public space. Continued prosperity will depend on providing needed parks. Insofar as the people fail to show the understanding, courage, and organizing ability necessary at this crisis, the growth of the region will tend to strangle itself. Frederick Law Olmsted, Jr., Parks, Playgrounds, and Beaches for the Los Angeles Region. In March 1930, the most distinguished citizens committee in Los Angeles history submitted its final report to city and county authorities. A letter of transmittal signed by movie stars like Mary Pickford, bankers like Irving Hellman, and corporate lawyers like John O'Melveny warned of a situation so disquieting as to make it highly expedient to impress upon the public the present crisis in the welfare of Los Angeles too. With nearly 1/4 of the city out of work in that grim Depression year, it might be presumed that the report, so urgent in tone, was about unemployment relief or soup kitchens for the hungry. In fact, the attention of the 162 prominent members of the Citizens Committee on Parks, Playgrounds, and Beaches was concentrated on the parks and recreation crisis. This was less strange than it might seem. As the report's authors, the celebrated urban design firm of Olmsted Brothers, pointed out, accessible open space was the foundation of an economy capitalized on climate, sports, and outdoor leisure, but the region's scenic beauty was being eroded on all sides by rampant, unregulated private development. They warned that Los Angeles's future prosperity was directly threatened by the increasing discrepancy between tourists' buoyant expectations and their disillusioning experiences in the land of sunshine. The widely advertised attractions of climate and scenery bring thousands to the Los Angeles region every year. They find the climate fully equal to expectations, but the facilities by which the out-of-doors may be enjoyed prove a surprise and disappointment. The beaches, which are pictured in the magazines to attract Eastern visitors, are suffering from the rapid encroachment of private use. The wild canyons are fast being subjected to subdivision and cheap by-jowl cabin construction. The forests suffer annually from devastating fires. The roadsides are more and more disfigured by signboards, shacks, garages, filling stations, destruction of trees. 3. Frederick Law Olmsted, Jr., and Harlan Bartholomew further observed that the things that make most attractive are the very ones that are the first to suffer from changes and deteriorate through neglect. Although Los Angeles spent more than other cities to advertise its charms, it invested less to preserve or enhance them. The deficiency of parks was positively reprehensible, and the region fell far short of the minimum recreation facilities of the average American city. Moreover, as the authors acknowledged, all this has been realized for years. Indeed, at the turn of the century, Charles Fletcher Lummis, editor of Out West and impresario of the local franchise of the arts and crafts movement, had thundered against Los Angeles's Victorian elites for impoverishing the future through their reckless alienation of the original Pueblo lands. As late as 1856 the city owned 80% of its area of some 17,000 acres. It gave this priceless heritage away generally for nothing, and altogether for next to nothing without even once getting an equivalent or a good bargain. We would have the finest parks in the world, and the finest public buildings, and all endowed beyond the dreams of avarice. As it is, nothing was left the city but the plaza and some riverbed when we began to take notice. 5. By the early 1900s, even this remnant was under threat, as the once Arcadian landscape of the Los Angeles River was pressed into service as a sewer for the city's expanding industrial district. The Reverend Dana Bartlett, planning advocate and settlement house pioneer, battled the corporate octopus of the Southern Pacific Railroad in an unsuccessful crusade to reclaim the riverbed as a nature preserve and playground for the children of the congested areas east of downtown. 6 Middle-class progressives, meanwhile, indicted Los Angeles's meager and poorly maintained parks as the shame of the city. Some of our parks are filthy to the grade of a public nuisance and should have been condemned long ago. 8. Hollywood in 1905. In his 1907 report to the Los Angeles Municipal Art Commission, Charles Mulford Robinson, the renowned apostle of the city beautiful, advocated a comprehensive plan for parks, boulevards, beautification of the Los Angeles River, and a civic acropolis on downtown's Bunker Hill. 9 In order to finance his heroic proposals, he urged the city to grasp the big idea and become a land developer in its own right. There will be great gain if the city can obtain that authority which the cities of Pennsylvania and Ohio have already secured, and by which the great municipal improvements of Europe and South America have been financed, the right to acquire property on the edge of a public improvement, in order to protect that improvement, and to recoup the cost of making it by the resale of the property at the enhanced value which the improvement bestows. 10. He cautioned that the tourist metropolis of the country simply cannot afford to stand still, or, rather, with your increasing population to go from bad to worse in congestion, in city discomfort and ugliness. Robinson hinted that if Los Angeles wavered in its commitment to public space, other more beautiful cities would usurp its destiny. 11. By the time Olmsted and Bartholomew surveyed the same problem 20 years later, nearly 2 million more people, the equivalent of the population of Philadelphia, had moved to the Los Angeles region. Their 1930 report was, first of all, a stinging critique of the giddy 20s building boom, which after its collapse in the oil scandals of 1926-28 left 175 square miles of vacant, unsold lots on the city's fringes, but only a few hundred acres of new parkland. 12 Developers had stubbornly ignored official pleas to dedicate parks for their subdivisions, and powerful homeowners groups had opposed every attempt to pass specific assessments for parks or recreation. Thus, as the population soared, per capita recreation space shrank drastically. By 1928 parks comprised a miserable 0.6% of the surface of the metropolis, and barely half an inch of publicly owned beach frontage was left for each citizen of Los Angeles County. 13 No large city in the United States was so stingy with public space. A selfish, profit-driven presentism ruled Southern California. As Olmsted and Bartholomew paraphrased the dominant attitude, the benefit of parks bought now will accrue largely in future years and even to future generations. We can get along without them a while longer, anyhow. And if land at those prices is a good purchase, we would rather use our money to get lots on speculation for personal profit than give it up in taxes for our share of a park system. 14. Indeed, speculation, excessive and fictitious prices for raw land was the crux of the landscape crisis. The high capitalization of future rental values in even the most marginal or hazardous of terrains made a comprehensive program of park building prohibitively expensive. 15 Ironically, the entire inflationary process was subsidized by local government. Olmsted and Bartholomew were especially critical of the costly public outlays for roads, sewers, fire protection, and flood control meant to encourage promoters to subdivide scenic canyons, stream beds, and foothills. It costs so much in the long run to adapt rough mountain land satisfactorily to ordinary intensive private uses that their real net value as raw material for such use is generally far less than their value for watershed protection and for public recreation. Unfortunately, in the local speculative land market this fact is often ignored and subdivision sales are made which commit the community to extravagant wasteful private and public expenditures for converting a good thing of one kind into a poor thing of another kind. 16. The Gordian knot of land speculation, however, could be cut with a single, decisive blade: hazard zoning. Since the burden of wrong development does not fall on the purchaser alone, and scarcely ever on the vendor, but most heavily on the community at large, the municipality could justifiably invoke its powers to limit or even bar development of floodplains and hillsides. 17. Together with radically enlarged public ownership of ocean frontage, the redemption of Los Angeles's riparian landscapes was the key to Olmsted and Bartholomew's elegant design for a unified regional system of beaches, parks, playgrounds, and mountain reserves. At their 1924 conference, Los Angeles County pioneer regional planners had already recognized the crucial role of river courses as the easiest and often the shortest connection between the mountain and the beach playground areas. In addition to advocating public ownership of the oceanfront, the conference recommended that all principal natural drainage channels be acquired and controlled by the community for the highest public use. 18. Olmsted and Bartholomew argued that green belts flanking these channels could simultaneously provide flood control, recreation, and transportation. Using hazard zoning to force land values downward and stop the ill-directed spread of the population, they proposed to transform the major flood channels and associated wetlands into a 440-mile network of multipurpose parkways reminiscent of Frederick Law Olmsted, Sr.'s famous 1887 emerald necklace design for Boston's Back Bay Fence. 19. Hollywood in 1925. Parkways should be greatly elongated real parks, several thousand feet in width, parallel to broad natural flood channels and offering a variety of recreational experiences. Regional highways would be embedded in these attractive, tree-lined corridors, screened from adjacent industrial and residential developments. 20. Parkways thus designed would reinforce the role of natural hydrology in dividing up the otherwise monotonous coastal plain into attractive, well-defined community landscapes. Finally, Olmsted and Bartholomew's plan explicitly redistributed park and open space resources to the advantage of the neglected working-class districts south and east of downtown. Those of lower incomes generally live in small lot, single-family home districts, and have more children and less leisure time in which to go to distant parks and recreational areas. These families comprise 65% of the population, and they should be given first consideration. 21. 2. Killing the Los Angeles River. The main purpose of flood control is to waste water. Richard Lillard, Eden in Jeopardy. The 1930 report is a window into a lost future. A heroic culmination of the City Beautiful era in American urban design, it was also the final fruit of the Olmsted brothers' intense, decade-long involvement in California landscape planning. 22. Frederick Law Olmsted, Jr., and Harlan Bartholomew were quiet, conservative reformers whose personal utopia was park-rich Minneapolis, not Soviet Russia. Yet if their proposals had been implemented, the results would have been virtually revolutionary. The existing hierarchy of public and private space in Los Angeles might have been overturned. A dramatically enlarged commons, not the private subdivision, might have become the commanding element in the Southern California landscape. Preserved natural ecosystems might have imposed clear boundaries on urbanization. The speculative real estate market might have been counterbalanced by a vigorous social democracy of beaches and playgrounds. Needless to say, such extravagant conceptions of public space alarmed guardians of Los Angeles's reputation as the capital of anti-radicalism and the open shop. The Los Angeles Times, in particular, disdained proposals to municipalize almost 100,000 acres of private land and to triple the area of public beach frontage. It crusaded against legislation to establish a metropolitan park district to carry out the Olmsted Plan, denouncing it as the greatest combination of power, taxation, and bonding burden in history. Under pressure from the Times, 27 prominent members of the Citizens Committee withdrew their support from the park legislation, thus killing the Olmsted Plan before the final report had reached the printer. 23. But even if an encompassing civic consensus had existed, neither the city nor the county had the wherewithal, in the bleak early days of the Depression, to undertake a massive park building program. Only Washington had the resources. Ironically, when New Deal agencies finally came to the fiscal rescue of Los Angeles, local government used federal capital to pave over the wetlands and streams that were so central to Olmsted and Bartholomew's vision. The death of the Los Angeles River, in particular, was a dismal portent of the continuing role of government in reshaping and degrading the regional environment. For most modern visitors, the very concept of a Los Angeles River has always seemed like an old Jack Benny joke. This is because none of them have ever seen it in full flood. As the Army Corps of Engineers has often reminded its critics, Los Angeles, sited in an alluvial plain at the foot of a rugged, rapidly eroding mountain range, has the worst flood and debris problems of any major city in the Northern Hemisphere. Before 1940, at least half of the city's flatland area was subject to periodic overflow from the Los Angeles River. 24. Olmsted and Bartholomew emphasized in their report that flood control could be accomplished by different combinations of land use planning and public works. Their preference was to strictly limit private encroachment within the 50-year floodplain. They wanted to conserve broad natural channels in which storm waters could spread, irrigating and fertilizing the riverside landscapes that out of flood season would serve the public as nature preserves, recreational parks, and scenic parkways. 25. The opposing solution was to deepen and armor, that is, pave a narrow width of the river's channel in order to flush storm runoff out of the city as efficiently as possible, and thus allow extensive industrial development within the floodplain. Beneficial to large landowners, this strategy would force the natural river into a concrete straitjacket, destroying the riparian ecology and precluding use of the riverway as a green belt. Not surprisingly, support for this approach was first organized and financed early in the century by Paul Shoup of the Southern Pacific Railroad. 26. Shoup's so-called Flood Control Committee portrayed the river as an apocalyptic threat to the city's humble home builders. It should be remembered, read one of its campaign ads, that prior to 1824, the Los Angeles River, when in flood, flowed southwest through the present location of the city into Santa Monica Bay. If we had another flood like that of 1889, and a steel bridge fell into the river and dammed it, this might happen again, causing a calamity equal to that of Johnstown or Galveston. 27. 1938 flood. The unprecedented loss of 87 lives in the Great Deluge of 1938, which turned 300,000 acres of the San Fernando Valley and Orange County into inland seas, seemed to justify the flood control lobby's morbid predictions. There was broad agreement that the urban riparian interface had to be reconstructed to take account of the huge population explosion of the 1920s. Urbanization, of course, had itself inexorably increased the menace of such floods by reducing the porous surface area available to absorb runoff. But Olmsted and Bartholomew's Greenbelt alternative, with its explicit assertion of communal sovereignty over private interest, was never seriously debated. Nor did anyone seem to pay much attention to the Olmstedian proposition that it was cheaper to keep property away from floodplains through hazard zoning than to keep floods away from property through vast public works. A decisive political factor was the promise that flood control construction would generate thousands of temporary jobs for the unemployed. Fletcher Boron, Los Angeles's new reform mayor, was under tremendous pressure from his trade union allies to expand public works employment in coordination with Washington. As a result, both local New Dealers and the city's traditional Republican elite campaigned for the comprehensive plan that Congress eventually approved as the Flood Control Act of 1941. The Army Corps of Engineers was authorized to reshape the county's natural hydrology into a monolithic system of concrete storm sewers. The Los Angeles River, the defining landscape of the 19th century city, was sacrificed for the sake of emergency work relief, the preservation of industrial land values, and a temporary abatement of the flood problem. In the same period, the city also came perilously close to killing Santa Monica Bay. Since the citrus revolution of the 1880s, most Southern California towns had recycled their sewage to farmers as valuable irrigation water and fertilizer. In 1894, however, Los Angeles, whose population was growing faster than nearby farmers' demand for fertilizer, began discharging its raw sewage into the ocean through an outfall at Hyperion Beach. A primitive screening process was finally introduced in the early 1920s after a storm of protest against the unspeakable beach pollution. But waste treatment was unable to keep up with the population explosion, and with the huge migration of war workers and GIs in the early 1940s, the system broke down entirely. As a result, thousands of swimmers and picnickers contracted bacillary dysentery. In 1943, in order to forestall the more lethal threats of full-fledged typhoid and poliomyelitis epidemics, the State Board of Health declared a gross public health hazard and closed 10 miles of fetid beaches. 28. Paving the Los Angeles River. Indeed, a decade after Olmsted and Bartholomew's report, the Parks and Recreation crisis had become a comprehensive environmental crisis. With biblical implacability, floods and sewage spills in the bay were accompanied by massive beach erosion from improper groining and breakwater construction, land subsidence from oil drilling, and saltwater intrusion into the underground water supply. The first smog attack in 1943, an eerie darkness at noon over the Los Angeles basin, caused almost as much consternation as had Pearl Harbor. 29. 3. Battle of the Valley. It's a dream. This charming, gleaming white home tucked way among the flowers. Patio, view, snooty den. Located on Florida Avenue, the most secluded street in the San Fernando Valley. You'll love it. Bargain at $4,950. Theodore Pratt, the Valley Boy. At a symposium of the region's leading architects and planners on the eve of the Second World War, Richard Neutra, the architectural representative on the new state planning board, denounced the reckless disfigurement of Los Angeles's hillsides, the dispiriting uniformity of most of its subdivisions, and, above all, the corrosive impact of extreme privatism. Beautiful and broad views from individual dwellings, he argued, can hardly atone for the lack of a comprehensive and convincingly landscaped neighborhood design and for lost communal opportunities. Large-scale government housing projects rather than private developments, Neutra argued, offered the best opportunity for integrated community design. 30. Neutra's derision of private homes in the hills rings odd today, since it is for precisely such projects that he and other first-generation Los Angeles design modernists are most remembered. Yet, in the war years, domestic architecture scarcely made an appearance in the Los Angeles-based Arts and Architecture magazine. The war mobilized an unprecedented coalition of architects, planners, and New Deal reformers committed to a common vision of regional planning, slum clearance, social housing, and environmental conservation. In a score of federal housing projects, as well as in several exemplary private subdivisions, Southern California's leading modernists attempted to define an alternative urbanism based on medium-density groupings of bungalows and garden apartments around dramatic common spaces. If Neutra's Channel Heights project, built to house shipyard workers in the Los Angeles harbor area, is justifiably recalled by architectural historians as the finest single design of the period, then Baldwin Hills Village has been the most successful enduring community. Completed in 1942 after a long struggle to obtain federal financing, the village consists of 630 row houses and apartments, in 5 styles, arranged in a continuous S-plan around garden courts opening onto 3 large greens connected by tree-shaded malls. Uniquely for Los Angeles, automobile traffic is confined to the project's periphery, while the center is an oasis of pedestrian calm. At every level of organization, the village's design sustains a superb dialectic between private and communal space. After more than a half-century integrated and ungated, it remains one of Los Angeles's most vibrant neighborhoods. In its original context, moreover, the village was envisaged as a prototype democratic community, an alternative urban building block to the automobile-dominated private subdivision. One of the most influential contemporary advocates of this new urbanism was Robert Alexander, a member of the architectural team that created the village and a future partner of Richard Neutra. Appointed to the Los Angeles City Planning Commission at the end of the war, Alexander boldly attempted to use agricultural greenbelts much in the spirit of Olmsted and Bartholomew to force post-war suburbanization along a new design path, based on the common-centered, pedestrian-scaled examples of Baldwin Hills Village and Channel Heights. Alexander foresaw that the voracious post-war demand for housing, if left to the speculative marketplace, would simply repeat the 1920s boom on a larger and more destructive scale. The remaining agricultural areas of coastal Southern California, especially the San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys, would immediately become enormous real estate casinos where speculators and builders would lay their bets on farmland and wait for population growth to pay off. In the San Fernando Valley, in particular, rural and urban land uses were already precariously balanced. As one writer described it in 1946, modest cottages and estates of the master bedroom swimming pool class were often side by side. There were walnut groves, and peach, and apricot and persimmon. There were fancy chicken and rabbit ranches and fancier establishments of cowboy movie stars. A few genuine old farmhouses peered apologetically, with unpainted faces, out from beneath great white oaks. Vacant fields were covered with a chiffon of yellow-green polka-dot wild mustard. Gaily colored pennants waved briskly in a fresh breeze in front of real estate offices. On the outdoor signboard of one office was the assurance, "Horses okay here 31." Such areas, Alexander feared, would be transformed overnight into a monotonous mosaic of tract houses and vacant lots. The orchards and truck farms that formed the historical matrix for already existing suburban garden cities would be uprooted and new development would coalesce into a shapeless amoebic mass. Baldwin Hills Village Green. Alexander and City Planning Director Charles Bennett recognized that the San Fernando Valley, under tremendous pressure from real estate speculators, would be the first and most decisive battlefield. Accordingly, they proposed a zoning strategy that opened the valley to hundreds of thousands of house-hungry ex-GIs and aircraft workers but concentrated new development at medium density levels around 16 existing suburban nodes permanently separated by 83 square miles of citrus and farm green belts. 32. Alexander's implicit vision was of a virtuous circle in which the protection of open space through strict zoning simultaneously preserved landscape integrity, promoted clustered housing, reduced the costs of school and utility provision, and ensured sufficient population densities to sustain rapid transit systems, including the famous interurban red cars. This new urban fabric would, he believed, be especially conducive to strong neighborhood identity and to increased democratic participation, key values in the New Deal paradigm of planning. 33. At the end of the war, Greenbelt zoning for the valley was actually passed into law by the City Council, but it lacked the broad political support to survive the relentless counterattack of developers and landowners. As Alexander explained in an unpublished memoir, something more sacred than quality of life was at stake. With a vast pent-up demand and a sure market, it would have been quite profitable for developers to buy undeveloped lots in any of the existing town centers. They could even acquire adjacent unsubdivided land, but nothing would satisfy their greed. Instead, they obtained options for practically nothing to buy the cheapest land zoned for agricultural use and applied for changes in. Sometimes accompanied by a veteran wearing an American Legion hat, they found willing cooperators in the planning director and 4 of the commissioners who needed no urging to respond to the hysteria of the housing shortage. They gained untold riches as they converted green belts to densely packed urban town lots. 34. As politically naive planners were shocked to discover, other units of government became active accomplices in the destruction of Los Angeles's agricultural periphery. The county tax assessor, for example, increased the pressure on farmers to sell out by reappraising their land as prime residential real estate, a self-fulfilling prophecy which spread like wildfire. 35 The Federal Housing Administration, already notorious among African Americans for its endorsement of racially restrictive covenants and white-only suburbs, refused to lift a finger to preserve natural landscapes or to discourage leapfrog development. Alexander's virtuous circle was inexorably transformed into a vicious circle, the total loss of horticultural landscape, excessive accumulation of vacant lots, expensive utilities and schools, a dramatic imbalance of homes and jobs, minimal community cohesion, and low-density populations transportable only by private cars. By the early 1960s, instead of a balanced self-sufficient constellation of communities bordered by green belts, the valley had become a paved-over undifferentiated slurb of nearly 1 million people. 36. 4. Greening the urban desert. The traditional view toward private ownership of property that permits the temporary owner a proprietary interest has been outmoded by new knowledge of man's relationship to nature and to the community. This knowledge demands a new attitude toward ownership of land, substituting the concept of trusteeship for exploitation. EDAW, the Urban Metropolitan Open Space Study. In 1958, sociologist William White, author of the organization Man, had a disturbing vision as he was leaving Southern California. Flying from Los Angeles to San Bernardino, an unnerving lesson in man's infinite capacity to mess up his environment, the traveler can see a legion of bulldozers gnawing into the last remaining tract of green between the two cities, and from San Bernardino another legion of bulldozers gnawing westward. When he reached New York, he wrote an article for Fortune magazine, describing the insidious new growth form that he called urban sprawl. 37. After the debacle in the San Fernando Valley, there was negligible political or bureaucratic opposition to the obliteration of the rest of Southern California's picture postcard landscapes. Although Los Angeles County paid homage in its 1941 master plan to the major importance of protecting choice agricultural land from subdivision, its actual land use policies continued to encourage sprawl. In a 1956 report, for example, the Regional Planning Commission confirmed that all the remaining citrus orchards in the eastern San Gabriel Valley would soon be bulldozed and subdivided. The Commission's only concern was that this transition to urban uses should be encouraged to take place in an orderly manner to minimize the dead period between land clearance and home construction. 38 But the speculative home building frontier of the 1950s produced the same glut of subdivision relative to demand ghost towns in reverse that so shocked Olmsted and Bartholomew during the 1920s. Sprawl devours the garden. East San Gabriel Valley, changes in land use inventory, 1940 to 60. For a decade, meanwhile, at least 1,000 citrus trees were bulldozed and burned every week. Between 1939 and 1970, agricultural acreage in Los Angeles County south of the San Gabriel Mountains fell from 300,000 to less than 10,000 acres. One of the nation's most emblematic landscapes, the visual magnet that had attracted hundreds of thousands of immigrants to Southern California, was systematically eradicated. 39. Hillside and canyon environments fared little better. Both Olmsted and Neutra had denounced the privatization of hillside vistas, and Olmsted had urged public ownership of key tracts in the Santa Monica Mountains. A 1945 County Citizens Committee, after reminding political leaders that the quality of recreational landscape was the goose that lays our golden eggs, proposed extensive open space conservation in the Palos Verdes, Baldwin, Montebello, Puente, San Rafael, and Verdugo Hills. But the post-war demand for view lots was virtually unquenchable. Within Los Angeles County as a whole, more than 60,000 house sites were carved out of the mountains and foothills during the 1950s and early 1960s. 40. The automobile also devoured exorbitant quantities of prime land. By 1970, more than one-third of the surface area of the Los Angeles region was dedicated to the car. Freeways, streets, parking lots, and driveways. 41 What generations of tourists and migrants had once admired as a real-life Garden of Eden was now buried under an estimated 3 billion tons of concrete. 42. Southern California sprawl eventually became a national scandal. Thanks to the crusading efforts of White, Federal responsibility for the exploding metropolis was subjected to unprecedented scrutiny and debate. Despite fierce opposition from the National Association of Home Builders, the Kennedy administration officially acknowledged the social costs of sprawl and introduced legislation in 1961 to support the conservation of urban open space. In California, the state legislature was prodded by the Sierra Club and California Tomorrow into authorizing a major study of the state's open space crisis. The eminent San Francisco firm of Ecbo, Dean, Austin, and Williams, which dominated environmental planning in California during the 1960s and 1970s, was hired to consult. Although Edward A. Williams wrote the final report for the State Office of Planning in 1965, the overarching influence of the firm's most prominent partner, Garrett Ecbo, in this and subsequent studies was evident. Ecbo is justly regarded as a pioneer of modernism in American landscape architecture. A green Californian from the frontier, he arrived at Harvard in the late 1930s just as Bauhaus leader in exile Walter Gropius was launching a mini-revolution in its architecture department. But European modernism was only one of many influences in the evolution of Ecbo's unique personal philosophy. In equal measures he was to become a regionalist, ecologist, and radical social democrat who conspired to turn the aristocratic inheritance of landscape design on its head. Since his early days with the Farm Security Administration, designing yards and gardens for farm worker housing, Ecbo had been preoccupied with the contradiction between social relations and individual land use, between the interests of ordinary citizens and those of free enterprise elements who see no values beyond their own private profit. 43. In Landscape for Living, his post-war manifesto for a new philosophy of environmental design, Ecbo decried the sordid chaos of general commercial speculation and argued that it was no more than democratic Americanism to say that such forces can be analyzed, exposed, and placed under proper public control. Rejecting the reservation of the lushest areas for the rich, he advocated a truly democratic organization of the landscape that would replace the sterile formality of authority with the tremendous tree symphony of the future. Indeed, as authentic democracy began to achieve cultural expression in the landscape, the present scale of landscape values will tend to reverse itself. Instead of moving from the ugly city toward the peak of wilderness beauty, it will be possible to move from the wilderness through constantly more magnificent and orderly rural refinements of the face of the earth, to urban communities composed of structures, paving, grass, shrubs, and trees, which are rich, sparkling, crystalline nuclei in the web of spatial relations that surrounds the earth. Peak expressions of the reintegration of man and nature. 44. The Urban Metropolitan Open Space Study that Ecbo and his partners submitted to Governor Pat Brown in 1965 as the keystone of a proposed state development plan resonated with the bold values and motifs of Landscape for Living. Indeed, some Sacramento bureaucrats must have found little to choose between EDAW's theses and those of contemporary radicals in Berkeley's Sproul Plaza. The study warned that all of California's remaining Mediterranean valleys and foothills, including the exquisite Santa Barbara, Ventura Coast, as well as the famed vineyards of Sonoma and Napa counties, were threatened with the same fate as Los Angeles's Citrus Belt. It condemned county governments for their weak, timid, and unimaginative use of zoning powers and denounced a tax system that rewarded land speculators and punished farmers. It also stressed how landscape-destroying sprawl at the urban edge devoured the bulk of regional tax resources and accelerated neighborhood decay in the center. 45. A clear-cut crisis situation, the authors found, exists in the Southern California urban metropolitan area. Once again, suburbanization had entirely outpaced the production of new public space. By the most minimal standards of per capita provision of recreation space, Los Angeles County was facing a 100,000-acre shortfall of regional parks, while at the municipal level the discrepancy was frequently much worse. Indeed, the open space situation throughout the Los Angeles basin, 1,500 square miles of low-grade, monotonous suburban construction, was so hopeless that the study focused instead on stopping sprawl at its periphery. 46. In 1965, significant farm and foothill belts still defended Ventura, Oxnard, San Bernardino, Riverside, and San Diego from engulfment by Greater Los Angeles. Although local environmentalists had targeted the Santa Monica Mountains as the most important conservation area, the study focused instead on the Puente Hills and Chino Plain, which separated the San Gabriel Valley from suburbanizing San Bernardino and Orange counties. As the center of the greatest population pressure within the region, they should become the most highly prized and zealously protected open space resource. 47. The second regional priority was from Conejo to Hidden Hills, between Los Angeles and Ventura, an area of beautiful rolling hills and valleys, peculiarly vulnerable to destruction by careless and indifferent development, yet peculiarly pregnant with possibilities for rich and imaginative design. Other environmental battlegrounds were the undeveloped parts of the Oxnard Plain, the El Senor-Temecula corridor in southwest Riverside County, and the coastal mesas and valleys between San Diego and Vista Point. 48. The study also briefly surveyed the dismal trajectory of urban overspill into the Mojave and Colorado River deserts. The entire desert seems to be subdivided and covered with a gridiron of graded streets. Such development destroys the desert as landscape and as open space, replacing with nothing but the empty wasteland of ex-urbanism. Moreover, the elaboration of community design suitable to the desert environment appeared to be simply beyond the capability of planning processes. 49. In 1966, ECBO was asked by Cry California magazine to comment on the issue that the study had deliberately sidestepped: how to expand open space resources within the congested and overdeveloped Los Angeles basin. After observing that no comparable urban region in the nation even remotely approaches the basin's inadequacy, ECBO made a characteristically audacious proposal for greening the urban desert. He suggested that the county redevelop suburbs into parks by relocating 10% of the population into new higher density housing. Estimated cost, $7 to $9 billion. 50. 6 years later, in 1972, EDAW produced another major open space survey, this time an exhaustive study of the Santa Monica mountain coastline for the California legislature. Given the Santa Monica's incalculable recreational and landscape value, EDAW expressed incredulity at the county's projected population of 405,000 for the environmentally sensitive Malibu area. 51. They pointed out that Malibu, apart from major problems with earthquakes, flooding, and landslides, also had a fire history unique in intensity, devastating in effect, and heightened during Santa Ana wind conditions, and echoing Olmsted and Bartholomew. They decried the ease with which developers in high-risk areas shifted the costs of fire and flood protection onto the taxpayers at large. They proposed a stringent permit system to keep new construction at a minimum while the legislature evaluated options for expanding public ownership in the Santa Monicas. 52. The EDAW reports were seminal documents in the renaissance of regional planning and landscape conservation. Californians were suddenly forced to confront the cultural and ecological costs of their post-war wonderland, and from Eureka to San Diego, they were shocked by what they saw. In the San Francisco Bay Area, a unique heritage of Brahmin conservationism provided Nob Hill support for successful efforts to protect wetlands and create a regional conservancy in the foothills. People for Open Space united the followers of John Muir and Lewis Mumford, environmentalists, planners, and philanthropists, in a common defense of San Francisco's great natural beauty, and fashioned the first comprehensive anti-sprawl plan for any American metropolitan area. 53. Southern California's counterpart movements crusade to stop flagrant tract development in the Santa Monica Mountains and other foothill and coastal areas. Unlike Bay Area activists, however, they found little institutional support. The Los Angeles County Regional Planning Commission was theoretically the chief custodian of the regional landscape. Yet commission members, according to critics, had historically functioned as expediters for fringe growth, producing planning documents that were seldom more than blueprints for sprawl. As the League of Women Voters complained, the Commission's efforts to preserve the Santa Monicas amounted to color the vacant land green on its Master Plan. 54. After soliciting environmental development guidelines from a distinguished panel of natural scientists in 1970, the Commission brazenly discarded them in order to double the area of land targeted for urbanization. 55. At stake were the remaining fragments of the green belts identified by Ekbo and Williams in their 1965 study. The Commission proposed to feed hungry developers another million acres of priceless agricultural and foothill landscape, while a coalition of environmental groups argued in a landmark lawsuit that population growth should be accommodated by investment within the existing urban fabric to revive declining neighborhoods and pockets of blight. 56 In 1979, the controversy over open space management suddenly erupted into full-fledged public scandal. A grand jury investigation exposed the inner workings of a regional planning system dominated and corrupted by development interests. As critics had long charged, key planning officials had advised developers in the Santa Monica Mountains and Antelope Valley on how to circumvent public hearings and environmental regulations by illegally partitioning their property among relatives and dummy corporations. An astounding 13,000 individual cases of fraudulent lot division were alleged. Further, when planning staff recommended against environmentally destructive projects in Diamond Bar and Santa Clarita, they had been summarily overruled by the Commission majority. 57. Although public outrage eventually forced the resignation of the Commission's chairman, it was a modest, even a Pyrrhic victory for the environmental movement. The brief light focused on corruption within the Regional Planning Commission was never allowed to illuminate more fundamental conflicts of public and private interests within the Board of Supervisors. Once the Commission reformed its most egregious practices, the steam went out of the largely legalistic battle to stop the fringe development juggernaut. To appease the court, the county was finally forced to officially designate some 62 significant ecological areas, but no legislation was ever enacted to guarantee their preservation. To rub salt in environmentalists' wounds, the majority of appointees to the Commission monitoring the seas have been and continue to be full or part-time consultants to developers. 58. As a result, suburbanization has completely devoured each of the open space buffer zones thought crucial by Ekbo and Williams. While the population of the Los Angeles region grew by 45% from 1970 to 1990, its developed surface area increased by 300%. 59 Small environmental gains, notably by the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, have been parried and checked by relentless subdivision. Unlike in the San Francisco Bay Area, there have been no unqualified victories for open space preservation, just an accumulation of worthless environmental impact reports and toothless development guidelines. In part, this striking difference in outcomes must be attributed to the dissimilar political cultures and power structures in California's two major metropolitan regions. County government in Southern California is so hopelessly captive to the land development industry that sweeping electoral reforms, comparable to California's Progressive Revolution of 1911, are probably the prerequisite for overthrowing the new octopus and transforming land use priorities. Yet 1970s environmentalism in Los Angeles County was also compromised by its own parochialism and historical amnesia. There was little discussion, in the spirit of New Deal modernists like Neutra and Ekbo, of the role of parks and other open areas as the functional skeleton of the community. More often than not, environmental battles were fought piecemeal by local organizations with scant consideration of overall regional strategy and seldom in coalition with other constituencies. The class and racial dimensions of the recreational crisis were pointedly ignored. Ecology, in other words, stopped short of the more subversive but necessary politics of urban design. 5. The last landscape. At Newhall Ranch, nature has been given primary consideration. Advertising brochure. January 1998. Time travel is becoming increasingly difficult. Traffic on California 126 is halted while a convoy of huge bottom dump semis, each filled to the brim with the dark rich soil of the Santa Clara River Valley, lumber onto the asphalt. Farther west, even larger Caterpillar graders are leveling roadbed for the 4-lane widening of Highway 126. A wrathful dust devil whirls in front of the lead grader. 60. Eventually to be widened to 8 lanes, Highway 126, once a bottleneck blocking the urbanization of the Santa Clara River Valley, will become the conduit for rapid and overwhelming growth. Transport planners already foresee its fate in the early 21st century when, Gridlocked from Ventura to Santa Clarita, it will accommodate a staggering 360,000 trips per day. The major cause of this congestion will be Newhall Ranch, a master-planned city of 70,000 which will occupy a 10-mile corridor along the Santa Clara River. The Newhall Land and Farming Company, one of the West's largest developers, will begin building it in the year 2000.61. This project should be a legal impossibility. More than 25,000 housing units are designated for an agriculturally zoned floodplain of a wild river that is one of the most important seas in Los Angeles County and contains several endangered species protected by the state of California. Newhall Land and Farming, however, has the kind of political juice that makes the eyes of politicians pop. A lavish contributor to the campaigns of 3 of the 5 Los Angeles County supervisors, the company is also one of Governor Wilson's most faithful corporate supporters. By promising to preserve an 800-acre beauty strip along the Santa Clara River, and counting a large area of nearby undevelopable mountainside as integral open space, the company purchased enough environmental legitimacy to satisfy its undemanding political allies. By the beginning of 1998, Newhall Ranch had easily cleared most of the principal zoning and regulatory hurdles. 62. The stakes for the company are immense. Over its 30-year development schedule, each completed phase of the ranch will further raise the value of remaining raw land within the 19-square-mile parcel. Similarly, the growth of Newhall Ranch and the addition of more workers and consumers will consolidate the role of adjacent Valencia and earlier Newhall Land and Farming Company community as the industrial, retail, and cultural hub of northern Los Angeles County. The ranch will also become an Archimedean lever inflating land values and ensuring urban development in the nearly 16,000 acres of orange and lemon groves owned by the company west of the Ventura County line. The new urbanism. Opposing the ranch is a small band of ranchers, artists, and environmentalists known as the Friends of the Santa Clara River. They are acutely aware that northern Los Angeles County is evolving into a second Orange County, fueled by white flight from the aging suburbs of the San Fernando Valley. The population of the region, which has tripled since 1980, is expected to reach 1 million sometime around 2010. As the Friends have argued cogently but futilely to the Regional Planning Commission, unrestrained development on this scale will soon destroy the landscape amenities including clean air, beautiful vistas, abundant open spaces, and relatively unjusted highways that have attracted so many thousands to northern Los Angeles County in the first place. Likewise, the continuing exodus from Los Angeles of so many middle-class taxpayers, inevitably followed by businesses and jobs, will only accelerate the decay of older suburban neighborhoods. Taxpayers in these areas subsidize their own decline through gas taxes for new peripheral freeways and higher water rates to amortize the costly California aqueduct that irrigates the new edge cities. Public action mitigates the environmental crisis primarily for the top 10% of the population who benefit from the conversion of wetlands into marinas, and from hidden subsidies for hillside living. For the other 90%, Southern California remains radically unplanned, undesigned, and out of control. Newhall Ranch. The Newhall Land and Farming Company, of course, would vehemently disagree. Newhall Ranch, like the dozens of other master-planned communities that offer prestige lifestyles in the white flight belts of northern Los Angeles, eastern Ventura, western Riverside, southern Orange, and northern San Diego counties, is meticulously planned down to the last cul-de-sac and red-tiled roof. The company claims, moreover, to have designed Newhall Ranch in conformity with the deepest longings of Southern Californians for an idealized hometown America. Using psychographic surveys and focus groups, the company found that 98% of potential home buyers want to live near nature and that vast majorities said they wanted entertainment opportunities, to feel safe, and to avoid the homogeneity of many of today's suburban tracts. 63. Newhall Ranch, the company promises, will be this utopia. Like Disney Corporation's model community of celebration in Florida, it has been planned to the fairytale standards of the new urbanism, with all homes located in traditional villages, a short walking distance away from shops, open areas, and sports facilities. Built as a community by nature, it will supposedly recreate elements of the lifestyle prevalent in Southern California before World War II. 64. The friends of the Santa Clara River are quick to point out the dark irony in the nostalgic trappings of Newhall Ranch. The last authentic landscape of that pre-war way of life, Eden's last garden, will be destroyed in order to build its suburban simulation. The classic tenets of good planning advocated by Olmsted, Alexander, and Ekbo repackaged as new urbanism will become sales points for the next generation of supersprawl. The widening of Highway 126 is then a primal scene, the familiar tremor heralding an eruption of growth that will wipe away human and natural history. Suburbanization is like another one of Southern California's natural disasters, recurrent, inexorable. The big machines shifting dirt along the Santa Clara River today are the direct descendants of the bulldozers that ripped freeway corridors through the San Gabriel Valley and Orange County in the 1950s. The cast is the same, but the play is now in its final act. After the Santa Clara River Valley dies, there is only desert to feed the developers' insatiable hunger. 3. The case for letting Malibu burn. Late August to early October is the infernal season in Los Angeles. Downtown is usually shrouded in acrid yellow smog while heat waves billow down Wilshire Boulevard. Outside air-conditioned skyscrapers, homeless people huddle miserably in every available shadow. A few blocks away, in poorly ventilated garment sweatshops, thousands of operadoras pant for breath in front of their sewing machines. Irritable bosses, their dress shirts stained with sweat, bark endless orders in Spanish, Armenian, Korean, or Cantonese. Across the Harbor Freeway, the overcrowded tenements of the Westlake District, Los Angeles' Spanish Harlem, are intolerable ovens. Suffocating in their tiny rooms, immigrant families flee to the fire escapes, stoops, and sidewalks. Anxious mothers swab their babies' foreheads with water while older children, eyes stinging from the smog, cry for paletas, the flavored cones of shaved ice sold by pushcart vendors. Shirtless young men, some with formidable jail-made biceps and mural-sized tattoos of the Virgin of Guadalupe across their backs, monopolize the shade of tienda awnings. Amid hundreds of acres of molten asphalt and concrete there is scarcely a weed, much less a lawn or tree. 30 miles away, the Malibu coast, where hyperbole meets the surf, basks in altogether different weather. The temperature is 85, and the cobalt blue sky is clear enough to discern the wispish form of Santa Barbara Island, nearly 50 miles offshore. At Zuma, surfers ride the curl under the insouciant gazes of their personal sun goddesses, while at Topanga Beach, horse trainers canter Appaloosas across the wet sand. Elsewhere along the coast, naked screenwriters poach in Point Dume jacuzzis, au pairs trade gossip in French over cappuccinos at Malibu Colony Plaza, and tourists get lost in the hills searching for a view of Streisand's elusive palace. Indifferent to the misery on the mainland, the residents of Malibu suffer through another boringly perfect day. Malibu erupts the view from Santa Monica. Needless to say, the existential differences between the tenement district and the Gilded Coast are enormous at any time. But late summer is the beginning of the wildfire season in Southern California, and that's when Westlake and Malibu suffer a common lot: catastrophic fire. According to recent estimates, Westlake has the highest urban fire incidence in the nation. One of its 2 fire stations was inundated by an incredible 20,000 emergency calls in 1993.1. Some tenements and apartment hotels have continuous fire histories dating back to their construction in the early 20th century. The notorious Hotel St. George, for instance, experienced fatal blazes in 1912, 1952, and 1983. Moreover, almost all of the deadly tenement fires in Los Angeles since 1945 have occurred within a 1-mile radius of the corner of Wilshire and Figueroa, downtown. Fatal tenement fires, 1947 to 93, downtown/Westlake. Malibu, meanwhile, is the wildfire capital of North America and, possibly, the world. Fire here has a relentless staccato rhythm, syncopated by landslides and floods. The rugged 22-mile-long coastline is scourged, on the average, by a large fire every 2.5 years, and the entire surface area of the western Santa Monica Mountains has been burnt 3 times over the century. At least once a decade, a blaze in the chaparral grows into a terrifying firestorm, consuming hundreds of homes in an inexorable advance across the mountains to the sea. Since 1975, such holocausts have destroyed more than 1,000 luxury residences and inflicted more than $1 billion in property damage. Some unhappy homeowners have been burnt out twice in a generation, and there are individual patches of coastline or mountain, especially between Point Dumais and Tuna Canyon, that have been incinerated as many as 8 times since 1930.2. Malibu firestorms, 1930 to 96. In other words, stand at the mouth of Malibu Canyon or sleep in the Hotel St. George for any length of time and you eventually will face the flames. It is a statistical certainty. Ironically, the richest and poorest landscapes in Southern California are comparable in the frequency with which they experience incendiary disaster. This was emphasized tragically in 1993 when a May conflagration at a Westlake tenement that killed 3 mothers and 7 children was followed in late October by 21 wildfires, culminating on November 2 in the Great Firestorm that forced the evacuation of most of Malibu. But the 2 species of conflagration are inverse images of each other. Defended in 1993 by the largest army of firefighters in American history, wealthy Malibu homeowners benefited as well from an extraordinary range of insurance, land use, and disaster relief subsidies. Yet, as most experts will readily concede, periodic firestorms of this magnitude are inevitable as long as residential development is tolerated in the fire ecology of the Santa Monicas. On the other hand, most of the 119 fatalities from tenement fires in the Westlake and downtown areas might have been prevented had slumlords been held to even minimal standards of building safety. If enormous resources have been allocated, quixotically, to fight irresistible forces of nature on the Malibu coast, then scandalously little attention has been paid to the man-made and remediable fire crisis of the inner city. 1. The Fire Coast. Homes, of course, will arise here in the thousands. Many a peak will have its castle. John Russell McCarthy, These Waiting Hills. From the beginning, fire has defined Malibu in the American imagination. In 2 years before the mast, Richard Henry Dana described sailing northward from San Pedro to Santa Barbara in 1826 and seeing a vast blaze along the coast of Jose Tapia's Rancho Topanga, Malibu Sequit. Despite or, as we shall see, more likely because of the Spanish prohibition of the Chumash and Tongva Indian practice of annually burning the brush, mountain infernos repeatedly menaced Malibu through the 19th century. 3 During the great land boom of the late 1880s, the entire latifundio was sold at $10 per acre to the Boston Brahmin millionaire Frederick Ringe. In his memoirs, Ringe described his unceasing battles against squatters, rustlers, and, above all, recurrent wildfire. The Great Fire of 1903, which raced from Calabasas to the sea in a few hours, incinerated Ringe's dream ranch in Malibu Canyon and forced him to move to Los Angeles, where he died in 1905.4. From the time of the Tapias, the owners of Rancho Malibu had recognized that the region's extraordinary fire hazard was shaped, in large part, by the uncanny alignment of its coastal canyons with the annual fire winds from the north, the notorious Santa Anas, which blow primarily between Labor Day and Thanksgiving, just before the first rains. 5 Born from high-pressure areas over the Great Basin and Colorado Plateau, the Santa Anas become hot and dry as they descend avalanche-like into Southern California. The San Fernando Valley acts as a giant bellows, sometimes fanning the Santa Anas to hurricane velocity as they roar seaward through the narrow canyons and rugged defile of the Santa Monica Mountains. Add a spark to the dense, dry vegetation on such an occasion and the hillsides will explode in uncontrollable wildfire. The speed and heat of the fire is so intense that firefighters can only attempt to prevent lateral spread of the fire while waiting for the winds to abate or the fuel to diminish. 6. Less well understood in the old days was the essential dependence of the dominant vegetation of the Santa Monica's chamise chaparral, coastal sage scrub, and live oak woodland upon this cycle of wildfire. Decades of research have given late 20th century science vivid insights into the complex and ultimately beneficial role of fire in recycling nutrients and ensuring seed germination in Southern California's various pyrophytic flora. 7 Research has also established the overwhelming importance of biomass accumulation rather than ignition frequency in regulating fire destructiveness. As Richard Minnick, the World Authority on Chaparral Brush Fire, emphasizes, fuel, not ignitions, causes fire. You can send an arsonist to Death Valley and he'll never be arrested. 8. The Range's Shangri-La in the 1920s. A key revelation was the nonlinear relationship between the age structure of vegetation and the intensity of fire. Botanists and fire geographers discovered that the probability for an intense fast-running fire increases dramatically as the fuels exceed 20 years of age. Indeed, half-century-old chaparral heavily laden with dead mass is calculated to burn with 50 times more intensity than 20-year-old chaparral. Put another way, an acre of old chaparral is the fuel equivalent of about 75 barrels of crude oil. Expanding these calculations even further, a great Malibu firestorm could generate the heat of 3 million barrels of burning oil at a temperature of 2,000 degrees. 9. Total fire suppression, the official policy in the Southern California mountains since 1919, has been a tragic error because it creates enormous stockpiles of fuel. 10 The extreme fires that eventually occur can transform the chemical structure of the soil itself. The volatilization of certain plant chemicals creates a water-repellent layer in the upper soil, and this layer, by preventing percolation, dramatically accelerates subsequent sheet flooding and erosion. A monomaniacal obsession with managing ignition rather than chaparral accumulation simply makes doomsday-like firestorms and the great floods that follow them virtually inevitable. The Fire Coast. For a generation after Range's death, his widow, May, struggled to keep the family Shangri-La isolated and intact in the face of state attempts to push a highway through the rancho. Like one of the iron-fisted heroines played by Barbara Stanwyck, the so-called Queen of the Malibu closed the ranch roads in 1917, strung barbed wire along the perimeter, and posted armed fence riders with orders to shoot to kill. In one episode during the 1920s, Range cowboys provoked a tense confrontation with deputy sheriffs after driving away a road survey crew at gunpoint. Hysterical newspaper headlines warned of civil war in peaceful Southern California. 12. But the pressure during the 1920s boom to open the coastal range to speculative subdivision was unrelenting. In the hyperbole of the era, occupation of the mountains became Los Angeles's manifest destiny. The day for the white invasion of the Santa Monicas has come, declared real estate clairvoyant John Russell McCarthy in a booklet published by the Los Angeles Times in 1925.13. In anticipation of this land rush, the county sheriff had been arresting every vagrant in sight and putting them to work on chain gangs building roads through the rugged canyons just south of Rancho Malibu. 14. Widow Range, in any event, would not be allowed to stand in the way of the march of adventuring Caucasians, as McCarthy put it. After one of the most protracted legal battles in California history, the court granted the state right-of-way through Rancho Malibu. Opened to traffic in 1928, the Pacific Coast Highway gave delighted Angelenos their first view of the magnificent Malibu coast and introduced a potent new source of ignition, the automobile, into the inflammable landscape. Conquering the Santa Monicas. The indefatigable May Range continued to fight the road builders and developers in the courts, but in the end the costs of litigation forced her to lease choice parts of Malibu beachfront to a movie colony that included Jack Warner, Clara Bow, Dolores Del Rio, and Barbara Stanwyck herself. The colony's unexpected housewarming was a lightning-swift wildfire that destroyed 13 new homes in late October 1929.15. Exactly a year later, walnut pickers in the Thousand Oaks area accidentally ignited another blaze, which quickly grew into one of the greatest conflagrations in Malibu history. The 1930 Decker Canyon fire was a worst-case scenario involving 50-year-old chaparral and a fierce Santa Ana. Faced with a 5-mile front of towering flames, 1,100 firefighters could do little except save their own lives. As the firestorm unexpectedly wheeled toward the Pacific Palisades, there was official panic. County Supervisor Wright, his nerves shaken by a visit to the collapsing fire lines, posted 100 patrolmen at the Los Angeles city limits to alert residents for evacuation. Should the fire raging in the Malibu district get closer, he gasped, our whole city might go 16. Ultimately, this apocalypse was avoided no thanks to human initiative when the fickle Santa Ana abruptly subsided. In hindsight, the 1930 fire should have provoked a historic debate on the wisdom of opening Malibu to further development. Only a few months before the disaster, Frederick Law Olmsted, Jr., the nation's foremost landscape architect and designer of the California State Park system, had come out in favor of public ownership of at least 10,000 acres of the most scenic beach and mountain areas between Topanga and Point Dume. 17 Despite a further series of fires in 1935, 1936, and 1938 which destroyed almost 400 homes in Malibu and Topanga Canyon, public officials stubbornly disregarded the wisdom of Olmsted's proposal for a great public domain in the Santa Monica's. 18 The county of Los Angeles, for example, squandered an extraordinary opportunity in 1938 to acquire 17,000 acres of the bankrupt Ringe estate in exchange for $1.1 million in delinquent taxes. At a mere $64 per acre, it would have been the deal of the century. 19. Instead, in December 1940, an impecunious and heartbroken May Ringe was forced to put her entire empire on the auction block. Potential buyers were advised to make an early selection of oceanfront lots, sites for villas, hotels, golf clubs, estates, beach and yacht clubs, income and business lots, small summer home places, ranchitos, 100, 640-acre ranchos, and acreage for further subdivision. 20 The disconsolate Queen of the Malibu died 2 months later. During the Second World War severe drought years on the West Coast, hundreds of fire watchers were sent into the Southern California mountains to guard against rumored Axis saboteurs. A few months after the watchers were withdrawn, 150 Malibu homes were incinerated in another November fire. Yet this new disaster failed to discourage a post-war migration of artists, printers, book dealers, poets, screenwriters, and architects, many of very modest means, some seeking to escape the scrutiny of McCarthyism, who envisaged Malibu as Carmel South. In an engaging memoir of this period, UCLA librarian Lawrence Clark Powell described a genial way of life devoted to Mozart and beachcombing. The 1938 Topanga Fire. He also provided a classic account of the onslaught of the terrible firestorm of Christmas week 1956, which, burning its way to the sea, retraced the path of the 1930 blaze. 21. The wind was still savage when we went to bed at 10, the sky swept clear, aglitter with stars, Anacapa flashed its warning light. The cypresses, pines and eucalyptuses were noisier than the surf. Cats fur threw sparks when stroked. We slept in spite of the sinister atmosphere. I woke abruptly at 4 to see a fierce glow in the sky. God, the whole face of the mountain was burning, in a long line just below the summit, and moving toward us on the wind. Fear dried my mouth. I knew doom when I saw it. 22. A Forest Service analysis of this disaster, which killed 1 person and destroyed 100 homes, stressed the impossible challenge of combating such erratic and untamable natural forces. Malibu fires combine most known elements of violent, erratic, and extreme fire behavior: fire whirls, extreme rates of spread, sudden changes in speed and direction of fire spread, flashovers of unburned gases complicated by intense heat and impenetrable smoke held close to the ground. 23. Indeed, the conflagration, which coincided with a waxing of Cold War anxieties, had unexpected political repercussions. If the government could not defeat wildfires in the Santa Monicas, critics asked, how would it deal with possible nuclear holocausts? Accordingly, the Eisenhower administration acknowledged the Malibu blaze as the first major fire disaster of national scope, and Congress, more concerned with the credibility of a vast civil defense establishment than with the tragedy of local homeowners, debated how to provide complete fire prevention and protection in Southern California. 24-25. According to fire historian Stephen Pine, the Malibu blaze also marked the transition from the traditional forest fire problem to a new fire regime characterized by the lethal mixture of homeowners and brush. This artificial borderland of chaparral and suburb magnified the natural fire danger while creating new perils for firefighters who now had to defend thousands of individual structures as well as battle the fire front itself. Whereas it was often remarked that chaparral, particularly that composed largely of chamise, is a fire climax community, it is now joked that the same is true of the Southern California mountain suburb 26. 1956, a national turning point. Ultimately the 1956 fire followed by two blazes, 1 month apart, in 1958-59 that severely burned 8 firefighters and destroyed another 100 homes. 27 proved the beginning of the end for Bohemian Malibu. A perverse law of the new fire regime was that fire now stimulated both development and upward social succession. By declaring Malibu a federal disaster area and offering blaze victims tax relief as well as preferential low-interest loans, the Eisenhower administration established a precedent for the public subsidization of fire belt suburbs. Each new conflagration would be punctually followed by reconstruction on a larger and even more exclusive scale as land use regulations and sometimes even the fire code were relaxed to accommodate fire victims. As a result, renters and modest homeowners were displaced from areas like Broad Beach, Paradise Cove, and Point Dume by wealthy pyrophiles encouraged by artificially cheap fire insurance, socialized disaster relief, and an expansive public commitment to defend Malibu. In the absence of fire risk zoning of the sort that Olmsted had earlier advocated, the only constraint on development was the limited supply of water for firefighting and domestic consumption. The completion of a trunk water line, connecting Malibu to Metropolitan Water District reservoirs, was the signal for a new land rush. The county's Regional Planning Commission promptly endorsed developers' wildest fantasies by authorizing a staggering 1,400% expansion of the Malibu population over the next generation, from 7,983 residents in 1960 to a projected 117,000 in 1980.29. Although the California Coastal Acts of 1972 and 1976, under the populist slogan "Don't lock up the beach," eventually slowed this real estate juggernaut, the urbanization of the Malibu coast. Los Angeles's backyard Big Sur was a fait accompli. 30. Yet, even as they were opening the floodgates to destructive overdevelopment, county and state officials were also turning down every opportunity to expand public beach frontage. Nor did they show any interest in creating a public land trust in the mountains, which were now entirely under private ownership, right down to the stream beds. 31 Consequently, most of Malibu remained as inaccessible to the general public as it had been in the Ringe era. As historians of the coastal access battle put it, the 7 million people within an hour's drive of Malibu got Beach Boys music and surfer movies, but the 20,000 residents kept the beach. 33. Returning for a final look, UCLA librarian Powell bitterly decried the aristocratization of his beloved coast. In a feverish buying and selling of land, the coast has become utterly transformed and unrecognizable. Each succeeding house, bigger and grander, takes the view of its neighbors in a kind of unbridled competition. Once lost, paradise can never be regained. Developers have bulldozed the Santa Monicas beyond recovery. 34. The Malibu nouveau riches build higher and higher in the mountain chamise with scant regard for the inevitable fiery consequences. The next firestorm, in late September 1970, coupled perfect fire weather with a bumper crop of combustible wood frame houses. According to firefighters, the popular cedar shake roofs popped like popcorn as a 20-mile wall of flames roared across the ridgeline of the Santa Monicas toward the sea. With the asphalt on the Pacific Coast Highway ablaze and all escape routes cut off, terrified residents of the famed Malibu colony took refuge in the nearby lagoon. Firebrands fell like hellish rain on the beach, and day became night under the gigantic smoke pall. Coalescing with another blaze in the San Fernando Valley, this greatest of 20th-century Malibu firestorms ultimately took 10 lives and charred 403 homes, including a ranch owned by then-Governor Ronald Reagan. 35. Furious property owners ignorant of the true balance of power between fire suppression and chaparral ecology denounced local government for failing to save their homes and demanded new, expensive technological fixes for Malibu's wildfire problems. Elected officials, acutely sensitive to Malibu's national prominence in political fundraising, were quick to oblige. A celebrated example occurred in the late 1970s when the Malibu colony was being pounded by the heaviest surf in a quarter century. Larry Hagman, Dallas's J.R. Ewing, is reported to have told Jerry Brown, the governor of California, "Jerry, do something. God damn it, we're in real trouble. Get your ass down here." In short order, Malibu was declared a disaster area and National Guardsmen were helping sandbag Hagman's and sometimes Brown date Linda Ronstadt's homes. 37. Meanwhile, developers racing to stay ahead of proposed slow-growth coastal legislation redoubled their subdivision efforts. The subsequent boom only provided more fuel for the 3 successive Halloween fires that consumed homes in October 1978, 1982, and 1985. The first 2 blazes both began in Agora and roughly followed the route of the 1956 fire through Troncos Canyon, while the third repeated the itinerary of the 1930 Decker Canyon conflagration. The 1978 fire, which consumed million-dollar homes in the Broad Beach area, also set a new speed record. The fire crossed 13 miles of very rugged terrain in less than 2 hours. One eyewitness described how the rampaging fire front turned thousands of wild rabbits into balls of flaming fur that darted insanely about, only to start new fires at the spots where they fell. The surviving beasts, domestic pets and wild animals alike, mingled in chaos with human evacuees along the beach at Point Dume while oblivious surfers rode the waves. 38 traumatized Malibu residents, also battered by disastrous floods and landslides in 1978 and 1980, could be forgiven for imagining that nature was getting angrier at them. Balls of flaming fur. To the burned-over district. Furnaces with chimneys. You couldn't build better boxes to fry people in if you tried. A Los Angeles firefighter. On March 25, 1952, spectators outside 115 East 3rd Street were mesmerized by the desperate figure hanging from the third-story windowsill of the burning Skid Row tenement. They shouted to him to hang on. He clung there for several minutes before his grip loosened, and he fell, screaming, to his death in the paved alleyway below 39. Meanwhile, every available ambulance in the city was rushing toward the building. Scores of injured tenants, some with third-degree burns and multiple fractures, sprawled piteously on the sidewalks while Skid Row missionaries prayed over them and grim-faced firefighters scaled ladders onto the blazing roof. They would eventually recover 6 more bodies from the Hotel St. George. And, for a few days, debate over such avoidable but chronic fire tragedies would chase Korean War news out of the headlines of Los Angeles's 4 daily papers. 40. Like wildfires in Malibu, Los Angeles's tenement holocausts have been astonishingly faithful to a fundamental fire ecology. Consider, for example, the infamous and amazingly still extant Hotel St. George. It hardly ever seemed to stop burning. Scores of fire alarms over the decades were climaxed by fatal blazes in 1912, 1952, and 1983. Moreover, 10 of the 11 fatal tenement fires that followed the 1952 disaster broke out in structures of strikingly similar configuration, and all 11 occurred within the same 3-square-mile fire zone overlapping downtown and Westlake. Threatening to jump. The brief if brutal debate over responsibility for the 1952 fire, which pitted Councilman Davenport, chairman of the Police and Fire Committee, against Fire Chief Alderson, exposed widespread official culpability. On the one hand, Chief Alderson pointed to the City Council's repeated failure to enact new fire safety regulations recommended by his department 3 years earlier. On the other hand, Councilman Davenport excoriated the chief for failing to enforce existing regulations. At the time of the fire, the Hotel St. George was in blatant violation of almost every section of the fire code: bolted nailed door at bottom of rear stairs, unusable drop ladder, rotten standpipe fire hoses, landings of stairways blocked with furniture storage. The list was endless. Raising the specter of corruption in the fire department, Davenport acidly told the press. It looks to me that there is evidence here of dereliction on the part of the fire inspectors. It might even develop that the whole building should have been closed. For some reason which I won't even guess at, lets these old buildings get away with murder. 41. This vicious circle of inadequate regulation and negligent enforcement was compounded by the lethal design of the most common tenements. Built of cheap brick and soft mortar, without steel reinforcement, these structures had been promoted as a safety innovation in the wake of the Great San Francisco earthquake and conflagration of 1906, the modern, fireproof answer to the old-fashioned combustible wooden building. Brick construction in Los Angeles received additional impetus in 1924 after 24 children were burned to death in an ancient wooden home for mentally deficient girls in Delray, and another 35 died in a blaze at a claptrap Venice hotel. 42. Originally designed mainly as 2 to 6 story economy hotels for often elderly tourists, who arrived at a rate of 1,000 per day each winter season, these brick structures were built by speculators who sold them to middle-class investors, especially doctors and dentists, as rent mines. The typical plan featured large, open stairwells, steam heat, shared hallways, common lavatories, high ceilings, and fold-down Murphy beds. In 1980 there were still 1,079 of these hotel and apartment tenements comprising 46,000 units and housing 137,000 residents in Los Angeles, primarily in downtown and the Westlake and Wilshire districts. 44. The deadly propensities of these unreinforced masonry buildings were revealed during the March 1933 Long Beach earthquake, when hundreds of them collapsed, crushing more than 120 people to death and injuring thousands more. New brick construction without steel reinforcement was quickly outlawed, although almost a half-century passed before seismic retrofitting was required for the thousands of pre-1933 unreinforced structures that remained. In the meantime, as auto courts and motels began to co-opt the tourist trade, the economy hotels quickly metamorphosed into squalid tenements for the Depression's lost souls. Fire officials soon recognized that these structures were as much damned by fire as by earthquake. Their most diabolical feature was the ubiquitous open stairwell that in a blaze invariably acted as a huge flue spreading fire through the upper stories. A similar stairwell-as chimney design, also advertised as fireproof, had been responsible for the terrible Weinkauf Hotel Holocaust in Atlanta, which killed 120 in December 1946, still the worst hotel fire in American history. 45. Although open stairwells were barred from all new construction by a 1947 ordinance, the city council, yielding to the same slumlord lobby that delayed reparations for seismic safety, refused to make the standard retroactive. 46. The controversy surrounding the St. George tragedy, while dramatizing the stairwell as flue danger, failed to shift the council majority on this matter. In the same period, Los Angeles's public housing coalition of trade unions, civil rights groups, and liberal churches, which had been crusading since the late 1930s to demolish downtown fire traps and rehouse the poor, suffered a crushing electoral defeat. California voters, inflamed by the Los Angeles Times's and Oakland Tribune's statewide campaign against socialist housing, passed a constitutional amendment in November 1952 requiring 2/3 majority local approval for public housing construction. As a result, not a single unit of new public housing has been built anywhere in Los Angeles County since 1953. 47. The burned-over district. For nearly a generation, politicians were able to forget about the tenement fire problem. Although serious blazes, often with casualties, were reported virtually every month in Skid Row or the Westlake district, there were no headline-grabbing tragedies. Then, on October 12, 1969, a ground-floor fire broke out in a 1920s wood and masonry structure on Rampart Boulevard, just west of MacArthur Park. Following the deadly pattern of the Hotel St. George fire, superheated gases literally exploded up an open stairwell. With the front fire escape cut off by flames, dozens of tenants had no choice but to jump from the upper stories. The 8 dead included a pregnant woman killed in a leap from a third-floor window. 11 months later, a virtually identical fire broke out in the lobby of the Ponet Square, a 4-story downtown apartment hotel built in 1910. According to an incident analysis later released by investigators, flames from a deliberately set fire raced up the flue-like stairwell at a velocity of 5 feet per second. At each landing, fire backdrafted down the hallways. Fire escapes at the ends of those hallways were engulfed in flames before residents could reach them. Within a few minutes, the temperature in the stairwell and hallways reached the same extreme heat as a mountain firestorm, about 2,000 degrees. Dozens of residents, meanwhile, were trapped inside their rooms with the temperature rapidly climbing to 400 degrees. Again, the only choice was to jump or be baked to death. I could hear bodies hitting the ground all around me, said Fire Captain James Williams. Demolition crews worked for a week to recover the bodies of the last of 19 victims. 48. I could hear bodies hitting the ground. The back-to-back Rampart and Ponet Square disasters finally forced the council to require the retrofitting of pre-1947 tenements. Owners were given the options of installing sprinkler systems, enclosing stairwells with fireproof doors, or simply demolishing their buildings. With sharp teeth, the Ponet Square ordinance might have made a serious difference. But the council, ever solicitous of property owners, gave them a 4-year grace period to make improvements and exempted all 2-story structures, loopholes which condemned scores more to death by fire. 3 years later, only 6% of owners cited had bothered to bring their buildings into compliance with the law. On the evening of November 15, 1973, a fire started in a lobby sofa near an open stairwell in the ancient, unretrofitted Stratford Hotel near MacArthur Park. It proved an uncanny repeat of the previous conflagrations. Although firefighters reached the building within 5 minutes of the alarm, 25 tenants were already dead. It had taken no time at all for the blast furnace heat to burn through their thin apartment doors. In one room, 5 dead children were found huddled around the body of their mother. 49. Over the next decade, one fire tragedy after another exposed the defects of the Ponet Square ordinance. A few days before Christmas in 1976, for example, 10 Central American and Mexican immigrants were killed when another open stairwell fire destroyed a 2-story tenement in the Westlake district. A firefighter who had been at the scene wrote a letter to the Los Angeles Times complaining that vested interests had blocked the extension of the stairwell ordinance to hundreds of dangerous 2-story structures. It's the old story, cost versus safety. 50. His point was grimly reinforced by more fatal tenement fires in 1979 and 1981.51. Meanwhile, in the 1970s, the elderly white population in the downtown and Westlake fire traps was largely replaced by poor immigrant families recién llegados from Mexico, El Salvador, and Guatemala. Poverty and overcrowding ensured that fires would claim even higher body counts. Responding to the 1976 Whitmer blaze, for example, firefighters were amazed to discover 75 adults and children crammed into 9 single-room units on one floor, with a single shared kitchen and toilet. 52. The new immigration also transformed the economics of slumlordism. As no affordable new residences were being constructed, the owners of older tenements found themselves with a monopoly on bottom-end housing. As a result, the percentage of total income that the poorest families paid for rent soared from 37% in 1977 to 60% by 1987. Rents, profits, and overcrowding increased in lockstep, while standards of maintenance and building safety deteriorated rapidly from their already scandalous levels. Savage budget cuts, meanwhile, in the wake of California's 1978 tax reduction revolution, shrunk the fire department by 15% at a time when demand for its services had increased by more than 50%. Local fire stations, undermanned and overwhelmed by emergency calls, began to neglect regular fire inspection. Slumlords, in turn, routinely disregarded citations for fire code violations. When investigators did have time to pursue non-compliance cases, they typically found ownership not only unresponsive but often undiscoverable, having been disguised behind various fronts and straw men. 53. Little Salatra. The Dorothy May Apartments, a four-story brick tenement built in 1927, was a microcosm of new immigrant life on one of these rent plantations. Most of its residents had migrated together, an entire transplanted village from El Salatra in the state of Zacatecas, Mexico. Fathers and mothers worked together in downtown garment sweatshops, while grandparents and older children took care of toddlers and infants. On the weekends, Little Salatra celebrated christenings in the Dorothy May parking lot or held communal picnics and soccer matches in nearby Elysian Park. They paid rent to an abstraction called Hill Management Company, a facade as it turned out for attorney Hiram Kwan and his 10 anonymous partners. Although the Dorothy May was equipped with fireproof Ponit doors, these were illegally propped open. The absentee owners had pointedly ignored repeated citations from fire inspectors. The ensuing tragedy on September 8, 1982 was a virtual repeat of the fire at the Hotel St. George 30 years before. A blaze in a first-floor utility room burned through to the stairwell and within seconds became a miniature firestorm, sucking every molecule of oxygen out of the building. The 200 residents had almost no warning, 24 died, 150 were injured. Little Salatra was devastated. 54. 8 months later, while the city council was supposedly debating a Dorothy May ordinance mandating automatic sprinklers and smoke-activated fire doors, the post-war history of tenement fire came back, full circle, to the Hotel St. George. The Skid Row crematorium's latest owner was a Palos Verdes millionaire who had changed nothing but the name. He was under criminal investigation for 121 separate health, building safety, and fire code violations. The 6-story structure's misdemeanors included fire escape doors that opened the wrong way, missing fire hoses, inoperative smoke detectors, and substandard wiring. There were gaping holes in the walls, cracks in the ceilings, no heating, sagging floors, and one of the largest vermin populations on the West Coast. Superior Court Judge Dikran Tavrazian, who toured the former St. George in 1982, called it a time bomb. 55. They never had a chance. It went off on May 13, 1983. Although an elderly man was burned to death, alert firefighters, primed to the perils of the hotel, stopped the blaze before it became a major catastrophe. Fire Chief Donald Manning then urged the City Council to pass the Dorothy May Ordinance. The response of Robert Farrell, chairperson of the Building and Safety Committee, spoke volumes about communications between the fire department and the council. "What ordinance?" he demanded. 56. 3 Nouvelle Inferno. "This is hell, dude." Malibu resident fleeing fire. As in 1970, when Ponit Square and Malibu went up in flames in the same few weeks, tenement fire and wildfire were again in stark counterpoint to each other in 1993. If Southern Californians seemed unprepared for this trial by fire, they had no one to blame but themselves. The conflagrations of 1993 came down grimly familiar pathways, and there was no shortage of omens. Harried fire inspectors, for example, knew the tenement at 330 South Burlington Avenue only too well. Since 1988 they had repeatedly cited its owners for failure to repair defective smoke detectors and fire doors. Building and safety officials had also slapped the sprawling 69-unit structure with a notice of substandard maintenance, while health inspectors had responded to innumerable tenant complaints about broken plumbing, leaking ceilings, and obscene infestations of rats, cockroaches, and fleas. True, there were other tenements in the Westlake district with comparable dereliction, but they were 60 to 85 years old. The Burlington apartments had been built in 1985.57. The belief that Los Angeles's tenement problem would gradually be reduced by the sheer attrition of blighted buildings was confounded in the 1980s by the appearance of huge 4-story stucco boxes precariously supported by their parking garages. These poorly constructed supercubes, containing from 36 to 112 cramped units, were scarcely more than instant slums designed to exploit a desperate demand for cheap shelter in the central city. Speculators typically headquartered, like the Burlington's owners, in the affluent western end of the San Fernando Valley took advantage of federal tax exemptions and Los Angeles's unreformed zoning code to impose exorbitant new population densities on poor neighborhoods in the Westlake, Mid-City, and Hollywood districts. When fire inspectors visited the Burlington on 3 separate occasions during April 1993, they found people living in closets and infants sleeping in dresser drawers. They also discovered that the Ponit fire doors were nailed open and that few of the smoke alarms actually worked. After the first inspection, they ordered the owners to post an emergency 24-hour fire watch until the violations were corrected. The owners Sidney and Francis Kaufman of Woodland Hills did not comply. A week later, after 2 further visits, the inspectors reissued the order. Once again the Kaufmans disregarded it. At this point departmental regulations required the inspectors to take the citations to the fire marshal for an emergency hearing and possible prosecution. They failed to do so. 2 weeks later the predictable tragedy occurred. Breaking out on the 2nd floor, fire erupted through the open fire doors to the 3rd floor, then blasted out the windows facing the interior courtyard. Residents, many of them Canjobal Indians from Guatemala, were trapped between the inferno in the hallways and the toxic smoke which quickly filled the tiny courtyard. Desperate parents dropped screaming babies and toddlers from upper-story windows into the arms of people on the street. A local 18th Street gang member, Carlos Ingles, became an instant neighborhood hero when he caught 6 children, then, hearing cries, entered the building to rescue a young couple from their blazing bedroom. Still, it was too late for 10 victims, including 2 pregnant women. 58. 10 died. The wildfires came 6 months later. The rains of the previous winter had produced exorbitant new brush growth, now dried and highly combustible. As in other recent fire years, the Santa Anas began howling just before Halloween. On the morning of Tuesday, October 26, Southern California woke up to perfect fire weather. Los Angeles Fire Chief Donald Manning accurately assessed a potential day for disaster and dispatched 10 city engine companies to the rim of the San Fernando Valley where Chaparral meets suburb. And shortly after lunch, a blaze flared up in that crucible of so many Malibu fires, just across the Ventura County line in the grassland corridor between Agora and Thousand Oaks. A regional fire war room was quickly established in the Los Angeles County Fire Department's new headquarters in the Montebello Hills. Early Wednesday morning, as a 50-mile-per-hour Santa Ana whipsawed power lines and ripped the fronds off palm trees, fires erupted one after another in Chatsworth and Santa Paula. Meanwhile, a transient, camping in Eaton Canyon along the flank of Mount Wilson, tried to keep warm by kindling a small fire which immediately spread to century-old, unburnt Chaparral. Within 24 hours it would destroy 118 homes in Altadena and Sierra Madre. As dawn broke on the 27th, the Thousand Oaks/Malibu, Chatsworth, and Altadena fires were out of control, 5 firefighters had already been critically injured, and new blazes were being reported throughout 5 Southern California counties. As local forces were overwhelmed, statewide mutual aid agreements kicked in, and 100 engine companies were sent southward on Interstate 5, sirens screaming, from Bay Area and San Joaquin Valley fire departments. They arrived too late to save the 24 homes destroyed by the first Malibu fire, which ultimately incinerated 39,000 acres. But events in Malibu were overshadowed by the fire that began on Thursday just after lunch and with incredible speed consumed Laguna Beach as if it had been soaked in gasoline. 27,000 residents were evacuated from the path of a conflagration whose coming had been long predicted and long disregarded. The narrow streets of wood homes with shake roofs finally succumbed to the devastation that for decades officials had warned was the region's destiny. After the Oakland fire 2 years ago, Orange County Fire Captain Dan Young said communities such as Laguna Beach were designed for disaster. 59. The Laguna Beach blaze, the biggest Orange County fire since 1948, injured 65 firefighters, destroyed 366 homes, and caused $435 million in damage. It seemed to be the dramatic denouement to a catastrophic fire week. In fact, it was only the first act. The second began on the morning of November 2 near a pair of water tanks on Mount Calabasas. Within a few minutes the Santa Ana's transformed a careless or deliberate spark into the seed of a great firestorm. Two off-duty volunteer firefighters, driving up Old Topanga Canyon Road, spotted the initial plume of smoke and managed to hook up a hose to a hydrant, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the fire's explosive growth. "I immediately thought it was arson," one commented. "I don't exactly know why." 60. While county crews were still racing to the scene, the implacably advancing fire ambushed its first victims at a ranch a few hundred yards downhill from the water tanks. Miscalculating the fire's velocity, residents Ron Mass and Duncan Gibbons attempted to defend their home with a garden hose. They recognized their mistake almost immediately, but it was already too late. Mass jumped into his Jeep, but the fire caught him before he could get out of the driveway. Hideously burned, he managed to stagger to the edge of Old Topanga Canyon Road where firefighters found him, his blistered arms outstretched like a scarecrow. Gibbons, who had dashed back to rescue his cat, ran right into the fire's deadly thermal pulse. It charred 95% of his body. Paramedics later discovered him, barely conscious, in the ranch's swimming pool. "I don't want to die," he said over and over. Smoke poured from his mouth, and he talked in the painful high-pitched squeal of a man with lungs scorched beyond repair. 61 Gibbons died later in the hospital, but Mass surprised doctors by surviving his terrible third-degree burns. By the early afternoon the summit of the Santa Monicas was a funeral pyre. The Ridgeline network of fuel breaks failed to slow the Santa Ana, fanned conflagration. Veteran county fire crews, aided by air tankers and helicopters, gamely defended their fire line on Old Topanga Canyon Road, but it was impossible to stop a 30-foot wall of flames, driven by 70-mile-per-hour winds, from cascading down the steep ravines and gorges that led to the Malibu coast. Multimillion-dollar estates in Carbon and Las Flores canyons, some built on the ashes of humbler houses destroyed in 1956 and 1970, became so much fire fuel. 62 The situation was now out of control. From Los Angeles International Airport or West LA, the dark nimbus billowing above the Santa Monicas looked like a volcanic eruption. At 1:30 p.m. a sheriff's helicopter ordered Malibu colony residents to evacuate their beach houses. Meanwhile, in the hills above the ocean, overwhelmed firefighters and terrified residents fought for their lives. Some had to drive through barricades of fire, while others saved themselves in empty swimming pools. Sean Penn and Allie McGraw, among scores of others, saw their homes burn to the foundations. Time and again, firefighters were betrayed by the feeble water pressure in hydrants or trapped in the labyrinth of narrow mountain streets. In Upper Los Flores Canyon, an Alhambra fire crew miraculously survived a fireball that incinerated their truck. Don and Amy Yarrow were not so lucky. An elderly couple who lived in a modest trailer at the top of Carbon Canyon, they had been Malibu residents since the 1940s. They tried to outrun the firestorm in their Toyota pickup, but the flames were faster. They were engulfed a mere 100 yards down the road. It took several days to identify their charred remains. 63. At dusk that day, Malibu was a surreal borderland between carnival and catastrophe. On the pier, nonchalant crowds played video games while television news helicopters hovered overhead and the Coast Guard cutter Conifer stood offshore, ready to evacuate residents. Beneath the flaming hills, the Pacific Coast Highway was paralyzed by a hopeless tangle of arriving fire trucks and fleeing Bentleys, Porsches, and Jeep Cherokees. Hundreds more trekked out on horseback, by bike, or on foot. A few escaped on roller blades. 300 sheriff's deputies were brought in to guard against looting. The chaotic exodus was oddly equalizing. Panicky movie stars, clutching their Oscars, mingled with frantic commoners. Confronted once again with its destiny as a fire coast, Malibu replied in the vernacular. "This is hell, dude," one resident told the Los Angeles Times. "I'm expecting to see Satan come out any time now." 64. The crisis also tested Malibu's strange, bespoke morality. When the firestorm temporarily cut off the highway as an escape route, trapped residents had to make some tough choices. The Malibu Times celebrated the case of two intrepid housewives from the Big Rock area who loaded their jewels and dogs into kayaks and took to the sea, where they were eventually rescued by blonde hunks from Baywatch Redondo. Only the fine print revealed that, in saving their pets, they had left their Latina maids behind. 65. Not everyone was evacuated. Firefighters, meanwhile, began to have the eerie sense that they were struggling against supernatural cunning. After feigning a thrust at Malibu Colony and Pepperdine University, the fire suddenly pivoted eastward toward Tuna Canyon. As frantic fire crews battled walls of flame in the lower canyon, the swirling red center of the firestorm easily outflanked them on the north, heading straight for Topanga, the Getty Museum, and, ultimately, the fat neighborhoods of the Palisades. By the early morning of November 3, Deputy County Fire Chief Donald Anthony had deployed 7,500 firefighters, some from as far away as Oregon and Oklahoma, for a last-ditch stand in Topanga Canyon. No one had ever seen such a gigantic mobilization of personnel and equipment. The urban ladder rigs, forestry pumper trucks, and bulldozers stretched almost bumper to bumper for 11 miles. Courageous helicopter pilots ignored their safety manuals to fly dangerous night water drops. At dawn they were relieved by C-130s capable of bombing the chaparral with 3,000 gallons of fire retardant at one time. Still, the fire shrewdly parried each human tactic, repeatedly leaping over fire lines to ignite brush on the east side of the road. The battle raged savagely until late Wednesday afternoon, when the firestorm literally ran out of fuel and wind at the edge of the ocean. It had lasted 36 hours. As in previous years, the prime-time drama of a Malibu fire produced an extravagant outpouring of sympathy from government agencies and common citizens. FEMA Director James Leavitt assured fire victims that the Clinton administration, having declared Malibu a federal disaster area, would provide all the aid they need to rebuild homes and lives. Meanwhile, scores of trendy restaurants, bistros, and boutiques acted as an upscale equivalent of the Red Cross. Insurance adjusters set up camp in Winnebago's next to the Malibu Pier. The county promised tax relief. A group of German architects offered to work for free. Fire victims formed a support network. Anthony Hopkins offered an apartment to Dick Van Dyke. Sassagabor gave shelter to some homeless horses. 66. 11 days later, while the tabloids were still shedding crocodile tears for burned-out movie stars, another fire invisible to most of the media killed 3 residents and critically burned 12 others in a dingy downtown residential hotel. The death toll was the same as in the Malibu blaze, but property damage differed by several orders of magnitude. Once again, the double standard of fire disaster was rubbed in the faces of the poor, in this case, Mexican and Guatemalan garment workers. The owners of the Grand Avenue tenement, mere spitting distance from Ponit Square, had a notorious record of fire, health, and safety code violations. They had ignored long-standing tenant complaints about locked fire escapes, inoperable smoke detectors, vermin infestations, and crack addicts who monopolized the common bathrooms. When an evicted tenant threatened to burn the building down, however, the landlords did call the police. They never came down. They said that if anything happens, call 911. A police spokesperson later explained, unconvincingly, that it had been an awful busy day. 67. For the incendiary other. I was extraordinarily liberal until I came to Malibu, now I'm a fascist. Prominent screenwriter. The LAPD's phlegmatic attitude toward tenement arson stood in sharp contrast to official hysteria about suburban wildfire. The 1993 firestorms, following so close on the heels of the Rodney King riots, opened a Pandora's box of white fear. One disaster was, not necessarily logically, superimposed on the other. From Laguna to Ventura, rumors spread that some new breed of terrorist, or worse, several, were on the loose. Public officials openly speculated that black gangs were at last making good on supposedly long-standing threats to burn rich white neighborhoods. In private, Some even hinted darkly about a possible Muslim connection to New York's World Trade Center bombing. 68 Ironically, the burning hills had been full of hundreds of present and former gang members, all risking their lives on state and county fire crews. 69. The homeless also cast demonic shadows in Southern California's social imaginary. The Eaton Canyon fire, accidentally triggered by a transient, seemed to confirm the worst fears of mountain and canyon homeowners, that an invisible army of careless, embittered strangers was lurking in the brush. Clandestine hobo encampments, like those in Tuna Canyon along the Malibu coast, were singled out as intolerable fire hazards. Blazes of indeterminate origin were routinely ascribed to the homeless. 70. As media-hungry politicians commuted from one fire scene to another, their rhetoric became inflammatory. Republican Governor Pete Wilson, desperately trying to toughen his image, compared arson with child molestation and proposed life sentences for the guilty. This failed to satisfy two even more bloodthirsty Orange County Republicans, Congressman David Dreyer and Assemblyman Ross Johnson, who insisted on the death penalty for instigators of fatal blazes. Dreyer even demanded 1-year prison terms for those who caused fires accidentally. 71. Fire investigators, for their part, zealously emulated the federal local task force model first deployed during the 1992 riots. In an unprecedented effort, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms agents joined city and county fire officials, sheriff's deputies, and local homicide detectives to search for the arsonists believed to be responsible for setting 19 of the 26 recent wildfires. Thanks to private contributions, the reward for apprehension of the Malibu arsonist, initially described as a mysterious figure in a blue pickup, rose to $350,000.72. The normally temperate Los Angeles Times blew an editorial fuse over the arson issue. Livid that a few thoughtless environmentalists had characterized homeowners in the fire zones as the real firebugs, the paper reassured readers that it was hardly a crime against nature to choose to live in the mountains, at the urban/rural interface. Instead, it called for a true paradigm shift in the way that think about fire. Fire prevention and crime prevention in California are becoming one and the same. Californians need to stop viewing brush fires solely as acts of God and start thinking of them as sometimes acts of criminal, even pathological man. What the arsonists did to us in the last 2 weeks they can do to us next week, or the one after that, if weather conditions are right for their evil crime. We are no longer fighting it, we are fighting them. 73. Ironically, the Times's paradigm shift from it to them has been conventional wisdom in Southern California for generations. Although probably not more than 1 in 8 blazes is caused by arson, 74 Anglo-Californians have always criminalized the problem of mountain wildfire. The majority have never accepted the natural role or inevitability of the chaparral fire cycle. Political as distinct from scientific discourse has long been obsessed with identifying an incendiary other responsible for fire destruction. In the early 20th century, this cruel-hearted and selfish man was portrayed as an Indian, a sheep herder, or, most frequently, a tramp. During the First World War, the Wobblies were believed to be lurking behind every burning bush in California. A decade later, major wildfires like the 1930 Decker Canyon blaze were usually blamed on itinerant farm workers, especially the Okies. A year after Pearl Harbor, though, FBI agents and National Guardsmen were combing Las Flores Canyon for clues to the identity of Axis saboteurs responsible for the 1942 Malibu fire. Reflecting popular preoccupations during the Eisenhower era, the Los Angeles Times added new profundity to its reportage of the 1956 Malibu fire by linking arson to sexual perversion. According to a psychologist consulted by the paper, arsonists set fires at night in order to see women run out of their homes in a state of undress. 75. A new breed of terrorist? The political backlash to the 1993 firestorms, however, was unprecedented in its virulence and the scope of the blame that was leveled. Seedlings of neo-McCarthyism sprouted in the charred ruins of affluent subdivisions. Following the demagogic lead of Governor Wilson, conservatives claimed to trace the web of a vast conspiracy against the sacred rights of property. In addition to spectral terrorists directly responsible for the fires, vengeful homeowner and pro-development groups indicted such fellow travelers of arson as gays, liberals, the Sierra Club, and an endangered rodent. In Laguna Beach, for instance, pro-growth forces attacked openly gay council member Robert Gentry, who had lost his home in the fire, for devoting too much attention to AIDS victims and not enough on fire protection. Scorning the charge that homes with wooden roofs and siding virtually invited incineration, the so-called Laguna Coalition instead vilified environmentalists for opposing construction of a 3 million-gallon reservoir. 76 On Orange County talk radio stations, the Sierra Club was denounced as arson's fifth column. In Riverside County, burned-out homeowners charged that federal regulations designed to protect the rare Stevens kangaroo rat had prevented them from clearing tall brush around their homes. My home was destroyed by a bunch of bureaucrats in suits and so-called environmentalists who say animals are more important than people, claimed one distraught resident. I'm now homeless, and it all began with a little rat. But the allegation that wildlife regulations prevented fuel clearance was a canard. In fact, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had encouraged the mowing of grasses around homes as a reasonable fire safety measure. The problem has been that many homeowners find mowing too troublesome, preferring simply to rototill their ecosystem under. 77. These attacks were, in effect, the opening salvos in a major new political offensive to unleash further pyromanic suburbanization. Thus, Congressman Ken Calvert, supported by the powerful Riverside Building Industry Association and the Farm Bureau, proposed a radical revision of the Endangered Species Act in order to protect property rights. At stake were 77,000 acres of federally protected habitat that developers had long coveted. Likewise, along the Laguna coast, pro-growth forces were orchestrating a similar hue and cry against the California gnatcatcher. This small, almost extinct bird was depicted as an arsonist through a bizarre syllogism that equated any undeveloped landscape or protected habitat with an ipso facto fire hazard. In Malibu, local wrath fell on advocates of greater public access to beaches and critics of hillside development. It was a replay of an old battle. After the 1978 fire, the California Coastal Commission, which is mandated to protect public access to coastal areas, asked celebrity homeowners to provide rights of way to exclusive Troncos Beach. Governor Jerry Brown's Malibu friends, however, generated such an uproar against government by extortion that he denounced his own stunned commissioners as bureaucratic thugs. 78 4 years later, while state officials were preoccupied with fighting the 1982 Troncos Canyon firestorm, local defenders of the status quo sabotaged a public access project at El Pescador Beach. Tires were slashed, sand put in gas tanks, machinery pushed over the bluff, and site improvements trashed. 79. In late 1993, Molly Bueets were again frothing at radicals who advocated more beachfront rights of way as well as stricter fire safety regulation of new and rebuilt housing. They have forsaken our constitutional rights, and have shown a shocking insensitivity to traumatic situation. Public access was equated with freedom of movement for arsonists. Residents demanded restricted access to mountain roads during periods of acute fire danger and raged against critics of the California Fair Plan, a state-mandated insurance pool that subsidizes fire zone dwellers by spreading the costs among the mass of homeowners. Those who wanted the rich to pay a fairer share of the cost of protecting their homes were accused of instigating a new class struggle between flatlanders and hillsiders. As in the wake of past fires, declarations of victimhood preempted any serious debate about the social costs of sustaining luxury lifestyles along the fire coast. 80. By the end of summer 1994, however, the great arson manhunt had dissipated into a maze of false leads, misidentifications, minor arrests, and interagency squabbles. The evil Fed buster, whose menacing letters the previous fall had suggested a vast conspiracy, turned out to be a delusionary former sex offender with no role in setting any of the fires. Similarly, the dramatic confession of a homeless Satanist that he started the Laguna Beach fire in order to commune with a demon left egg all over the face of Orange County District Attorney Michael Capizzi when it was discovered that the suspect had been in a Mexican prison at the time of the fire. 81. Finally, the investigation of the Malibu fire came full circle to focus on the original heroes, the two off-duty firefighters on Mount Calabasas. The result was an unseemly tug-of-war between Sheriff Sherman Block, who publicly accused the two of setting the fire so that they could put it out and become heroes, and District Attorney Gil Garcetti, who refused to indict them for lack of evidence. As the firefighters were left to writhe in the agony of unproven accusation, the ATF assumed control of the bungled investigation but quietly abandoned it after several years of desultory effort. There was no breakthrough in any of the fire origin investigations until the fall of 1997. Then suddenly in October, the chief legal counsel for the California Department of Forestry identified the serial arsonist believed responsible for 6 recent fires in the Los Angeles area, including an October 1996 Malibu blaze that injured 11 residents and firefighters. The suspect was none other than Southern California Edison, whose main office near Los Angeles was raided after its executives refused to cooperate with state investigators. The sweep by state officials who confiscated records, equipment, even tree limbs followed up earlier charges by Ventura County fire officials and the U.S. Forest Service that Edison had deliberately withheld, tampered with, and destroyed critical evidence that linked negligent power line maintenance to the fires. California forestry officials told the press that the giant utility was being investigated under a criminal statute that makes it a felony to recklessly cause a fire that results in serious bodily harm. 82. 5. Redlining fire safety. Separate and unequal fire protection is only the tip of the iceberg. Council Member Michael Hernandez. Council Member Mike Hernandez's field office is a suite of tiny rooms above a pool hall and El Pollo Loco restaurant. The principal decoration is a wall map of his first council district, a sprawling archipelago of Spanish-speaking neighborhoods consolidated by 1980s voting rights litigation to increase Latino representation on the Los Angeles City Council. Half of Hernandez's 250,000 constituents are crowded, 50 per acre, into the fire tenements of the Westlake area, the other half live, 15 per acre, in the bungalow belt that extends from Echo Park across the Elysian Hills to Garvin's. 83. Westlake is an electoral desert, with the smallest percentage of registered voters in the entire city. As a result, Hernandez's predecessor devoted most of her attention to politically active homeowners and small businesses in the other half of her district. Hernandez, a large, quick-wit man with the cherubic face of Diego Rivera, has tried to redress this inattention to Westlake's predominantly immigrant population. He and his staff daily confront slum conditions of Dickensian dimensions. Although Hernandez has no tolerance for private exploiters, his wrath is especially directed against public agencies that negligently dismiss Westlake as Los Angeles's third world. Whether the issue is garbage collection, recreation, school crossing guards, street cleaning, library facilities, or housing inspection, Westlake is the city's orphan. We are still light years away, Hernandez emphasizes, from per capita equality in city facilities or services. 84. Fire inspection is a major case in point. In 1993, shortly after the Burlington fire, the Los Angeles Times surveyed tenements in the Westlake district and discovered that, despite epidemic safety violations, fully 2/3 had not undergone the annual fire inspection required by law. Hernandez was outraged and ordered the city's chief administrative officer to prepare an independent audit of the entire city. The CAO, sampling 10 inspection records in each of 30 fire stations, found that only half of the mandatory inspections had been made. He also confirmed that 62% of the inspected structures were in blatant violation of the fire code. 85. Hernandez's indignation about the Burlington disaster also jolted the fire department into conducting its own internal audit, employing the Times's methodology of randomly selected buildings. Despite frequent boasts by Fire Chief Donald Manning that his department had the best fire inspection program in the nation, his own auditors uncovered a stark double standard. Under the current system, they pointed out, inspectors spend the least time in many of the areas with the greatest fire hazards. Annual fire inspection rates, for example, were almost 3 times higher in upper-income areas, like Bel Air and Encino, than in poor and fire-prone Westlake or South Central. The auditors argued that such disparities were the inevitable result of the much higher levels of emergency response common in inner-city areas. Overworked and understaffed fire companies, in other words, were too busy battling blazes to have time to complete their entire schedule of safety inspection. 86. The auditors found it more difficult to explain other anomalies. There was, for example, the startling pattern of neglect of fire prevention records, 85% of which did not even indicate when buildings needed to be re-inspected. Inspectors, moreover, were negligent in referring persistent code violators to the city attorney for prosecution. 87. Hernandez scoffs at the idea of an unavoidable trade-off between fire suppression and fire prevention in the tenement belt. A two-tier system of fire safety, one for the west side, another for the inner city, is morally indefensible. What the audits really demonstrate, he argues, is an urgent need to redeploy resources to beef up fire inspection in areas like Westlake and South Central. Although acknowledging that the department is severely understaffed, having lost 400 firefighters to budget cuts since the late 1970s, he is fiercely critical of what he characterizes as a discriminatory policy of allocating personnel by the number of structures in an area rather than its population. Although they have roughly equivalent numbers of structures, for example, Westlake has almost 25 times the per-acre population density of Brentwood, Bel Air, or the Palisades. Hernandez also complains that desperately needed fire units have been shifted from his district to Tony new subdivisions in the northwest San Fernando Valley. 88. When I first interviewed him in June 1994, Hernandez, together with council allies Jackie Goldberg and Mark Ridley Thomas, had spent a long, frustrating year trying to move city housing agencies and the fire department into action on proposed fire reforms. Their proposals ranged in graduated intensity from withholding rent from non-compliant owners to placing their buildings under city receivership. By the first anniversary of the Burlington tragedy, however, nothing had been accomplished. Although the City Council had ordered the Housing Department to submit regular fire safety progress reports, none had been issued. Nor had the Fire Department taken even the first steps to implement Fire Chief Manning's promised reforms, including the computerization of fire inspection records and the creation of a special task force for the Westlake area. 89. Hernandez and Goldberg have also had to fight the formidable influence of the landlord lobby on the City Council. Incorporating the bottom-line recommendations of both the CAO and the Fire Department, their proposed Burlington Ordinance ordered the installation of sprinkler systems in some 5,600 hotels and apartment houses with more than 15 dwelling units, built between 1943 and 1990. At an estimated cost ranging from $450 to $900 per unit and stretched out over a compliance period of 7 to 9 years, the ordinance, according to Goldberg and Hernandez, would not be cost prohibitive. Landlords, however, immediately denounced it as a death knell for affordable housing and applied fierce pressure on the council to eviscerate the measure. Yet the Burlington Ordinance is the essential third leg of a tripod of comprehensive fire reform that includes a high-density area fire inspection task force and new fire code sanctions incorporated into the city's slum abatement program. In historical perspective, these initiatives are little more than a determined effort to complete the reforms begun after the Punnett Square fire a quarter-century earlier. Yet the struggle for basic fire safety remains desperately uphill. In spring 1997, Hernandez was still battling the mayor's office over the decision to open the city's only new firehouse, after a decade of cutbacks, in the San Fernando Valley. "I'm surprised that we continue to focus the projects where the children are not," Hernandez told reporters. The mayor continues to cater to that population he believes votes 90. A few months later, the Blue Ribbon Committee on Slum Housing blasted the city's Building and Safety Department for its conjugal relationship with landlords as well as its continuing failure to enforce codes in the city's 108,000 rat-infested slum apartments. 91. 6. The fire boom. I have this sense of impending doom. Fire historian Stephen Pine. In 1981, in one of his last articles, Los Angeles's best-known environmental writer, Richard Lillard, challenged Frederick Jackson Turner's famous thesis that the American frontier and with it, the frontiersmen disappeared in 1890. As a matter of fact, Lillard asserted, the frontier was alive and well in the Ednic canyons above Malibu and Hollywood. The unique challenge of the wild mountains so near the big city brought out the true grit in the self-selected population of hill dwellers. The whole hillside and canyon ambience, almost always fresh and wild-smelling, both attracts and holds the kind of individual that Frederick Turner and many a traveler, Tocqueville included, knew in the backwoods districts. The neighborly and self-reliant hill folk, moreover, were tempered to heroic mettle by the implacable constancy of the fire danger, keeping an outlook for arsonists or children playing with matches, as their forefathers once kept alert for hostile aborigines. 92. At the same time, however, Lillard warned harshly against the creeping threat of mountain society's nemesis, sloping suburbia. It is not habitation amid wilderness. Mankind has conquered nature instead of adjusting to it. Often the new instant enclaves have a supermarket, a cleaning and dyeing establishment, and a laundromat. The immigrating mini-city populace consists of country club types rather than hillsiders. 93. Although Lillard was writing only a decade and a half ago, his mountain frontier is now extinct. Country club types have everywhere conquered and now monopolize the picturesque seacoasts and foothills. Despite brave but belated attempts at open space conservation, like those of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, Southern California's remnant natural landscape continues to be destroyed or privatized. As we saw earlier, fire itself accelerates gentrification and the replacement of bohemian lifestyles by snobbery and exclusiveness. The real impetus of this movement to the hills is no longer love of the great outdoors or frontier rusticity, but, as critic Rainer Banham recognized in the 1960s, the search for absolute thickets of privacy outside the dense fabric of common citizenship and urban life. Hillside home building, moreover, has despoiled the natural heritage of the majority for the sake of an affluent few. Instead of protecting significant ecological areas as required by law, county planning commissions have historically been the malleable tools of hillside developers. Much of the beautiful coastal sage and canyon riparian ecosystems of the Santa Monica Mountains have been supplanted by castles and guard-gate prestige. Elsewhere in Southern California in the Verdugo, Puente, San Jose, San Joaquin, and San Rafael Hills, as well as the Santa Susana, Santa Ana, and San Gabriel Mountains, tens of thousands of acres of oak and walnut woodland have been destroyed by bulldozers to make room for similar posh developments. And the flatland majority, including the poor taxpayers of the West Lake District, most of whom have never seen a Malibu sunset, will continue to subsidize the ever-increasing expense of maintaining and, when necessary, rebuilding sloping suburbia. As Richard Minnick points out, hillside homeowners, unlike tenement dwellers, have access to almost unlimited fire protection. The money flows to the Santa Monica Mountains instead of poor areas of Los Angeles because fighting firestorms is an emergency action. In fact, all wildland fires, even 1-acre spots, are treated as emergencies. The Forest Service and other land management agencies have no a priori budget. After the fire is suppressed, they just send a bill to the government. Budgeting is a posteriori, which means there are no strings. They can spend as recklessly as possible. Urban fires aren't treated this way. 94. Meanwhile, the suburbanization of Southern California's remaining wild landscapes has only accelerated in the face of a perceived deterioration of the metropolitan core. As middle and upper-class families flee Los Angeles, they seek sanctuaries ever deeper in the rugged contours of the Chaparral Fire Belt. The population, for example, of the Thousand Oaks, Agora Hills Corridor. The crucible of almost all Malibu firestorms has tripled since 1970, with hundreds of new homes scattered like so much kindling across isolated hilltops and ridges. 95. A Malibu castle. Ignoring every lesson of the recent fires and earthquakes, two new megadevelopments, Newhall Ranch and Ritter Ranch, totaling 42,000 homes, are under construction in the environmentally sensitive, fire-prone Santa Clarita and Leona Valley areas of northern Los Angeles County. Statewide, some 7 million inhabitants, the whitest and wealthiest segment of the population, now live in the suburban Chaparral border zone where wildfire is king. Excluding national parks and military bases, California suffered an incredible 10,000 wildfires per year during the 1980s. 96. At the same time, suburban firestorms are becoming ever more apocalyptic. The social cost of fire has increased in almost geometric relation to the linear growth of fire belt suburb populations. 2/3 of all the homes and dwellings destroyed by wildfire since statewide record-keeping began in 1923 have been burned since 1980. If, as Stephen Pine has suggested, the 1956 Malibu fire inaugurated a new fire regime, then the 1991 Oakland fire and the 1993 Southern California fire complex marked the emergence of a new, post-suburban fire regime. California urban wildfires, 1923–93. The increased dangers of this fire boom are most obvious to those who risk their lives every year fighting mountain firestorms. As Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt complained while visiting the Malibu fire scene in 1993, firefighting is getting more expensive, more hazardous. To use a military analogy, the new density of hillside housing has transformed the battle against wildfire from a wide-ranging war of maneuver into the equivalent of street fighting. Firefighters' energies are now dispersed into house-by-house defenses, while traditional wildfire techniques, like the use of backfires, are vitiated by the threat to nearby homes. As a result, there is a dramatically increased risk of firefighters being trapped by erratic and rapidly moving fire fronts. This is exactly what happened to 4 engines from the Glendale and Los Angeles City Fire Departments on the second day of the 1996 Malibu fire. Although the fire did little property damage, it came close to wiping out an entire fire line of defenders. The firefighters had been dispatched to save some ridgetop homes perched above Malibu Bowl in Corral Canyon, when shifting winds suddenly fanned flames up a steep south-facing hillside. The captain in charge of the Glendale fire crew, who would normally have watched for such flare UPS, was preoccupied with laying line to protect the homes. As the fire unexpectedly erupted across the eucalyptus-planted ridge, Engine 24's captain felt a blast of heat followed by a rain of embers. He ordered his personnel to abandon their hose line and run. One firefighter, 53-year-old William Jensen, held his position with almost suicidal courage in order to cover his fleeing comrades with spray from his hose. He was hideously burned over 70% of his body and, although he lived, required 16 separate skin graft operations before he left the hospital 4 months later. Meanwhile, nearby units from Los Angeles were desperately trying to escape from the closing circle of flames. The heavy smoke, however, stalled Engine 10, and the 4 men on board were only able to open one of the aluminized blankets each carried as protection. 3 crawled under it, the 4th, the captain, was only able to get his upper body under the shield. He was seriously burned. 2 other Los Angeles crews suffered smoke inhalation after they were forced to drive through the red wall of flame. A subsequent internal review by the 2 fire departments narrowly, and probably unfairly, focused on the role of inexperienced leadership in the near catastrophe, while ignoring the larger issue of house-by-house deployment under dangerous firestorm conditions. 97. Indeed, a growing risk of entrapment and death is inevitable as long as property values are allowed to dictate firefighting tactics. The exponential growth of housing in foothill fire belts, moreover, increases the likelihood of several simultaneous conflagrations and stretches regional manpower reserves to their limit, or beyond. As one national forest official observed, These fires in Malibu prove that you could throw in every firefighter in the world and still can't stop it. 98. Endangered firefighters. Most experts agree that the most effective way to curb the rising fire danger is regular prescriptive burning every 5 to 7 years to reduce fuel accumulation. This return to Tongva practice, however, has proved almost impossible to implement in Southern California, outside of unpopulated national forest jurisdictions. All controlled burns entail some small risk of runaway fire, and local fire departments are understandably intimidated by their potential liability. Hillside homeowners associations, moreover, vehemently oppose prescriptive burning because of the belief that blackened hillsides and ash in the swimming pools reduce property values. In a typical case, the Los Angeles County Fire Department was recently sued by a Topanga Canyon resident who claimed that controlled burns would make it impossible to sell his home. 99. Mountain homeowners also continue to reject any special fiscal responsibility for the defense of their precarious habitats. Penny-pinching Malibuites, for example, have resisted every effort to force them to update their notoriously inefficient water system or widen their narrow, winding streets. Yet thanks to their disproportionate political clout, they continue to expect that the general public will bear the exploding costs of a scientifically discredited strategy of total fire suppression. As Alan Kishbaugh, the president of the powerful Federation of Hillside and Canyon Associations of Los Angeles, recently put it, "We're sitting here in our homes, doing our part, and expecting the best protection available. When it comes to fire protection, Californians are entitled to the best that exists." 100. As in the aftermath of each previous fire tragedy, homeowners have invariably been seduced by the idea of a technological fix to the problem of wildfire ecology. The latest fetish is the CL-415 Super Scooper, a gigantic amphibious aircraft capable of skimming the surface of the ocean and loading up to 14,000 gallons of water per fire drop. For years the Federation of Hillside and Canyon Associations has been fiercely lobbying state and local officials to purchase a fleet of these Canadian-built planes at $17 million each. Since the 1993 evacuation of Malibu, moreover, the Federation has enjoyed the support of the powerful West LA Democratic machine as well as most of the regional media, including the Los Angeles Times. In 1996 the state introduced the big planes on an experimental basis. 101. Once again, politicians and the media have allowed the essential Langus issue, the rampant, uncontrolled proliferation of fire belt suburbs, to be camouflaged in a neutral discourse about natural hazards and public safety. But safety for the Malibu and Laguna coasts as well as hundreds of other luxury enclaves and gated hilltop suburbs is becoming one of the state's major social expenditures, although unlike welfare or immigration it is almost never debated in terms of trade-offs or alternatives. The $100 million cost of mobilizing 15,000 firefighters during Halloween week 1993 may be an increasingly common entry in the public ledger. Needless to say, there is no comparable investment in the fire, toxic, or earthquake safety of inner-city communities. Instead, as in so many things, we tolerate two systems of hazard prevention, separate and unequal. 4. Our Secret Kansas. This story begins, like a Sinclair Lewis novel, along the shaded main street of a drowsy but prosperous American town. It is a wet Saturday afternoon in late January 1918. The accents in the street place most of the population between the Wabash and the Scioto, although there are also the occasional brass notes of Chicago and the clipped vowels of New England. Nothing much is in the news, apart from local complaints about a bicycle thief and reports of military training accidents in the East. A large banner between the Corinthian columns of the Central Library advertises a new Liberty Loan. The crack drill team of Company 40 of the Home Guards is practicing in the armory. At the First Friends Church a quarterly meeting is in progress when a strange vibration suddenly ripples through the pews, accompanied by a locomotive-like drone which quickly grows in pitch to a banshee scream. As the church walls tremble, the wind pops out a high window which falls dangerously close to the choir. There is short-lived panic until the Reverend Harry Rimmer begins a lively hymn that rallies the congregation. The violent shaking and deafening clamor soon subside. Rushing outside, the friends discover amazing destruction: overturned cars, toppled trees, exploded garages, and roofless homes. In the middle distance, a sinister funnel cloud leisurely vacuums its way through a residential neighborhood. A large star-spangled banner with standard attached is clearly visible in the upward swirling column of debris. The first herald of the disturbance, on an otherwise clear day, had been the sudden development of a single, towering cumulonimbus cloud. According to eyewitnesses, the twister first touched ground near the high school. Roaring into the center of town, it began to feed hungrily on shingles, plate glass windows, fences, and other light material. As it steadily grew in intensity, its diet changed to sheds and small trees, then to house roofs, garages, and even 100-foot-tall sycamores. Most of the time it was a black, funnel-shaped column, but once or twice it seemed to almost disappear, but then in not over 5 seconds would resume its old form. Miraculously, no one was killed. With pagan fury the tornado singled out symbols of local piety, unroofing the home of the Reverend H.T. Statz, pastor of Northside Congregational, and heavily damaging the Central Christian Church as well as the Lincoln Avenue Methodist Church. Central Christian was a Gothic fortress built from huge concrete blocks, yet the twister demolished the entire side, throwing down several solid blocks together which probably weighed several tons. At Lincoln Avenue Methodist, a few minutes later, the pastor and his family had a harrowing escape from death or serious injury. The roof was lifted off and the tornado played all kinds of havoc with the interior. When the roof went, the family took themselves to the basement, and to that alone probably owe their lives. The house was fairly torn inside out and the contents strewn around in pitiable fashion. The barn at the rear was lifted clear over the parsonage and set down in the front yard. Whirling across the northeast corner of town, the tornado unroofed and damaged at least a dozen homes, destroying as well scores of barns and outbuildings. Indeed, all that was found of one garage was the doorknob, and it was blown through the radiator of an automobile close by. Shaken by the twist's ferocity, witnesses were equally amazed by its leisurely pace. At times it seemed almost to stand still. It was as if a giant were amusing himself, and taking his time in doing so, by tearing trees up by the roots, unroofing houses, and frightening people on every hand. To those in its path it seemed hours were consumed by the column in going 2 or 3 blocks. As a matter of fact, it probably took half an hour for it to cross the city. With a damage corridor 50 to 200 feet wide, the twister most likely would rank as an F2 on the modern Fujita scale of tornado intensity. Miraculously, no one was killed or seriously injured by its rotating scythe of deadly debris, though one woman was struck in the back by a falling rafter. In gratitude, the choir at the heavily damaged Lincoln Avenue Church opened the next day's Sunday service with "Safely Through Another Week God Has Kept Us." In the annals of the American heartland's perennial struggle with tornado devastation, the January 26, 1918 twister is probably close to the historical median in both intensity and damage. What distinguishes the event, however, from thousands of similar small disasters in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Illinois is that it occurred in Pasadena, California, just 30 miles from the Pacific Ocean. One of the twister's major casualties was an orange grove, completely uprooted by its fierce winds. Yet just half an hour after its passage, the sun was shining brightly, the wind had died down, the temperature was like a summer day for. Ironically, Pasadena was traditionally sold to the Midwestern emigres who made up a majority of its population with the official assurance that Southern California has no cyclones, hurricanes, or blizzards. 5 It is not surprising, then, that residents reportedly gazed at the swirling funnel in amazed disbelief, or that immense crowds of sightseers thronged the afflicted quarters to view the tornado damage firsthand. Thinking themselves in Oz, Dorothy and Toto were actually back in Kansas. 1 Freak winds and hot spots. Neither tornadoes nor tropical hurricanes are significant in the recent weather history of Southern California. Harry Bailey, The Weather of Southern California. Pasadena city fathers immediately characterized the tornado as a freak windstorm and invoked the authority of the Reverend Mr. Stats, an old-timer from the 1880s, to assure residents that the last wind disaster to savage Pasadena in 1891 had been nothing like a tornado, but a steady blow. The Los Angeles press meanwhile clamped a tight lid on reports of the Pasadena twister. The next day, Sunday, 27 January, was Southern California's annual Bragg Day, when both the Times and its Hearst rival, the Examiner, published nationally circulated Come to California editions. Obviously, they were not eager to advertise tornadoes or other blemishes on the face of Los Angeles's reputation for perfect weather. As a result, even many Southern Californians remained unaware of the spectacular damage in Pasadena. 7. The incredulous reaction of Pasadenans in 1918, consternation followed by denial, or, inversely, denial followed by consternation, has been the common response to episodically destructive tornadoes. Although tornadoes are ordinary citizens of Southern California's normal climate regime, they have been persistently construed as aberrations, like mountain lions in a suburban yard. Freak winds is the euphemism that has most often appeared in breathless newspaper accounts. Despite more than 75 destructive tornadoes in the southern coastal counties during this century, new twisters are still termed bizarre or extremely rare. Indeed, Southern Californians seem to have ingested too much of their own propaganda about the weather-beaten, cyclone-lashed Midwest. Our cultural immune system, adapted to dealing with earthquakes, floods, and wildfires, autonomically rejects the equally inevitable probability of tornadoes and occasional hurricanes. They are categorized as exotic events whose existence requires radically different environmental contexts. "It just doesn't happen here" could be the Golden State's motto. Tornadoes, therefore, are a fascinating index of a larger problem in our cultural psyche, the occlusion of natural history by landscape ideology. They are, so to speak, a periodic litmus test of Southern California's environmental memory. Science, for its part, has done little to increase public awareness of this homegrown tornado hazard. For many decades, the existence of local tornadoes was essentially a trade secret of meteorologists and a handful of weather buffs. Written accounts were confined to brief, if pioneering, descriptions of the 1918 Pasadena and the 1930 Vernon twisters in the columns of Monthly Weather Review. 9. Despite repeated flurries of tornado damage, little was known about their intensity or frequency until 1972, when the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, worried about natural threats to the nuclear power industry, published a brief synopsis of California tornadoes. Livermore consultants identified 48 events between 1950 and 1971. In 1979, this number was enlarged to 116 between 1951 and 1979 in a short report, Windstorms in California, issued by the California Department of Water Resources. 10. These studies confirmed that California had a much higher statewide tornado incidence than anyone had guessed, but they did not profile tornado behavior in specific subregions. Only in 1983, in the aftermath of a particularly destructive tornado near downtown Los Angeles, did the National Severe Storms Forecast Center in Kansas City undertake a review of all evidence of California tornadoes between 1962 and 1983. One of the center's researchers, John Hales, with funding from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, carefully reconstructed the associated meteorological features of 14 tornadic thunderstorms responsible for damage in the Los Angeles area during the same period. 11. Hales's groundbreaking 1983 study, the first to consider the weather system context of Southern California tornadoes, was followed 9 years later by an even more comprehensive survey of California tornadoes that extended the record back to 1950. The study's authors, Warren Blyer and Karen Batten of UCLA, compared the climatological features of the 4 subregions of intense tornadic activity: South Coast, Southeast Deserts, Central Valley, and North Central Coast. 12. Finally, mining local newspaper archives, I have pushed the chronicle of Southern California twisters back to 1918, and even found evidence of a 19th century twister. 13. Hales's and Blyer and Batten's research, as augmented by my additional data, points to some extraordinary conclusions. Although repressed in public memory, tornadoes have left impressive trails of injury and property damage in modern Southern California. Twisters have wrecked at least 60 major structures, including a convention center, 2 airports, a movie studio, and a municipal wharf, as well as schools, factories, and packing plants. They have also destroyed or seriously damaged about 1,440 homes and small businesses and injured as many as 188 people. The absence of fatalities has been, by all accounts, miraculous. Moreover, statewide reportage of tornado data has tended to conceal the existence of a tornado hotspot in the South Coast region, which includes Los Angeles and Orange counties, coastal San Diego County, and the western portions of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. Tornadoes occur nearly 10 times more frequently there than in the state as a whole. Indeed, coastal Southern California, with more than 100 reported events since 1950, has the highest tornado incidence west of the Great Plains. 14. But that is only the beginning of the story. Within the South Coast region there is a distinctive tornado alley along the Los Angeles plain from Santa Monica to Newport Bay. Hales suggests that a unique juxtapositioning of the coastline and mountains steers unstable cold air into this convergence zone. 15 According to Blyer and Batten, the post-1950 tornado incidence here is slightly higher than that for the state of Oklahoma, universally conceded to be Earth's tornado capital. 16 To sharpen the point, the Oklahoma City metropolitan area, considered to have the world's worst urban tornado problem, is hit by twisters, on average, every 4.0 years. Yet metropolitan Los Angeles, at an average of once every 2.2 years, is hit nearly twice as often, 17. Perhaps higher frequency is compensated by reduced intensity. Indeed, it's true that Southern California's Nouvelle Cuisine twisters tend to be less intense and shorter-lived and have shorter path lengths than their corn-fed Oklahoma or Kansas cousins. Only a few long-lived South Coast tornadoes may have briefly reached the F3 threshold, and meteorologists do not believe that giant F4 and F5 events as portrayed in the 1996 film Twister, with winds well in excess of 200 miles per hour, are possible in coastal California. Tornado Alley. Comparative tornado intensities. This is small solace, however, since unlike in the Midwest the greatest incidence of tornadoes occurs almost precisely in the area of highest population density. 18 Even weak F1 tornadoes in heavily urbanized areas can be deadly, especially when pedestrians, motorists, or mobile home dwellers are involved. 19 Strong F2 events are capable of inflicting stunning damage on Southern California's typical stick-built residential neighborhoods. The two major concentrations of employment and traffic in Los Angeles County have frequently been caught in the crosshairs of tornadic storms. Downtown has been struck 5 times in this century, and the area around Lax, 8 times. The tiny, square-mile community of Lenox, immediately east of Lax's main runway, has suffered significant tornado damage 3 times in the 20th century, a remarkable figure that should prompt concern about airline safety during thunderstorm episodes. 20. By any standard, Los Angeles area tornadoes constitute a significant natural hazard whose costs will only increase as urbanization puts more lives and structures in harm's way. But popular recognition of the tornado problem has not followed on the heels of increased tornado damage. On the contrary, one of Southern California's most dramatic natural phenomena remains culturally invisible, an alien presence locked away in the X-files of regional memory. This fact in itself, however, reveals the popular mind at work. Even the weather is subject to ideological construction. As our look at the public reactions to the 10 most destructive tornadic storms since 1918 will make clearer, Los Angeles's tornadoes are fascinating case studies in the politics of environmental perception and, in this instance, amnesia. Mere statistics, of course, cannot convey the human impact of tornado disaster in a region where such events are considered nothing short of extraterrestrial. Tornadoes are celebrated as not only the most violent but also the quirkiest windstorms in nature. Their capricious behavior, taking the cradle but leaving the baby safely asleep, constitutes an entire genre of American folklore. Likewise, Los Angeles is the greatest eccentricity in American urban culture. When such inherently weird atmospheric physics interacts with such an admittedly bizarre city, remarkable tales are sure to ensue. 2. When the black rain fell. The two men were killed when a miniature cyclone, generated by the overflowing of a huge oil reservoir, tore the roof from their farmhouse, crushing them in the timbers. Los Angeles Examiner. In his 1941 novel about a fierce Pacific storm named Maria, George Stewart wondered if perhaps there was something about the human mind itself that made it feel comfortable to think of a storm as a person, not an equation. 21. Certainly, some invite the comparison. In the Rogues Gallery of Southern California storms, the Great Easter Storm of 1926, which spawned 5 destructive tornadoes as well as the 20th century's most violent display of sea-level lightning, had a most sinister personality, more like fiendish Professor Moriarty than the elemental but straightforward Maria. Although the first rains arrived in Southern California around dinner time on Easter Sunday, the blustery mass of the storm did not cross the Tehachapi Mountains until the next day. The terrific downpour, the most intense in a decade, was accompanied by trillion-watt lightning strikes all over the Los Angeles basin. The first fatality was a Nisei farmer named Hega who was working in his truck garden in the Bandini area. Struck directly in the face by a bolt of lightning, he burst into flames in full view of his horrified neighbors. Further east, near the citrus hamlet of San Dimas, where several inches of rain had fallen in a few hours, the dam under construction at Puddingstone Reservoir collapsed, and local ranch families were barely evacuated before a 50-foot wall of water came roaring through their homes and orange groves. 22. Meanwhile, in the small foothill community of La Crescenta, just above Glendale, the first of the storm's reported tornadoes sucked the roof off the Spooner Pharmacy and damaged the grocery store next door. 23. But the real tornado drama was just beginning along the San Diego waterfront, 120 miles to the south. What harbor authorities later confirmed as a twister attacked the new 5th Street landing wharf and tore off most of its roof. It also snapped the heavy anchor chains on a 900-foot-long log raft in front of the Benson Lumber Company, sending hundreds of violently bobbing logs toward the warships in the harbor. The skipper of the destroyer Kennedy had to take quick action to avoid being rammed by the logs. The tornado/waterspout simultaneously wrenched the fishing barge Ike Walton from its anchorage off Point Loma and hurled it toward the shore, where, as 2 crewmen managed to swim to safety, it broke up in the raging surf. 24. As the hardest April rains in history continued to pound the city, a second waterspout materialized over San Diego Bay shortly before midnight on Monday. Striking into the mudflats just south of the municipal wharf wrecked by the earlier twister, it devastated the waterfront section of National City, a blue-collar community of prefabricated bungalows, railroad shacks, and adjoining truck gardens. It then crossed over to Chula Vista and destroyed a large citrus packing plant before moving on to demolish another dozen homes. There was a sheet of hail, a blast of rain, a terrific roar, a terrible crash of lightning, and then the sound of falling timbers. Wires were down and lights were out. Men, women, and children, thrown from their beds, began to creep from under the ruins of their houses and scantily attired, floundered about the mud in the chilly night. Those who escaped injury were directed through the dark by the cries of others who were pinned under the wreckage. 26. Photographs of the damage in National City reveal utter devastation within the 200-foot-wide tornado track. 21 homes and businesses were demolished, while scores more were severely damaged. There were a dozen serious injuries, ranging from skull fractures to broken hips, as well as hundreds of minor cuts and bruises. The local hero of the disaster was George Gary, a staunch Seventh-day Adventist, whose house survived intact while the homes on either side were reduced to rubble. Insurance agents have come to me time and again and wanted me to insure my home. I told them all to go away. I told them that the Lord would take care of my house, and the Lord did. 27. The next day, while the Red Cross was still organizing relief for the victims, a third storm-spawned tornado came onshore just north of downtown San Diego. Striking the Kelly Laundry Company garage, the twister ripped off huge strips of corrugated iron from the roof of the building and wrapped them around telephone poles, arc lights, and the corners of houses. After peeling off the roofs of a number of homes in nearby residential streets, the twister lifted up and then touched down a quarter-mile away in Balboa Park, where it ripped out most of the trees in the beloved Pepper Grove picnic area. Continuing in a northeast arc, it set down again in East San Diego, where it unroofed the Harmonial Institute on University Avenue. At least 50 homes were damaged along a path length of nearly 5 miles. 28. After these three dramatic F2 events in San Diego, the twister that skipped across Santa Monica Beach on Wednesday and unroofed 5 houses near 8th and Pico rated barely a footnote. 29. The attention of the local and, indeed, national press was diverted instead to the San Luis Obispo area, 200 miles up the coast, where storm lightning had started a fire in the Great Union oil tank farm. Desperate local authorities immediately conscripted every able-bodied man in the county to battle the blaze. But a burning sea of crude oil overwhelmed defensive dikes and ignited most of the vast facility. Late Wednesday night, the nearby town of Edna was evacuated and firefighters retreated to an outer defense line. 30. The next morning, while the San Luis Obispo inferno was raging out of control, the storm unleashed yet more lightning on another Union oil tank farm, this one near Brea, in Orange County. 2 huge reservoirs at the Brea tank farm exploded with a deafening roar when the lightning crashed into them, scattering wreckage for miles around. Buildings within an area of several miles were rocked to their foundations and windows were shattered when the 2 reservoirs, each containing 750,000 barrels of crude oil, exploded with a roar and burst of flames which shot heavy timbers 1,000 feet into the air. 31. As temperatures soared above several thousand degrees, both conflagrations up to that time the largest oil fires in American history grew into full-fledged firestorms, pumping so much energy into the surrounding atmosphere that they began to act as the superheated cyclonic cores of their own freakish weather systems. In both cases, as updrafts of air along the fire perimeter were sucked toward the center, violent tornadoes were the result. In Brea, while a crowd of 50,000 spectators was being drenched by black rain like falling ink, a miniature tornado descended from the sky and wrecked a home more than a mile from the tank farm. 32. Outside of San Luis Obispo, the result was more tragic. According to the local Weather Bureau Observer, the 5-day-long firestorm produced hundreds of violent whirlwinds, many of tornadic character and force, probably the strangest meteorological phenomenon ever noted in connection with a fire. Practically every explosion or boil-over of a reservoir or tank produced whirlwinds or tornadoes. Melted cast iron fittings found at the scene of the fire indicate a temperature of between 2,000 and 2,500 degrees F. One of the larger of these fire-generated twisters was powerful enough to kidnap a cottage near the refinery and drop it in a field 150 feet away. 50-year-old A. Sieber and his 25-year-old son perished in the wreckage. After a half-dozen attempts and through a bizarre chain of events, the angry storm of April 1926 had finally given birth to a killer. 33. 3. The Terrible Twins. Los Angeles was struck yesterday by the first tornado in its history, at least, the first in the memory of the oldest inhabitants. Los Angeles Examiner. The March 15, 1930 twister that roared through Los Angeles's southwestern suburbs also provoked a nomenclatural battle on the front pages of the city's daily press. As usual, the Times could not say the forbidden T-word, so its restrained headline merely noted that roofs go flying in the Hawthorne area. The Record, on the other hand, bannered hailstorm and twister strike L.A., while the Examiner shouted in 72-point type, tornado unroofs L.A. houses. Workmen hoisted in air. Indeed, the Hearst Press, always striking the opposite note from its arch-rival, the Times, seemed to exult in the trail of cyclone damage that stretched from South Bay suburbs to the edge of downtown Los Angeles. Overdramatic photographs of the wreckage at the Santa Fe Railroad yards and the Crown Carriage Works in the Vernon district, the Examiner crowed, was city surprised as first tornado brought this, 34. In fact, the first tornado was two distinct events. Twister number 1 materialized out of a thunderstorm moving across the northern section of Los Angeles's Tornado Alley. Just after 11 in the morning, the tip of the tail hit the ground in the Lawndale area and bounced along like a rubber ball. As it barreled north through the city of Hawthorne's truck gardens and tiny chicken ranches, it scooped up hundreds of chickens which it promptly discarded at the intersection of Chicago and Lawndale Avenues in a strange downpour of poultry. 35. San Luis Obispo firestorm tornado. Continuing to cut a swath 60 or 70 feet wide, the funnel cloud made a beeline for the Hawthorne Municipal Complex, where Saturday traffic court was in session. Fireman William Dix saw the twister coming and ran into court, notifying the judge that a dangerous storm was bearing down. Judge Thompson adjourned court immediately, and all present hurried to shelter. A moment later the whirling storm tore the tar roof off the fire department section of the building. In the surrounding residential streets, many homes suffered heavily, with walls and porches torn off, and shot like arrows across space. In at least 2 instances, the F2 tornado lifted a 2-car garage intact and hurled it a full city block. 36. The angry vortex then spun into Mrs. Cecil Drew's driveway, picked up her car while blowing the roof off her next-door neighbor's garage, then smashed the 2 cars together. Mrs. Drew, meanwhile, had grabbed her newborn baby and, with other terrified residents, taken refuge under a 10-ton ditch-digging machine parked on Wallace Street near Hawthorne Boulevard. A mechanic from the corner service station was sprinting to join them when the twister caught him. It lifted me about 6 feet off the ground, then carried me about 30 feet and I fell beside the garage just as the side was ripped out. Somehow, he suffered only minor cuts and bruises. 37. A flagpole sitter named Russell Fay had an even more unnerving encounter with the tornado. In the peculiar advertising custom of the day, he was perched on a tall pole in front of a Hawthorne dance hall, when the tornado suddenly bore down on him. He had only a few seconds to contemplate the absurdity of his predicament before he disappeared into the dark vortex of the funnel cloud. Horrified witnesses feared that he would be sucked into the sky, but Fay soon re-emerged, triumphantly hugging the madly vibrating pole, though stripped of all of his clothing. 38. Having unroofed approximately 150 homes and structures in Lawndale and Hawthorne, Twister number 1 finished its morning's work in the tiny business center of Lenox, an unincorporated, urban farm district just east of Mines Field. The editor of the Lenox Tribune and his wife saw the funnel approaching and ran out to rescue 2 kids playing in the street. An instant after they snatched the children to safety, the street was filled with flying debris and showering glass. The whimsical tornado, however, passed a nearby tent carnival without even ruffling the canvas and then disappeared in the direction of Venice. 39. While incredulous South Bay residents were watching roofs and garages fly by, the rest of the Los Angeles basin was being bruised by the heaviest hailstorm in living memory. As golf ball-sized hailstones pelted streetcars and unhappy pedestrians, a second twister suddenly appeared near 28th Street and the Santa Fe tracks in the exclusively industrial city, as the official motto put it, of Vernon, just a few miles southeast of downtown Los Angeles. Working its way through the refineries and warehouses, the tornado occupied itself with unroofing buildings and hurling workmen about .40. The first tornado finished its work in Lenox. The twister then leaped 10 blocks to McPherson Street where, in succession, it wrecked an auto top factory, ripped the roofs off 2 other large plants, and blew down a long line of eucalyptus trees. As it crossed 23rd Street, it flung a heavy freight car off the tracks and against a nearby barn, evidence of possible wind speeds near the F3 threshold. With full fury it then attacked the Santa Fe machine shops at 14th and Santa Fe, just inside Los Angeles. Some of the older buildings were totally destroyed, and 2 workmen were hospitalized with injuries from flying glass and debris. 41. Twister number 2 was clearly visible from downtown office buildings. The funnel dipped down in a graceful sweep, the lower tip seemingly about 15 degrees above the horizon, dipping and rising. The lower end was of a yellow-brown color. To more distant observers the funnel seemed to suddenly withdraw into a cloud bank, but an Examiner reporter claimed that the tornado took a westerly twist after splitting its force by striking a monster gas tank of the Southern California Gas Company. It then disintegrated and disappeared, leaving heaps of wreckage at the street intersection 42. Marion Dice, a General Petroleum geologist who recorded a short account of the episode, found the reactions of the onlookers almost as fascinating as the aerobatics of the tornado. By watching spectators as they caught their first glimpse of the storm, one could immediately sort out the Middle Westerners from the native sons. Californians, most of whom had never seen a tornado, watched it with no thought of danger, while more experienced Kansans and Iowans were casting about for convenient shelters into which to dive if the whirl came closer. 43. The twin tornadoes of March 15, 1930 may have been members of a larger outbreak, following the pattern of the January 1926 storm. A freak wind on the same day in 1930, most likely a waterspout, damaged 5 aircraft and moved a large hangar across a field at the Carpinteria Airport on the Santa Barbara Channel. There were reports as well of a small twister in the Pasadena area and a waterspout which came onshore in Orange County, doing minor damage to farms in the Santa Ana area. 44 Indeed, the interaction of parental storm systems with the complicated topography of the Los Angeles coast appears to produce twisters in swarms. During such outbreaks there is no fundamental distinction between onshore and offshore events, which has led some observers, vexed by the idea of twisters in the land of sunshine, to classify all local tornadoes as waterspouts, with the implication that they are a qualitatively distinct phenomenon, smaller in intensity and scale than the true tornadoes of the Midwest. Thus, in characterizing the F2/F3 Vernon twister as a waterspout, the Times was only following in the footsteps of its ancestor, the Los Angeles Star, which reported a very large waterspout moving through the San Gabriel Valley on February 20, 1852 and making that peculiar rumbling noise which is inherent to the phenomena. 45 Scientists now agree that the distinction between tornadoes and onshore waterspouts is spurious. Whatever the label, the 1930s provided 2 further opportunities for residents of Los Angeles to study the formidable destructive powers of their own subspecies of tornado at uncomfortably close hand. Funnel cloud over Vernon. For the tempestuous decade, screams of women and children could be heard above the din of the gale. The crashing of timbers was like artillery fire. Housetops were ripped loose. Los Angeles Examiner. On Ash Wednesday 1936, the entire Pacific slope was in the maw of a huge low-pressure system that had moved down from the Aleutians. Gales lashed the fishing towns of Washington and Oregon. All construction on the Great Bonneville Dam was suspended, and Mary Astor and Melvin Douglas, along with their film crew of 150, were marooned in the Sierra by a severe blizzard. In the western San Gabriel Valley, just east of downtown Los Angeles, the chief concern was the relentless, heavy rain. Some nervous residents of the foothills and canyons had already packed their automobiles for imminent flight. Their anxiety was understandable since 2 years before, on New Year's Day 1934, more than 40 residents of nearby La Canada Valley had died when similar storm conditions had precipitated a catastrophic debris flow, a flash flood of the consistency of wet concrete, with boulders riding on top of the waves that crushed scores of homes and cars under 20 feet of mud and rock. 46. This time nature struck from an unexpected direction. A funnel cloud, roaring suddenly out of clouds surcharged with thunder and lightning, touched down in the pretty bungalow town of Alhambra. For 5 minutes the baby cyclone swirled through the residential streets, but it was only the first half of a tornadic doubleheader. 47 A few minutes later, just after 4 in the afternoon, a much meaner F2 began its snake-like undulation across Long Beach, unroofing homes and toppling oil derricks. According to the Examiner, the swath cut by the heavy blow began at 12th Street and American Avenue and extended for 3 miles in a northeast diagonal line toward the oil field section, spending itself on the empty fields beyond. It was 2 blocks in width. Harvey Conant, rescued by oil workers after his home was crushed by a large derrick, suffered massive internal injuries and broken bones, while 4 other Long Beach residents were severely cut by flying glass. Several others narrowly escaped with their lives after a 100-foot-tall derrick fell across busy State Street near Redondo Avenue. 48. Heavy rains in the wake of the Long Beach twister only made the scene more forlorn. Signs, awnings, and timbers floated in streets that were hissing rivers. Hundreds of cars were stalled. Pedestrians, drenched and frightened, sought shelter. Power was ordered shut off in the wind-whipped area and several streets were blockaded, including State Street, into the middle of which a large shed was catapulted by the wind. As the deluge overwhelmed local sewer capacity, lifeguards stood by with rowboats to carry residents from homes flooded by the overflow. 49. Contemporary newspaper accounts fail to clarify whether additional tornado damage in the Harbor City area of Los Angeles, where a house was blown off its foundations, and in the nearby city of Torrance, where toppled oil wells started a fire, was inflicted by the Long Beach twister, giving it a path length in excess of 10 miles, or resulted from a third tornado. 50. There was also debate about whether the Long Beach twister originated as a waterspout, since witnesses claimed that its rain had a distinct salty taste. 51. There was no disagreement, however, about the magnificent waterspout in Santa Monica Bay, nearly a year later, that introduced one of the most freakish afternoons in Los Angeles history. At about 1 p.m., beachcombers were stunned by the spectacle of a funnel cloud swirling half a mile offshore, amid crackling lightning and rumbling thunder. It was of huge dimensions and revolved for several minutes before it swept from view into the fog. After several hours of short downpours punctuated by sunshine, a meteorologist was plotting storm paths at the Weather Observatory in downtown Los Angeles when the building came under a terrific hail bombardment. Looking outside, he was amazed to see lightning surging between the radio towers on Spring Street bank buildings and dancing across the tops of Broadway movie marquees. 52. Then at precisely 3:10 p.m., residents along North Broadway were startled by a mysterious rumble which quickly increased to a roar. Looking skyward, terrified spectators saw the air filled with flying timber which had been picked up by a twister from the Southern Pacific freight yards. Some of the pieces were 25 feet long and as much as 8 inches thick. At least 12 pedestrians and railroad employees were hurt by wood shrapnel and flying glass, and ambulances summoned by frantic residents screamed through the lower business section as city hospitals dispatched first aid crews. 53. The 1936-37 tornado outbreaks added spice to the Depression-era conjugation of natural and social disasters. Nationally, economic collapse on Wall Street was mirrored by environmental collapse across the drought-stricken Great Plains. In Southern California, the 1930s represented a sharp spike in the short historical record of extreme events. The catastrophic Long Beach earthquake of 1933 was followed by major floods in 1934 and 1938. And just as the decade had opened with an unexpected tornado, it ended, on 24–25 September 1939, with a surprise tropical hurricane, or Cordonazo, whose 65-mile-per-hour winds and 40-foot waves killed 45 people in the Los Angeles area. 54. This tempestuous decade was then followed by 20 years of relative environmental quietus. Apart from the 1956 Malibu fire, suburbanizing Southern California was spared catastrophic natural disasters between 1940 and 1961. There were no earthquakes, floods, or storms comparable in magnitude to the lethal events of the Depression years. The downturn in tornado and flood damage was largely due to the relative infrequency of major flood-making storms and the decline in the annual number of what meteorologists call thunderstorm days. In the 20 years between 1944 and 1963, precipitation only exceeded 20 inches at Los Angeles, whereas in the first half of the precipitation record totals at Los Angeles exceeded 20 inches in 11 out of 43 years. Moreover, between 1944 and 1963, fully 3/4 of the years have brought less than 15 inches of rain annually. 55. During this generation-long storm holiday, Los Angeles's tornado problem receded from sight. Twisters, of course, did not really disappear, but they did pass out of common memory, particularly with the influx of millions of new immigrants indoctrinated with stereotypes of Southern California's climatic exceptionalism. Consequently, the occasional public appearance of a tornado seemed especially uncanny, as on December 22, 1948, when a great spout, estimated by lifeguards as at least 1,500 feet high, suddenly appeared in Santa Monica Bay. It was almost as if a Martian spaceship were hovering offshore. Thousands rushed to the beaches and other vantage spots to view the phenomenon. Others, frightened, telephoned police for an explanation of the tornado at sea. At the base of the funnel, the water was greatly agitated, flinging out huge clouds of spray. The heaving disturbance attracted thousands of seagulls. 56. 5 Election Day Demons. It whirled entire roofs and garages 100 feet in the air, and at its worst impact points it left whole blocks looking like they had been bombed. Los Angeles Herald-Examiner. The raw incidence of tornadoes in Southern California is closely synchronized to the fluctuation of wet and dry periods. So it is not surprising that the flood-generating storms which returned in greater numbers during the 1960s brought with them the synoptic conditions for increased tornado production. The magnitude of tornado damage, however, is also related to the post-1945 urbanization of the coastal plain. As farms, orchards, and open spaces have yielded to subdivisions and industrial parks, exponentially more property and lives have been placed in the path of tornadoes. This is the same problem of disaster inflation that, in the case of wildfires, has resulted from the rampant development of the Malibu coast. On October 8, 1961, a dying Mexican hurricane lurched to the coast of San Diego County. Newspapers all over the world published a remarkable photograph taken by a housewife early that morning, a dark funnel, taller than the Empire State Building, hovering ominously over Solana Beach. Astonished airline pilots had earlier reported a dozen massive waterspouts, a true tornado regatta approaching the San Diego County coastline between Del Mar and Oceanside. An undetermined number became tornadoes after reaching shore at Carlsbad and Oceanside, and ripped roofs, uprooted fences, and knocked down trees. 57. In Carlsbad's Terramar district, 3 people, including a toddler, suffered facial cuts when winds hurled a large piece of plywood through their picture window as they were watching a waterspout make landfall. The same twister, as if competing in a pentathlon, levitated a massive cement bus bench 5 feet off the ground for several seconds, then hurled a catamaran the length of a football field. In Oceanside, meanwhile, several homes, a car dealership, and a Catholic high school were heavily damaged, while utilities reported that power lines had been knocked out by water, wind, and flying seaweed. A highway patrol officer complained that his battered car had been pelted first by shreds of tomato crates, then by machine gun-like hail. When homeowners later called their insurance companies to report the damage, one incredulous adjuster exclaimed, "You can't mean a tornado." 58. The F1 tornado that plowed through the beach town of El Segundo, just south of Lax, on the morning of November 9, 1964 also probably originated as a sea spout. 60 students were gathered in front of Center Street Elementary waiting to leave on a field trip when the giant funnel bore down on them. As in a scene out of the film Twister, the principal and vice principal quickly herded the terrified students into the school office, then braced themselves against the office door, which the tornado simply blew off its hinges. Although the screaming students were severely shaken, there were no serious injuries. 59. Moving on, the tornado plundered a park semi-trailer full of artificial Christmas trees. 40,000 twinkle twists were sucked up into the vortex, then showered down on stupefied El Segundo residents. As the twister began to rip roofs off houses in the Bungalow Avenue area, a strange and dangerous hazard was added to the tornado by jagged rocks torn from rock and tar roofs and hurled like projectiles by the roaring wind. This fusillade shattered car windshields as well as picture windows in nearby homes. As one couple recalled, "We could see the debris flying through the air. We were watching it through the living room window, and when the rocks started hitting the house we ran for the hall. We were scared half to death. Two policemen who had been tracking the twister saw it vanish near the boundary of Lax, where air traffic controllers merely recorded a sudden 40-mile-per-hour gust. 60. In the Midwest, it is frequently asserted that tornadoes, like lightning, seldom strike twice in the same place. The opposite, in fact, may be closer to the rule. Thus the next family of twisters to visit Los Angeles, the Election Day outbreak of November 7, 1966, was led by a vicious F2 that meticulously retraced the route of the 1930 Hawthorne tornado. Post-war subdivision of the area's truck farms and chicken ranches, as well as a slightly longer tornado path length, ensured that property loss was much more extensive the second time around. Indeed, the Times reported that hundreds of homes were damaged in the 150-foot to 200-foot wide swath, as compared to the mere dozens damaged by the comparable F2 event 36 years earlier. 61. The tornado dropped out of the sky shortly before 1 p.m. in the city of Lawndale. Like its predecessor in 1930, it made a beeline northward through Hawthorne and Lenox, coming within 1,000 yards of Lax's main runway. But turning inland, rather than seaward, it continued through Inglewood, veering off into the clouds somewhere near Centinela Park. The 8-mile path length was an almost continuous corridor of damage and debris. 62. At Ramona Elementary School in Hawthorne, where 20 classrooms were severely damaged, teachers ordered 650 terrified children under their desks as windows shattered and ceiling tiles collapsed. A giant eucalyptus tree in the schoolyard was shorn of its huge limbs and twisted apart as if struck by a bolt of lightning. In Lenox, 2 whole blocks were torn apart like a battlefield, according to sheriff's deputies, while at a muffler shop in Inglewood, 1 employee was flung across the store, as the tornado absconded with the roof. Elsewhere, houses virtually exploded, trailers were blown over, and scores of fires were ignited when flying debris collided with power lines. 63. The Herald-Examiner, after interviewing local meteorologists, officially labeled the Election Day storms California twisters, strong and fearsome, but lacking the awesome destructive power of similar phenomena frequent in other parts of the country. 64. This reassurance was misleading. Although no public comparison was made at the time, the F2 twister that ravaged Vancouver, Washington, on April 5, 1972 provided an awesome demonstration of what one of the largest of the modern Southern California tornadoes might do if, without warning, it were to strike a crowded public space at lunch hour. Touching down first on the outskirts of Portland, the twister crossed the Columbia River to Vancouver and plowed through a busy shopping center and then a school. 6 people were killed and nearly 300 injured. Unlike Los Angeles, the metropolitan Portland-Vancouver area had no historical record of tornado occurrence, and local National Weather Service staff were so shell-shocked that it took them 2 days to officially confirm that a twister was responsible for the carnage. 65. In 1972, however, tornadoes were the last thing on the minds of Southern Californians. Despite the recurrence of severe weather, the 1966 twister outbreak was followed by a decade-long tornado drought interrupted by only 2 incidents of significant tornado damage. On December 18, 1967, a short-lived F1 twister caused havoc along South Main Street in Santa Ana, shattering storefront windows and scattering roofing materials. No one was injured. 66. A far more powerful vortex was spawned from a violent Sonoran thunderstorm over the San Jacinto Mountains in Riverside County on July 23, 1974. At Ryan Field, just outside of Hemet, 100-mile-per-hour winds accompanied by hail stripped the roofs off hangars and tossed aircraft and mobile homes around like straw. 1 woman was injured by flying glass, and 8 aircraft were completely destroyed. Forest Service officials, who witnessed the cycloidal fury of the event and measured the winds, were perplexed. No tornado cloud was observed, but the storm had virtually all the other characteristics of a full-fledged twister. 67. In fact, as research has subsequently confirmed, the absence of a visible funnel is a typical feature of tornadoes in mountainous or elevated terrain. 68. 6 Monster storms and epistemological puzzles. Like beauty, a tornado is in the eye of a beholder. Meteorologists Charles Doswell and Donald Burgess. Of the familiar occurrences of the natural world, extreme weather events are the most resistant to precise delineation. Victorian meteorology, for example, spent several generations debating the definition of a storm only to end up divided between two competing models that the 20th century adjudged equally wrong. Tornadoes, as their frustrated pursuers never fail to point out, pose comparable problems of classification. Like those ultimate apocalyptic vortices, black holes, they exist in a baffling ontological niche between pure energy and matter. Consider, for example, their phenomenology in time and space. The lifespan of the typical F0, F3 tornado is equal to that of the most short-lived virus or bacteria, 2 to 20 minutes. A rare few F4s or F5s have roared on for as long as an hour. But no tornado has ever lived, or will ever live, as long as a fly or an amoeba. Tornadoes are fleeting things indeed. But are they really things? Charles Doswell and Donald Burgess, senior researchers at Tornado Central, the National Severe Storms Laboratory in Norman, Oklahoma, remind us that while storm events may have personalities, they are no more objects, in any stable sense, than Heraclitus's moving stream. A tornado, no matter how one chooses to define it, they write, is a kinematic structure that renews itself from instant to instant via one or more dynamic processes. It is not a thing in the sense that a table or a book is the same from one moment to the next. Much confusion about tornadoes comes from thinking of tornadoes as objects rather than as the kinematic manifestation of dynamic processes. 69. Over the past 20 years, a combination of high-resolution Doppler radar, sophisticated 3D numerical cloud models, and detailed observations by teams of university-based storm chasers has provided vast amounts of new data about tornado dynamics. Yet, as Doswell and Burgess emphasize, increasing knowledge of tornadoes' complex behavior has not led to any elegant, conceptually streamlined model of their genesis. On the contrary, the definition and classification of convective vortices and the storms which produce them have become more complex and, in many ways, more troublesome than ever before. 70. Tornadoes, in other words, are epistemological puzzles in the same sense as other phenomena discussed in this book, like nonlinear mountain lions and wired earthquake faults. They belong to the messy, fractal, chaotic part of nature. Their complexity overpowers simple typologies and linear causalities, especially when these tornadic events are not associated with the classic supercell thunderstorms that dominate tornado production in the plain states. With such short-lived events, moreover, much of the scientific record depends on the accuracy of reports provided by a volunteer cadre of storm spotters. In Southern California, this reliance on amateur judgment poses a double problem, since observers usually lack the expertise to accurately distinguish tornadoes from impersonators like microbursts and gustornadoes, or from the local straight-line winds like Santa Anas and coastal gales that commonly imitate the damage caused by tornadoes. Understandably, then, as Southern California tornadoes finally became a legitimate subject of research in the 1970s, the NWS remained reluctant to accept anecdotal evidence without a confirming radar signature or an expert sighting. Inevitably, conflicts broke out between eyewitness accounts and radar observations. For example, when reports of widespread tornado damage in Orange County began to arrive at the NWS regional office on the evening of March 16, 1977, staff meteorologists attributed the devastation to unusually strong gales. Their radar had failed, as sometimes happens, to detect any rotation in the storm, and therefore, there was no official tornado. 71. This NWS's denial roused the ire of witnesses and victims who had seen the F2 twister with their own eyes. One Buena Park woman, for example, told the Los Angeles Times that she had just walked out of a restaurant when she saw a funnel pick up her automobile and smash it down, breaking the windows and springs. Likewise, firemen in Fullerton, where 99 homes and businesses were damaged, confirmed that they had witnessed cars being levitated 20 feet in the air. Residents of the heavily damaged 1900 and 2000 blocks of Jacaranda Place, moreover, gave an unequivocal account of the twisted, sinister approach that could have been lifted from a small-town newspaper in Oklahoma or Kansas. It was about 6:30, Edward Pina told reporters. The TV started flickering. I looked out the back door and saw this greenish, weird, funnel-shaped cloud. We heard a rumbling sound, getting louder and louder. I thought it was a freight train that had jumped the tracks that aren't far away. Our windows began breaking. The house actually shook. And we heard our neighbors screaming. 72. In addition to the devastation in Fullerton, other tornadoes damaged homes and automobiles in surrounding neighborhoods as well as injuring several workers at a nearby factory. Although the NWS eventually conceded that part of the Fullerton damage had been caused by a genuine tornado, they continued to insist that straight-line winds were responsible for shearing off block after block of telephone poles. 73. A sound like a freight train. The NWS was similarly cautious 7 weeks later when another twister damaged 45 homes and businesses, including a hospital, in Long Beach. This time the NWS interviewed eyewitnesses and inspected wreckage before confirming that a new F2 tornado had revisited some of the same sites damaged by its ancestor in 1936. The Crestwood Convalescent Hospital was evacuated after losing most of its roof and windows. When the windows started breaking, we moved everyone into a central hallway, said an administrator. We all held hands until it was over and no one got a scratch. God was really good to us. 74. 9 months later, tornadoes made yet another return to scenes of earlier crimes, this time to El Segundo, Oceanside, and Huntington Beach. These whirling triplets were progeny of what the Los Angeles Times characterized as a monstrous storm, one of the worst in Southern California's history. In fact, this storm was a maritime version of the typical squall line so vividly familiar to any inhabitant of the Great Plains. In addition to burying the tiny mountain community of Hidden Springs under a mudslide, the storm also washed corpses out of a Verdugo Hills cemetery into nearby backyards, and freed 3 African lions from a flood-damaged zoo into a trailer park where they terrorized residents until shot by sheriff's deputies. 76. Almost exactly a year later, another winter megastorm unleashed a 4th brood of tornadoes across Los Angeles and Orange counties. Accompanied by hailstones the size of golf balls, 2 small twisters damaged several homes, a gas station, and a convenience store in Anaheim, while another again tore up a long block on South Main Street in Santa Ana. In Anaheim, a woman and her son were moving 6 heavy metal barbecue units from a sidewalk display when there was this tremendous roar. She was knocked from her feet by the force of the wind. At the same instant the twister snatched the barbecue units and threw them 150 feet away. The more powerful Santa Ana tornado flipped over parked cars, ripped off store awnings, unroofed apartment buildings, and decapitated palm trees. Meanwhile, a 4th tornado demolished Manhattan, or rather its replica at Universal Studios, just north of downtown Los Angeles. 77. 7. The El Niño outbreak of 1982-83. Authorities termed it a mini-tornado although it left maximum destruction in its path. Los Angeles Herald-Examiner. If tornadoes are the unruly children of thunderstorms, then their grandparents are the great weather fronts where hot and cold air masses collide in atmospheric combat. Such martial nomenclature is not accidental. Frontal theory, the conceptual cornerstone of modern synoptic meteorology, was developed by 2 Norwegian scientists, Wilhelm Bjerknes and his son Jacob, during the First World War. The Bjerkneses saw a clear analogy between the gridlock of monster armies in the trenches of France and the formation of huge cyclonic depressions through the violent opposition of polar and tropical air masses. Nowhere is the military metaphor more appropriate than in North America at the beginning of tornado season. Every spring, a battle ensues in the sky over the Midwestern United States. Each day the sun rises a little higher, and as it does it heats the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Those waters evaporate and creep north into the United States. Somewhere over the plain states, this tongue of warm humid air encounters cold, dry air left over from winter. Placing warm, moist air beneath cold, dry air is akin to dropping a match into a gas tank. As science writer Key Davidson goes on to explain, the resulting thunderstorms bring the heartland its annual surprise package of lightning, hail, and tornadoes. 78. Does a comparably explosive mixture of air masses ever come together over Southern California? Before 1982, most meteorologists would probably have said no. It is now clear, however, that major El Niño episodes, by feeding warmer water into West Coast winter weather systems, dramatically amplify their violence. The 1982-83 El Niño, the most intense ocean atmosphere event of the 20th century, demonstrated how major Southern California tornado outbreaks are frequently linked to the planetary heat engine of the tropical Western Pacific. This Super Niño produced record warming in Southern California coastal waters while simultaneously inducing an unprecedented development of the Aleutian Low as well as an intensified subtropical jet stream. The Aleutian Low manufactures Southern California's typical winter weather, but during 1982-83 it pushed farther south than usual and the water under it was anomalously cold. As storms were generated in the heart of the low, they were transported eastward by the jet stream over the El Niño, warmed California current. The sharp temperature gradient thus produced cold, dry air moving over warmer water was exactly Davidson's match in the gas tank. The result was extreme storminess and extraordinary tornadogenesis. 79. The correlation between the Great El Niño of 1982-83 and the resulting spike in the number of thunderstorm days and reported tornadoes is striking. Over a 53-year record, the mean number of annual thunderstorm episodes reported at the LAX weather station is 4.1. Major El Niño winters can triple this figure and, as a corollary, the potential for tornado production. 80. That is why it is not surprising that the wild winter of 1982-83 was punctuated by two record-setting twister outbreaks. El Niño events and Southern California tornadoes. November is usually Santa Ana season, but in 1982 it was a month of thundershowers and torrential rain generated by the anomalously low-latitude Aleutian Depression. Embedded within the flow of unstable maritime air was an unusual comma cloud or small cyclone that went convectively berserk as it passed over the Los Angeles region. 81. The largest outbreak of tornadoes in modern Southern California history began at 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday, November 9, when an F-1 waterspout hit land at Malibu. Picking up an 18-foot catamaran, it hurled the boat 125 feet, through the third-floor window of architect Henry Gessner's studio. His wife Nan was on the floor below. I was reading in bed when I saw a boat fly by. 82. 2 hours later, a more robust F2 descended on the San Fernando Valley, which acts as a huge bellows for Santa Ana winds but is usually sheltered from coastal tornadoes. This was the first modern twister to inflict significant damage there. It began by blowing down 200 trees in the area between Van Nuys and Sepulveda boulevards. Some of the falling timber crushed parked cars, while one towering eucalyptus sliced through two homes. Two nurses were seriously cut by flying glass as they tried to shield patients at a nearby hospital. At the corner of Raymer and Kester Avenues, the twister peeled the roof off a giant Fedco discount center, then flipped over two delivery trucks that were unloading behind the store. 83. A half hour later, at noon, a minor tornado revisited Lenox, while an ugly-tempered F2 plowed an 8-mile-long pathway through residential neighborhoods just west of the Los Angeles River in Long Beach. The most serious injury of the day occurred just after 1 p.m. when a fifth twister, after blowing the roofs off a half-dozen homes in Garden Grove, flipped over an 18-wheeler on the Santa Ana Freeway in the city of Orange, seriously injuring the driver and causing an immense traffic jam. The same tornado was probably responsible for knocking out the phones and stealing part of the roof from Orange County's Emergency Storm Center in Anaheim. As a result, emergency officials were unable to respond when an administrator at Saddleback College in Mission Viejo tried to report yet another F1 tearing up his campus. An instructor at Saddleback later told the Los Angeles Times, "It was extremely strange. What you were seeing didn't go with the sound. You were seeing huge trees split apart, flying past the window. It was the most silent thing and it happened very fast." 84. While tornadoes were creating helter-skelter from Point Mugu to Mission Viejo, dozens of waterspouts were prowling the coastline. Few spectators, especially on Orange County beaches, will ever forget the haunting vision of funnel clouds dancing across the dark waters of the Pacific. 85. 8 Like an atomic bomb. It wasn't just bad weather. A little heavy rain, even with the consequent flooding, mudslides, road closings and the like, we can accept. But a series of pyrotechnic thunderstorms. A pair of earthquakes, hours apart. Not one, but two tornadoes. In LA? In a single day? Los Angeles Herald-Examiner editorial. How much damage can a single tornado cause? The ultimate nightmare in tornado research circles, of course, is the image of a prime-time twister rampaging through the financial district of a major city, sucking stockbrokers and mortgage bankers into its hungry vortex. Yet the downtown areas of the largest Midwestern cities have been curiously immune to tornado damage. Chicago, for example, has suffered heavy tornado losses in its outer suburbs, but the loop has never been touched. Experts are unclear whether this is sheer luck, or the result of the destabilizing influences of surface roughness and urban heat islands upon tornado structure. 86. Paradoxically, Los Angeles is the one great North American metropolis that has suffered from repeated tornado penetrations of its business core. As we have seen, F2 twisters inflicted substantial damage on the eastern, industrial side of downtown in 1930 and 1937. Although these winds were pint-sized compared to true monsters, like the horrific F5 that pulverized downtown Waco, Texas, in 1953, they nonetheless had lethal potential. Indeed, there was probably much contemporary thanksgiving that they spent their fury on mere warehouses and freight depots. But what if a tornado someday decided to track the morning commute right into the heart of downtown, toward, say, the convention center when a big show was in progress? Call this a worst-case scenario, but it is exactly what happened on the stormy morning of March 1, 1983. An F2, with winds in excess of 110 miles per hour, abruptly set down in a working-class Black and Latino neighborhood just west of the Harbor Freeway. In full view of hundreds of odd freeway commuters a half-block away, the twister plowed through homes and small businesses, peeling the roofs and sides off bungalows, blowing down the walls of masonry storefronts, splintering garages and porches, and stacking cars on top of one another. Those on the ground had no warning other than a sudden roar like 1,000 freight trains before they were engulfed in a cloud of dangerous, swirling debris from exploding roofs and windows. Several thought an airplane had crashed into the neighborhood, while another said it was just like an atomic bomb. Michelle Jones, who had arrived from Illinois 3 days earlier, had just risen when a long, sharp spear-like stick, probably a fence post, came flying through the window. The projectile hit her still warm bed. 87. As the twister passed over the streets north of Vernon Avenue and east of the Coliseum, it left bizarre calling cards. One resident, for example, looked out his broken window to discover a strange boat sitting in his backyard. A few blocks away, a camper truck had been catapulted through a second-story apartment, while a trailer was perched precariously on the ledge of a roof. Elsewhere, the steel I-beams that supported 3-story-high billboards were bent completely to the ground. 88. The twister, meanwhile, veered slightly northeast and took direct aim at hapless commuters stalled in heavy rain on the Santa Monica Freeway overpass. Firefighter Ed Castle, homeward bound after a 24-hour stint at the Lax Fire Station, had a perfect view of approaching catastrophe. Underneath the funnel cloud, he saw a constant explosion of colors, flashes of green, blue, and yellow from high-voltage lines. I could see power lines going down and buildings disintegrating. I saw a couple of signboards explode off a roof. I saw a roof go up. I thought we were going to eat it. 89. Instead, the twister vaulted over the freeway and came down hard on top of an apartment building just south of the convention center. The dozen poor Latin families in the tenement escaped with their lives but lost everything else. Everything, one garment worker later told The Times, even my dinnerware that I was buying on the installment plan 90. As a finale, the twister hovered over the Los Angeles Convention Center, tearing huge sections off the roof and littering the sidewalks with jagged pieces of sheet metal. Inside, terrified workers at a boat exposition feared the worst. If it lasted any longer, the whole place would have been down. The roof started coming down in ashes, then the big blocks just caved in. It blew out like a bomb. The din inside the convention center became unbearable, then abruptly ceased. As unexpectedly as it had arrived, the downtown twister simply evaporated. 91. A bizarre calling card. Residents inspect damage. But its furious spirit was reincarnated a few minutes later in a second tornado that descended on Huntington Drive, just east of the Tony suburb of San Marino, where it twirled a Cadillac in midair like a baton, then pitched it across several lanes of traffic. The driver suffered a broken back. As paramedics raced to his aid, the twister careened into the Sunny Slope Water Company near southeast Pasadena. Like a giant can opener, it peeled off the entire tin roof of a 6-million-gallon reservoir, blew over some company trucks, then gutted the business office and pummeled a terrified secretary. Pieces of the reservoir roof fell like shrapnel over neighborhoods miles away. 92. Across Southern California, torrential rains at a rate of nearly an inch per hour were inundating low-lying neighborhoods, piers in Santa Monica and Seal Beach were collapsing, and mudslides were carrying away million-dollar homes in Malibu. As the day went on, things only got worse. Just before noon, a third tornado slammed into a Santa Ana mobile home park, damaging 21 units. A few minutes later, shock waves arrived from a small, M3.5 earthquake, centered in Inglewood. Meanwhile, flood control authorities were evacuating more than 1,400 Simi Valley residents whose homes were in the path of potential floodwaters from a cracked earthen dam. 93. Local officials, inured to mudslides, collapsing piers, and floods, were flabbergasted by the ferocity of the downtown twister. Veteran County Supervisor Kenneth Hahn told reporters that it was the worst devastation he had seen since the 1933 earthquake. In the face of national incredulity about a Los Angeles tornado, he challenged President Reagan to fly out to inspect the 193 wrecked homes and businesses. Mayor Bradley, for his part, was astonished that such extreme natural violence had resulted in only 32 minor injuries. It's almost a miracle there were no deaths or serious injuries in this almost unique situation. 94. 9 Unacceptable realities. When I came down Superior Lane, it looked like downtown Baghdad. Orange County homeowner. If there is a sacrosanct interest in Los Angeles, it is downtown real estate. The earthquake-like damage from the March 1983 twister, which had come within a hair's breadth of the financial district, briefly concentrated official attention on the local tornado hazard. The National Research Council's prestigious Committee on Natural Disaster, which conducts authoritative postmortems of major disasters, agreed to sponsor an inquiry led by Gary Hart, a professor from the UCLA Department of Civil Engineering. While his task force of engineers and meteorologists was being assembled, an anomalous storm on September 30, 1983 reminded researchers that the March event had not been a fluke. They could use a savior. It was highly unusual for a low-pressure system to break past the stationary Pacific High and move south so early in the fall. September 1983, moreover, was well on its way to becoming the hottest September on record when a cold air mass from the north overrode the wet, warm air along the coast. In addition to torrential rain, the resulting meteorological explosion generated a new outbreak of waterspouts and twisters, culminating in a possible F2 that demolished 4 homes and damaged 70 others in a middle-class Hawthorne neighborhood. A 3-ton section of roof was ripped off a large apartment building, and 3 people were cut by flying glass. 95. But neither this new outbreak nor any of the major antecedent tornadoes in Los Angeles were mentioned in the final version of the National Research Council report. Indeed, the authors erroneously cited the lack of historical tornadoes in the area as a rationale for the police and fire department's refusal to give credence to initial reports of a tornado moving up the Broadway corridor. Generally praising city officials, they acknowledged the absence of engineering standards for tornadoes in the building code but reassured the public that proposed earthquake safety ordinances would deal with the tornado hazard as well. Surprisingly, there was no discussion of the March 1983 Twisters near miss with rush hour freeway traffic, nor any analysis of what would have happened had it veered into the crowded USC campus or the downtown financial district, both a few blocks from its actual path. The report's most important conclusion was simply that tornadoes are now an accepted reality in Los Angeles. Hart and his colleagues, moreover, were optimistic that researchers would soon be able to explain the distinctive meteorology responsible for local tornado outbreaks, while new storm forecasting techniques might provide a feasible early warning system. 96. There is a certain irony in revisiting these conclusions almost 15 years later. Thanks to the efforts of Hales and Blyer and Batten, there is now a historical baseline for assessing the incidence and pattern of Los Angeles tornadoes, but further research on the synoptic conditions of their generation has been stymied by a shortage of funding. Although, as other researchers recently pointed out, severe thunderstorms in California remain poorly documented, 98 such research must compete against sexier topics, like global warming or El Niño disturbances, at a time when Congress is trimming the budget of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Similarly, public awareness of Southern California tornadoes once again vanished. As in previous periods, the clustering of tornado outbreaks was followed by more than a decade of relative meteorological quiescence. If the single El Niño winter of 1982-83 was responsible for 20% of all tornado damage in modern Southern California, the ensuing 14-year period has contributed only 4% of total residential damage, with only 1 injury and no losses of major structures. The 1984-91 segment was a genuine tornado gap corresponding to a long regional drought and an abrupt decline in thunderstorm days, excepting the mild El Niño winter of 1986-87. As we have seen, these low-intensity intervals are nurseries of illusion about the Los Angeles environment and the extreme events, including tornadoes, that constitute its ordinary metabolism. 99. In this case, however, the subsequent storm failed to unthrone the illusory calm. The strong El Niño pulse, which reached Southern California during the winter of 1992-93, more than doubled the number of thunderstorm episodes and produced more than a dozen damaging tornadoes and waterspouts. Across California, 19 twisters were recorded by the NWS during December 1992, an all-time record. 100. The severe January 1993 storms, which caused $1.3 billion damage statewide, brought a second outbreak. In Pomona, Debbie Lara looked out the window and there was so much stuff flying through the air that she couldn't see the house next door. A moment later, a 70-foot pine tree came crashing through the ceiling, narrowly missing her 3 sleeping children. In Buena Park, another twister, which some residents thought was the big one, inflicted light damage on 110 homes and trailers. 101. The most vicious tornado of the storm, however, struck 3 days later in the exclusive residential city of Lake Forest in southern Orange County. After vacuuming the roof tiles from dozens of homes and blowing over scores of trees, it briefly turned into a waterspout and flung boats out of a man-made lake. A young woman was catapulted 75 feet into a car and required attention from paramedics. A homeowners association leader later compared the damage to downtown Baghdad after the U.S. cruise missile raids. 102. Yet few outsiders were aware of the destruction which went essentially unreported outside of Orange County. Nor did media coverage and analysis measurably improve when an F1 twister ripped the roof off a Lucky supermarket and damaged several schools in the Los Altos section of Long Beach on January 9, 1998. Although the Long Beach area press bannered the event on their front pages with photographs of a sinister funnel cloud, the Los Angeles Times clung to its tradition of understatement with a short article that noted only reports of an apparent tornado and misleadingly reassured readers that they had little to fear from Southern California's baby tornadoes. As usual, there was no follow-up interview with disaster officials or Weather Service meteorologists after they had had a chance to assess the damage. 103. As a result, the tornado hazard today is nearly as invisible as it was in 1918 when a strange thundercloud over Pasadena suddenly gave birth to a destructive black funnel. We can hope that when the next swarm of inevitable freak winds roar through Tornado Alley, they will not collide with the 747 in its final descent over Lax or swoop down on the Coliseum during the annual USC Notre Dame Gridiron Duel. If Los Angeles's luck holds out, they will simply demolish a few dozen homes and apartments, or wreck an elementary school or small factory. The dead and injured, in our secret Kansas, should not be much more than the average Friday night carnage on the freeways. 5. Maniators of the Sierra Madre. For Steve Berman, beachcombing is a favorite pastime in the wake of the big Pacific storms that start arriving after Christmas. Between the decaying barricades of giant kelp and the pounding surf, he loves to search for mysterious messages from the sea. Choice finds among the tons of storm flotsam include gnarled redwood, derelict hatch covers, and, occasionally, the beautiful glass floats used by Japanese fishermen across the ocean. In January 1995, however, the sea left a more disturbing message on Point Dume Beach: dozens of live snakes. I almost stepped upon a large rattler sunning itself on the dry sand, recalled Berman. I don't have a snake phobia, but it was an unnerving experience, like suddenly awakening not out of, but into a nightmare. It still sends shivers up my spine. 1. For the rest of the winter, on beaches from Tijuana to Santa Barbara, each major storm was followed by further snake encounters. In early March, the Los Angeles Times headlined a story: surfing snakes hit the beach after astonished lifeguards in San Diego County's Del Mar and Solana Beach were forced to close beaches while they collected scores of waterlogged, but still slithering rattlers, rosy boas, king snakes, racers, and gophers. A herpetologist at the San Diego Zoo explained that recent wet winters had provided the high grass and bumper crop of insects and mice that can produce a snake population boom. Winter flooding, in turn, had washed the snakes into the ocean, where they floated like driftwood until waves brought them back on shore. On an upbeat note, the Times opined that, as far as can be determined, the snakes are not some biblical curse visited on the region to punish the wicked and sybaritic too. Beachcombing snakes. 1. Nature bites back. A Malibu resident stumbled upon 2 mountain lions mating in his backyard. When he shined a flashlight at them, they just stared back. He let them get on with their business. Naturalist David was seen as. Native Californians might disagree. In the worldview of the Tongva, the original people of the Los Angeles region, snakes together with mountain lions are envisioned as special messengers of the messianic god Chingishjek. Like the Aboriginal Australians, the Tongva believe several parallel worlds or realities are nested inside of one another, with the Tsatsnitsum providing the connection between them. In times of ecological crisis and spiritual disorder, these creatures are omen bearers and, when necessary, the avengers of transgressions against nature. 3. All the more prophetic, then, that the surfing snakes were followed within a few weeks by the first cougar attack on a human in the history of Los Angeles County. On March 20, 27-year-old freelance illustrator Scott Fike was pedaling his mountain bike up a fire road near the legendary White City, the ruins of Thaddeus Lowe's famous resort hotel and incline railroad, just above Pasadena, when a large mountain lion began loping along beside him. I yelled as loud as I could and jumped off my bike, trying to use it as a shield. But the lion clawed at the spokes and repeatedly bit the tire. In panic, I ran about 25 yards down a steep embankment, before I stumbled and fell. As the lion came after me, I rolled into a ball to protect my face and throat. The lion clawed at me and bit the back of my head. I managed to push her away and pick up a rock. I hit the lion in the head and ran back up the slope. I grabbed my bike and pedaled downhill as fast as I could. 5. Fike was examined at a nearby hospital but declined treatment. The 3 superficial bites on his head were less serious than the severe case of poison oak he contracted from rolling in the chaparral. State and federal officials, meanwhile, issued a mountain lion alert throughout the area. 3 days later, expert trackers from the Department of Agriculture discovered lion prints at the 4,500-foot level of Mount Low. The next day they closed the hiking trails and baited a dead deer near the spot where Fike was attacked. When they returned a few hours later, the deer was gone, and hunting dogs soon picked up the scent of the lion, hiding 300 yards away in a canyon bottom. After a short chase, the dogs treed the lion, which was then killed by a tracker with a 12-gauge shotgun. In the well-studied archives of previous mountain lion attacks in North America by any standard, extremely uncommon events, the individual animal was typically an immature male without an established range, a diseased and weakened adult, or a female defending nearby cubs. The cougar killed on Mount Low, however, was an unusually large, healthy female without nursing cubs. The aggressiveness of this magnificent animal in attacking the 6-foot, 4-inch Fike, according to one veteran game warden, was simply weird, an abrupt departure from long-observed behavioral patterns. And it raised a troubling question: were lions in Los Angeles County becoming habituated to humans? Definitely, said critics of Proposition 117, California's 1990 ban on the sport hunting of cougars. In their view, the Fike incident was further proof, following the deaths of 2 women hikers in other parts of California in 1994, that the reclusive predators had become man-eaters. The mountain lions, one wealthy hunter explained, need to fear man again, fear our scent as they used to. An anti-lion vigilante group sent Fike, who opposes cougar hunting, a t-shirt with the stark exhortation "shoot, shovel and shut up." At the same time, mountain lion encounters were being anthropomorphized in bizarre Silence of the Lamb terms. A man whose dog was attacked near Fillmore, 40 miles north of Los Angeles, complained that it's like having Jeffrey Dahmer move next door, while a Monterey woman, startled by a lion while jogging, denounced the cats as serial killers whose numbers should be drastically culled for public safety. Worried Fish and Game officials warned the legislature that public fear is reaching near hysteria 6. Yet the big cat, whom wildlife experts call the Rolls-Royce of North American predators 7, also had a noisy chorus of defenders. "The slaughtered cougar," wrote one angry reader about the Times's coverage of the Fike attack, "had more sanctity, honesty, and beauty than any of these bloodlusting humans." The previous spring, after 40-year-old Barbara Schoner was killed and partially devoured by a female mountain lion while hiking in a Sierra recreation area, 45 miles north of Sacramento, there was an extraordinary outpouring of empathy for the animal. Sympathizers reportedly donated twice as much to a fund for the lion's orphan cubs than to the fund for Schoner's 2 small children. 8 People seem to have only 2 images of cougars, both fantastic, as serial killers or as soft, cuddly toys. In any event, the mountain lion hysteria, like similar panics in the face of beach snakes and other strange paranatural phenomena, must be taken seriously as a symptom of a larger crisis in the relationship between the metropolis and its environment. As white flight and an anti-urban ethos drive the tract house frontier deeper into rugged foothills and interior valleys, suburbanites have acquired wild carnivores as unexpected and capricious neighbors. The result is a greater intimacy with nature than many had bargained for when purchasing their view lots or country estates. Although other urban areas in the American and Canadian West have wildlife problems, the 6-county Los Angeles region is unique in the Northern Hemisphere for the intensity of interaction between humans, their pets, and wild fauna. This unusual distinction follows logically from 2 exceptional characteristics of Southern California's biogeography. First of all, metropolitan Los Angeles, now bordered primarily by mountains and desert rather than by farmland as in the past, has the longest wild edge, abruptly juxtaposing tract houses and wildlife habitat, of any major non-tropical city. Certainly, other North American cities, including Denver, Seattle, and Vancouver, have significant wildlife borders along their peripheries, but none enfold wild terrain in the complex fashion of Los Angeles. Only tropical Miami, on the edge of the Everglades, comes close. Los Angeles's wild edge, even by the crudest measure, is at least 675 miles long. 9 Moreover, it is steadily expanding as the widening megalopolis simultaneously consumes remnant agricultural areas while penetrating ever deeper into the wild desert and chaparral ecosystems that surround Southern California and make it, in the famous phrase of Carey McWilliams, an island on the land. Second, this is primarily a mountain edge, with development lapping at the slopes of the San Gabriel Mountains, one of the steepest ranges in North America. Although 30 million visitor trips per year are made to the San Gabriel's most popular outlooks, streams, and picnic grounds, much of the 1,000 square mile range consists of inaccessible canyons and ravines that act as wildlife redoubts. Thus they constitute the biogeographical core of an urban wilderness, sustaining the largest Southern California populations of coyotes, black bears, and mountain lions. Moreover, predators and larger fauna also survive in an archipelago of wild islands surrounded by densely urbanized areas. For example, Griffith Park, the Palos Verdes Peninsula, the Verdugo Hills, and the aptly named Coyote Hills preserve booming coyote populations, while perhaps a dozen urban cougars persist in the rugged defile of the Santa Monicas, and probably in the recently suburbanized Puente Hills as well. 11. L.A.S. Wild Edge. On land-use and planning maps, of course, the division between developed and undeveloped areas is drawn as a straight-edged border. Spuriously precise boundaries likewise define parks, wildlife refuges, national forests, and official wilderness areas. In reality, there is an infinitely more intricate interpenetration of the wild and the urban. Fingers of chaparral and coastal sage provide informal wildlife corridors into the very heart of the city. Throngs of deer, for example, descend nightly from the Hollywood Hills to browse on the lawns of Bel Air and Beverly Hills, while audiences at the Hollywood Bowl have grown accustomed to the coyote howls that sometimes accompany Bach and Gershwin. Conversely, urban pathologies, including illegal dumping, graffiti, gang violence, carjacking, paramilitary training, and plantation-scale marijuana cultivation, intrude so comprehensively into Los Angeles's wild hinterlands that Newsweek recently dubbed the Angeles National Forest, the primeval forest. More marijuana, Newsweek claimed, is now grown in the Angeles and Southern California's 3 other national forests than in all of the notorious Emerald Triangle forests in Northern California. 12. The wild and the urban, therefore, are best conceived as variable qualities or processes, rather than neatly bounded little boxes, a view which conforms to the growing preference in environmental studies for the wild as a richer, more dialectical concept than wilderness. Leading environmental philosophers have devoted much ink to a critique of the wilderness myth and the fetish of the pristine. As David Rothenberg recently reminded readers, Thoreau invoked wildness, not wilderness, as the preservation of the world. The idea of wildness, Rothenberg explains, has always been deeper than a place that exists because we place boundaries around it and call it a wilderness. 13 Although some revisionist writers like Irene Claver have argued that the wild by definition should be intractable to definition, some approximation is surely possible. 14 My personal favorite is Gary Snyder's sly observation that the wild is perhaps the very possibility of being eaten by a mountain lion. The risk, even if vanishingly remote, is an evolutionary trigger to heightened awareness and enjoyment of an environment shared with large animals. 15 As the Fike incident proves, Los Angeles is one of the few large cities that passes Snyder's gustatory wildness test. 16 It seems almost a truism that the wild and the urban must be inversely related to one another, the growth of the latter must involve a net subtraction from the former. In fact, the relationship is far more paradoxical. Certainly, there is a distinct tendency for native biodiversity to decline as aboriginal landscapes are supplanted or fragmented by artificial landscapes. Indeed, entire Southern California ecosystems, including salt marshes, native grasslands, Engelmann oak savannas, and vernal pool communities, have become virtually extinct over the past century and a half. Speaking of endangered species, a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service official called Southern California this agency's Vietnam, while a major scientific study in early 1997 singled out the Los Angeles region as one of two major hotspots of endangered diversity in the United States. 17 Yet because of a massive naturalization of alien plant and animal species, total biodiversity has actually increased. Moreover, because of their adaptive flexibility or the removal of their key predators, populations of certain native birds and mammals have experienced dramatic surges after urbanization. This does not mean, however, that the impact of urban growth in Southern California has been biologically benign. Although some ecologists might contest such value judgments, the urban environment, with its alternative food chain based on garbage, tends to favor the selection of species undesirable from a human standpoint. As Anne Spirn pointed out in her pioneering study of urban nature, the form of the city limits both the abundance and diversity of those wildlife that would be an amenity. At the same time, most wildlife that do thrive in the city become pests. 19 As a rule of thumb, opportunist species, adapted to a variety of habitats, tend to survive and even prosper, while specialist species, fine-tuned to microenvironments, tend to perish. The list of Southern California pests includes the lowly and the sublime. Crows, ravens, jays, skunks, raccoons, deer, and coyotes probably exist in far greater numbers than at the moment of initial European contact in the late 18th century. Pigeons, sparrows, and rat species commensal with humans were introduced by Spanish colonists, while starlings and red foxes are modern arrivals from the east. Although population estimates of mountain lions are controversial, the various censuses in Southern California support the idea of a considerable increase in their numbers. As Maurice Hornecker, the recognized world authority on the species, reminds us, there are more mountain lions in the Los Angeles area than in Yellowstone. 20 This directly contradicts the typical textbook assertion that large predators such as wolves, mountain lions, and bears are conspicuously absent from the mammal community of urban habitats. 21. Transactions between the wild and the urban take place within the spatial framework of what ecologists call an ecotone, a zone of transition between biological communities whose boundaries may be relatively abrupt or gradual. Science, moreover, has long recognized a special edge effect in ecotones, a greater species diversity that results from an intermixture of species, some of which are the most tolerant members of the adjacent communities and others which are edge species peculiar to the ecotone itself. 22 The opossum, which first arrived in California in 1910, is a good candidate for the paradigmatic edge species. Although notoriously dumb, it is perfectly adapted to nocturnal foraging in such disturbed, interstitial habitats as vacant lots, woodpiles, freeway landscaping, and cemeteries. It is the only mammal common to both Skid Row and the foothills. 23. The wild urban ecotone, in other words, can be best envisioned as an ecosystem in its own right, albeit more dynamic, nonlinear, and unstable than its constituent communities. A major characteristic is the sometimes bizarre reshaping of food chain and predator-prey relationships. Deer, for example, become greedy lawn browsers, while coyotes end up addicted to junk food scavenged from garbage cans. Bobcats add Felis domesticus to their diet, and booming raven populations follow roadkills. Wildlife, in other words, becomes more urban in its basic subsistence patterns, while, at the same time, domestic species go feral. In the industrial wastelands of South Los Angeles, wild dog packs now threaten the lives of small children, and in affluent West Los Angeles, escaped parrots, flourishing in several wild colonies, startle passers-by with their insolent chatter. AWOL landscape plants, like the indestructible arundo, have become doomsday weeds, supplanting indigenous flora on an ever-widening scale. This hugely complex system of shifting biological interactions along Los Angeles's wild edge is only episodically visible to most suburban residents, and then in a phantasmagorical mode. The unexpected appearance of large wildlife in the city's backyards is occasionally charming, but more often threatening. Coyotes and cougars, in particular, have become symbols of urban disorder. These Statsnitsm are unwelcome heralds of a breakdown in the clear-cut, impermeable, but essentially imaginary boundary between the human and the wild. The ideal suburb is adjacent to nature but never directly implicated in it. Wild creatures are no more welcome across the crabgrass threshold of a subdivision than are urban ones. Indeed, in the minds of most suburbanites, the unruliness in the center of the metropolis is figuratively recapitulated at its periphery. It is not surprising that predators are criminalized as trespassers and discursively assimilated to serial killers or gangbangers. Reciprocally, the urban underclass is incessantly bestialized as predators, wilding youth, and wolf packs in an urban wilderness. In ripe Hegelian fashion, then, the social construction of nature is typically mirrored by the naturalization of purely social contradictions. In what follows, I offer a symptomatic history of this strange choreography of the wild and the urban in Southern California. Needless to say, the politics of wildlife almost always presents a double aspect. On the one hand, it concerns the formation of human attitudes toward animals, on the other, it concerns class or ethnic conflict refracted through the symbolic role of wildlife in distinguishing the ethical universes of competing social groups. Los Angeles's Wild Edge, in other words, is the place where natural history and social history can sometimes be read as inverted images of each other. Like all dialectical fairy tales, this story has two parts, linked together by strange ironies. The first part takes up the history of human interaction with wildlife in Southern California, a relentless chain of slaughter and extinction stretching from the casual brutality of 19th-century ranching and market hunting practices to the systematic predator extermination campaigns of the 20th century, mounted in the name of scientific game management. In the second part, however, the surviving wild creatures, led by the astonishingly adaptive cougars of the Sierra Madre, begin to bite back, with often startling social consequences. 2. Shooting everything in sight. Like God, whose fabrication of man set off chain reactions involving evil and good, of which the end is not yet, Southern California man, in setting out to redo nature, to take over godly prerogatives, has started more than he has finished. Richard Lillard, Eden in Jeopardy. It is a founding conceit of American history that certain white men were privileged to see the face of God in the beauty of untrammeled wilderness. Yet, apart from some high mountain summits, the famous explorers, scouts, and colonizers moved strictly within cultural landscapes reconnoitered, named, and transformed by indigenous people over at least 10,000 years of continuous occupation. Southern California was no exception. Humans and Mediterranean-type biota have been co-evolving since the end of the last ice age. Anthropologists now recognize that native cultures like the Tongva, Chumash, and Cahuilla, once derided as lowly diggers for their lack of agricultural technology, were potent fire farmers who used their fire sticks to extensively modify the local vegetation. The coastal grasslands and black oak savannas, so admired by the Mission Fathers, were the domesticated products of millennia of selective burning. As environmental historians Thomas Blackburn and Kat Anderson have emphasized, the diversity of native plants and habitat types was deliberately maintained by, and essentially dependent upon, ongoing human activities of various kinds. 24 Moreover, native Californians deftly manipulated the fire cycles of different plant communities to increase the seasonal browse for deer and small game. It is likely that these first people influenced the animal landscape of the Southern California coast in less conservative ways as well. Periodically, the discovery of ancient bones or possible hunting artifacts raises the possibility that humans were lurking in the bushes when the Los Angeles Plain was a Pleistocene Serengeti. Some researchers have even suggested that Paleo-Indians participated in the extinction of the fabulous Rancolabarian megafauna of mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, giant bison, and dire wolves. But as a recent publication of the Southern California Academy of Science notes, rather drilly, Cooperative seasonal hunting of late Pleistocene large herding animals is not confirmed in the archaeological record of the region. 25 The grooves on Smilodon bones from the La Brea tar pits once attributed to hunters are now known to be formed by a natural process, while burnt mammoth remains from Santa Rosa Island could as easily be the result of wildfire as of campfire. More compelling is evidence for a later prehistoric tragedy of the commons. According to this hypothesis, the Tongva and the Chumash depleted marine mammal populations through the wholesale slaughter of young sea lions and fur seals in their coastal rookeries. 26. Yet even with its diminished populations of marine mammals, Southern California was an extraordinary menagerie in 1769 when an impecunious Spanish crown, worried about Russian and British intruders, began its belated effort at defensive colonization. 27 Although no comprehensive inventory of fauna was undertaken by any naturalist before 1900, it is possible to piece together earlier accounts into a rough mosaic. Thus the Pobladores who founded Pueblo de Los Angeles would have seen whales of several species in Ballona Lagoon and San Pedro Bay, beaver in Ballona and Malibu Creeks, herds of white-tailed pronghorn in the Baldwin Hills and on the Tustin Plain, condors with 13-foot wingspans over Mount Hollywood, sea otters off Palos Verdes and Dead Man's Island, rainbow trout in the Rio Porciuncola, weasels in La Cienega, spotted and red lynx in the Arroyo Seco, gray wolves near Mission San Gabriel, and everywhere, on what has been called the best grizzly range on Earth, Ursus horribilis, the great brown bear. In the San Gabriels there were also badgers, bighorn sheep, and golden and southern bald eagles, and in Southern California's mountain fringe, in Riverside and eastern San Diego counties, possibly jaguars. 28. The first impressions of 19th-century visitors were often defined by extraordinary visions of wildlife. For Richard Henry Dana in the 1830s, it was the spectacle of San Pedro Bay churning with whales who smashed dangerously against anchor chains and threatened to overturn longboats. Turning our heads, we saw a great, rough, humpbacked whale, slowly crossing our forefoot, within 3 or 4 yards of the boat's stem. He was a disgusting creature, with a skin rough, hairy, and of an iron-gray color. 29 Augustin Janssens, just arriving from Mexico in 1834, was impressed by the great she-bear that chased him down the road to Santa Ynez. 30 Likewise, Horace Bell, who arrived in the early 1850s, was dumbfounded to discover that grizzlies were more plentiful than pigs and made the rearing of cattle utterly impossible. In Topanga, Malibu, La Laguna de Chico, Lopez, and other places. 31 Hugo Reed and Harris Newmark at the other end of the faunal scale were mesmerized by the vast rodent metropolis that covered the plains north of San Pedro. Reed complained that the squirrels, rabbits, and gophers had so honeycombed the surface of the ground as to make it dangerous to ride anywhere off the roadway faster than at a walk. The horrified Newmark, who mistook the thousands of ground squirrels for ordinary rats, felt as if he had landed on another planet. 32. The epiphanic experience shared by visitors as diverse as William Shaler, General James Russling, and Prince Ludwig Salvatore, Archduke of Austria, was the site of the great wintering colonies of wildfowl along the road from San Pedro Bay. General Russling, who recalled his drive from Wilmington to Los Angeles as one of the fairest recollections of a lifetime, left the most indelible description. The marshes about Wilmington, and the plains beyond, were a halting place for vast flocks of wild geese, on their annual migration north, and they thronged the country in countless thousands. Off on the plains, where they were feeding on the young and succulent grass, they whitened the ground sometimes for acres, and were so careless of danger, you might knock them over with a club. General Banning said they were even more numerous in former years, but we had never seen anything to equal them. As we drove along, they rose by the roadside in flocks of thousands, and fairly deafened the air with their multitudinous conkings. 33. Travelers skirting the edge of the great swamps that once extended southward from Bolsa Chica Mesa to Newport Mesa encountered even larger populations of migratory wildfowl belonging to 83 separate species. This section of the country, according to a local historian, was one of the greatest natural habitats for wildlife and game birds in the world. 34. During the first century of Los Angeles's existence, its regional economy was largely based upon the comprehensive looting and destruction of this extraordinary biological endowment. The 22 million acres of coastal prairie, stirrup-high in tall grass, constituted the finest virgin grassland left in the world, while offshore kelp forests sustained staggering populations of sportfish and marine mammals. 35 Although foreign trade was officially proscribed during the Spanish period, the southern half of Alta California quickly became the economic colony of Nantucket sea captains and Boston merchants. The New Englanders needed otter pelts to trade in Canton and cowhides for the shoe factories of Connecticut and Rhode Island. The Californios, on the other hand, were desperate for manufactured products of every kind. Although the ranchos are often depicted as self-sufficient islands of a lazy and romantic feudalism, they were in fact franchises of dynamic Yankee capitalism. In this era of what Marx called primitive accumulation, local wildlife was caught between the pincers of the fur trade and the hide and tallow market. The first native fauna to pass into extinction was the sea otter. Although the major otter hunting grounds were in the Pacific Northwest and peninsular Alaska, American ships began to turn toward Alta California as early as 1796. Southern otter fur was not as valuable, but the rookeries were less depleted, and the missionized natives less dangerous than the bellicose tribes of the Northwest. From 1803 to 1813 the Americans poached along the California coast on halves with the Russians, the latter providing Aleut and Kodiak hunters and kayaks and the former ships. The superb Aleutian hunters may have killed as many 50,000 otters, leaving only a tiny, remnant population for a new partnership of Americans and Mexicans to hunt during the 1820s. Sometime before the Mexican-American War, the animal disappeared entirely from its traditional habitats in the coastal waters of Baja and Southern California. In the same period, the Hudson's Bay Company and American mountain men trapped out most of the beaver, river otters, and minks in the state. 36. The scrawny longhorns that the mission fathers turned loose on the Los Angeles plain, direct descendants of the animals that Columbus had brought from the Canaries to Hispaniola in 1493, caused ecological catastrophe on a far larger scale. New World cattle frontiers have been described as speculative and highly destructive exercises in soil mining. Whether on the llanos of Colombia and Venezuela, the pampas of Uruguay and Argentina, the Sertão of Brazil, the prairies of Texas, or the coastal plains of Southern California, nature raised cattle with little human intervention. Indeed, historians talk about the Spanish simply seeding the grasslands with livestock. 37 Supplementary fodder was virtually unknown, and rancho water resources consisted of natural streams and cienagas, on rare occasions augmented with small runoff dams and artificial ponds. The principal work of ranching still closely resembled hunting, and the long-horned cattle retained the instincts and behavior of wild game. Introduced into largely ungrazed ecosystems, the cattle acted as so many bulldozers in denuding the aboriginal landscape. In her recent history of the environmental consequences of the conquest of Mexico, Eleanor Melville has used modern research on the exponential population dynamics of ungulate eruptions among deer, sheep, and cattle to explain the devastating and often irreversible impact of Spanish pastoralism on New World ecosystems. Together with the destruction of native vegetation, intensified grazing produced soil compaction that led to increased runoff and accelerated erosion. By the late 16th century, once thriving croplands in central Mexico had deteriorated into depopulated wastelands. 38. Californios at the roundup. Thanks to a million mission cattle, a similar conquest landscape, as Melville calls it, had emerged in the Los Angeles area by the 1830s. Indeed, the introduction of cattle probably quintupled erosion rates and left the plains scarred with deep arroyos. 39 Even before the end of the 18th century, Spanish officials were already worrying about overstocking on local ranges. And they had reason. One recent study claims that the longhorn population had far surpassed the carrying capacity of the grasslands as early as 1821. The huge herds 120,000 hides were shipped out of San Pedro alone in 1834 did irreparable damage to fragile prairie and oak savanna ecosystems. 40. In addition to cattle on 1,000 hills, Southern California also had myriads of mestinos, so far in excess of possible demand that the best saddle horses sold for only 50 cents. 41 The draconian solution adopted after 1805 was the institution of periodic matanzas to reduce the grazing pressure from supernumerary cattle and mestinos. In 1812 alone, as many as 30,000 wild horses may have been killed throughout Alta California. 42 Horse killing was considered a basic civic responsibility, and slackers like Don Juan José Dominguez were bitterly denounced by their neighbors. 43. Yet the populations were quickly rebuilt, and mestinos like those thundering across the San Fernando Valley in an early painting by James Walker remain the most striking emblem of the rancho economy. 44 Even as late as the 1850s, Horace Bell was still marveling at the vast herds of horses, while the German communist settlers at Anaheim fought desperate battles to keep the Mustangs from trampling their precious vineyard. 45. Feral horses and cattle, moreover, spilled beyond the ecological boundaries of the rancho economy and provided new cultural capital for native Californian societies struggling to adapt to the shock of conquest. On the peripheries of Southern California, in the southern San Joaquin Valley and in the high desert, a unique horseback culture, which adopted horse meat as its staple food, arose among the heterogeneous bands of Yokuts, Paiute, Mojave, and runaway Chumash and Tongva. Without the malaria and smallpox epidemics of the 1830s that killed at least 3/4 of the unmissionized native population, California's history might have turned out quite differently. As Woodrow Borah, the first historian to focus on the impact of the horse upon Aboriginal California, has hypothesized. By the 1840s there was building up in the interior of California a reinvigorated and changed Indian society that was developing the tactics and the means for coping with Hispanic settlers. A new Apache culture probably would have developed that would have given as good an account of itself as the Apaches and Comanches of the Southwest did in their defense against the Mexicans and Anglo-Americans. 46. Meanwhile, the grazing pressure from hundreds of thousands of cattle and tens of thousands of horses abetted an unparalleled floral invasion. In the opinion of the leading authority on California grasslands, few places on Earth, if any, have had such a wholesale replacement of native plants by introduced species. 47 Hardy Mediterranean grasses and weeds, probably transported as seeds in the straw used to pack religious items, quickly displaced the native prairie. Unlike the indigenous perennial bunch grasses, the invading annuals had evolved over thousands of years of stress from herbivores and thus were optimally adapted to conditions on the overstocked ranges. Simultaneously, a host of other invaders, plant and animal, including such now universal species as wild mustard, poison hemlock, the pepper tree, the house mouse, the Argentine ant, and the honeybee, were insinuating their way into the environment. Among larger mammals, the pronghorn antelope was pushed out of coastal grasslands by horses and cattle, as was its chief predator, the gray wolf. 48. The opportunistic grizzly, however, adapted with gusto to a new cuisine of beef and horse meat. Although grizzlies were increasingly hunted for sport, and sometimes even pitted against fighting bulls in the plaza, their population seems to have soared during the cattle era. They multiplied in Mission and Mexican days because they were able to feast on livestock and on the carcasses the ranchers in the high Dantalo business threw away, giving the bears one of the largest free food supplies in Ursine history. Grizzlies ate horses shot during droughts, consumed offal from deer killings and whaling operations, and raided sheepfolds and apiaries. They hid in the willows along the Los Angeles River and killed horses that wandered in for shade. They ate grapes in San Gabriel vineyards. 49. The gold rush gave a second life to the rancho economy after the collapse of the high Dantalo trade in the early 1840s. 100,000 hungry prospectors in the foothills of the Sierra provided an instant market for all the beef that Southern California could produce. By the late 1850s, however, the southern ranches were competing with new cattle ranges stocked with higher quality steers in the Central Valley, as well as longhorns driven all the way from Texas. As beef prices fell, local ranchers expanded their herds in a desperate attempt to preserve gross income. The overstocking that ensued was a reckless form of wagering on the weather. The Southern Californians lost. The greatest storm in California history began on Christmas Eve 1861. Falling with little interruption for 45 days, the rains transformed most of the coastal plain from present-day Hollywood to Newport Beach into a giant inland sea. Entire communities, like the New Mexican settlement at Aguamunza in San Bernardino County, were destroyed, and thousands of livestock drowned. This Noachian deluge was followed by a relentless drought that lasted from the summer of 1862 through the fall of 1864. While the attention of the rest of the world was riveted on Antietam and Gettysburg, Southern California's hybrid Yankee-Mexican Squire Archie was watching hundreds of thousands of cattle die. The climax of the drought was an environmental disaster of Sahelian proportions. Dying, crazed cattle and horses stripped the desiccated landscape of every green stalk or leaf. What scant vegetation remained was consumed by a plague of chapules that suddenly appeared in 1864. The willow stockade built by the Anaheim colony to keep out mestinos now became a defense against famished cattle. 50 The rains, when they finally came again, carved hundreds of arroyos in the bare ground, carrying away nearly a quarter of the fertile topsoil. Once verdant valleys were transformed into deserts. 51. Contemporary accounts emphasized the silent desolation, wide reaches of range utterly devoid of vegetation, great stretches of earth trampled to a powdery dust, caught up by wind devils as they raced across the parched plain. Another settler mourned the empty land, empty of people and towns, of trees and cultivated fields. 52 Yet the ghostly cattle ranges were soon restocked with tens of thousands of sheep, as sheepmen from the Monterey area, fat with profits from the Civil War wool boom, bought up the southern ranchos at fire sale prices. The sheep era, which largely justified John Muir's complaint that the animals were simply hoofed locusts, lasted barely a decade before a new drought, coinciding with worldwide El Niño, induced famines and plagues, once again decimated the herds. As a last resort, thousands of sheep were fed to hogs or driven across the desert toward the Colorado River. With biblical inevitability, the slaughter of the sheep was punctually followed by crop-devastating infinities of chapules. 53. As one would expect, the environmental disasters of the mid-1860s and the mid-1870s were calamities for local wildlife communities as well. The great die-off of cattle sharply curtailed the grizzly populations that had grown with the herds. Yet grizzlies had roamed Southern California for centuries and would likely have survived the drought of even these two punishing decades. What they could not survive were the new Yankee overlords of the region, who, using repeating rifles, steel bear traps, and strychnine, were transforming bear hunting from an occasional sport into a campaign of extermination. The victims fell quickly. One group of local cowboys killed half a dozen bears in a single 2-week trip to Prairie Fork in the San Gabriels, and grizzly meat was a regular item on local restaurant menus in the 1860s and early 1870s. 55 The paws from adult bears and the flesh from young cubs were deemed particular delicacies. 56 By the end of the 1880s, the slaughter of the great brown bears had been carried out so efficiently that some experts asserted they were already extinct everywhere in the state. The San Francisco Examiner disproved this claim in late 1889 when it unveiled the cage containing Monarch, a huge male found on Mount Gleason in northern Los Angeles County. Although the Examiner published heroic accounts of the beast's capture by one of its reporters, Monarch had in fact been purchased from a syndicate of Los Angeles sportsmen. The only California grizzly in captivity, he died in 1911. 575 years later, the last wild grizzly in Southern California was shot by a rancher in lower Big Tujunga Canyon, at the edge of the San Fernando Valley. The final member of the distinctive California subspecies was killed in the Southern Sierra in summer 1922. 58. Roping a grizzly. The grizzly was not only the official state emblem, but also the state's peak predator. According to the scientific taxonomy of the time, the grizzly defined the dominant ecosystem in coastal Southern California. As late as the 1950s, textbooks still referred to the broad sclerophyll, grizzly bear community. In this sense, Chaparral without the grizzly was the scientific equivalent of the short grass prairie without the bison. The parallel extermination of these two most iconic American species took place during a national orgy of overhunting. Indeed, the period from 1865 to 1890 probably saw the largest deliberate slaughter of wildlife in history. Fish and Game officials later calculated that from 50 to 95% of game has been killed off within one generation. 59 One infamous goal of this carnage was to destroy the ecological basis for independent Native American life, but the ethos of shooting everything in sight was also driven by powerful market forces, including seemingly insatiable demands for fresh game from restaurateurs and for decorative feathers from manufacturers of women's hats. California restaurants, North and South, were world famous for the quality of their wildfowl, and the state was the nation's largest single market for fresh game, over 1 million ducks and 20,000 deer per year. By 1890.60 game jobbers relied on professional hunters drawn from the ranks of a distinctive social stratum of poor whites, the Pikes, named after the famous county in Missouri that sent Sweet Betsy and thousands of other impoverished pioneers westward, the predominantly Scots-Irish. Pikes were nomadic pig raisers and notorious squatters who were frequently embroiled in armed clashes with ranchers and sheriffs. According to the aristocratic English outdoorsman Horace Annesley Vatchell, who lived in Southern California in the 1880s, they were also peerless small game hunters. Vatchell describes one capital fellow of his acquaintance near Los Angeles. He was what is called a market hunter, and none was more familiar with the habits and habitat of game. He seemed to know by instinct where the big trout might be found, and could catch them with his hands. He was the finest stalker I have ever met. He used to come striding into town with dozens of quail. When other market hunters would tell you that there were no birds in the country, he could always predict the coming of the snipe and wild duck, of which he shot thousands annually. 61. In the Los Angeles area, a small army of market hunters provisioned scores of restaurants, as well as a local quail cannery that had been established in 1881. As 19th-century civic leader Boyle Workman fondly recalled more than a half-century later, an Epicurean cuisine of fresh game was absurdly cheap in this era. Quail, dove, and cottontail rabbits were 50 cents a dozen. Venison steaks and roasts were 10 cents a pound. 62 giant bore fixed shotguns were used to annihilate migratory birds whole flocks at a time, while the use of hunting dogs ensured that hunters could reliably kill 50 to 60 deer each week in the San Gabriels above Pasadena. Antelope in the Lake Elsinore area and the western Mojave Desert were gunned down from railroad cars and later from automobiles. Commercial fishermen used dynamite to harvest trout by the ton in San Gabriel Canyon as well as albacore off Santa Catalina, where rifle experts like to practice on the famed flying fish. For the souvenir trade, small boys were employed to trap horned lizards and tarantulas for sale to astonished tourists from the east. The harmless, extremely useful and interesting California condor, on the other hand, was lassoed and dragged and strangled when full of food and clumsy, or shot just for the sport of it. With the arrival of several 100,000 tourists and new residents during the boom of 1887 to 89, the exploding demand for wild game threatened to deplete what once had seemed a cornucopian supply. 63 Unregulated commercial hunting and fishing also endangered the new English-style hunting and fishing clubs that were all the rage among Los Angeles's nouveau riches. 3. The Golden Age of the Hunt. From down the valley, filtering through the windbreaks of the eucalyptus trees, comes softly on the wind the flute-like tremulo of the horn, the adios of the huntsman and his hounds. Charles Holder, Life in the Open. Outdoor sport in early Los Angeles consisted of horse racing, rooster pulling, informal rattlesnake and coyote hunts, grizzly versus bull combats in the Old Plaza, and, most popular of all, public lynchings. 64 The ideal of hunting as a genteel Anglo-Saxon pastime, governed by an etiquette of fair play, came to Southern California only with the arrival of wealthier Eastern and British immigrants during the 1880s. The promotion of Los Angeles as nature's garden coincided with a national campaign, instigated by George Bird Grinnell in his Forest and Stream Weekly, to restrict commercial overhunting. In a famous dinner speech in December 1887, Grinnell's good friend Theodore Roosevelt proposed the formation of an elite sportsmen's organization to protect other game animals from the tragic fate of the bison. Although named after homespun heroes, the Boone and Crockett Club only recruited from the bluest bloods on the Main Line and Beacon Hill, including DuPont, Pratt, Stimson, Whitney, and their peers. Teddy provided a heroic role model as an athletic hunter who pursued game in a sporting manner, killed cleanly, and abhorred the cruelty of market hunters and savages. Later, when scientific management became the gospel of the progressive bourgeoisie, the Boone and Crockett Club became a leading advocate of game preserves and the management of wildlife as a renewable resource. 65. In Southern California, the Boone and Crockett point of view was eloquently represented by Charles Frederick Holder, a distinguished naturalist and biographer of Agassiz who taught zoology at Pasadena's Throop Institute. A friend of Roosevelt and Grinnell, as well as of illustrious Californians David Starr Jordan and Henry Huntington, Holder moved to Pasadena for his health in 1885, on the eve of the Great Boom. Comparing contemporary Pasadena to Florence and Nice, he described it as the wealthiest city of its size in the world. 66. With peerless enthusiasm for the Southern California outdoors, he preached the sporting life in the saddle to his patrician friends. Holder's hunting circle quickly evolved into the Valley Hunt Club, the inner sanctum of early 20th century Pasadena society. A decade later, enraged at commercial overfishing in local waters, he founded the equally celebrated and exclusive Tuna Club in Avalon to encourage competitive amateur sport fishing as an alternative to the dynamite and gill nets of the callous marketmen. 67. By Theodore Roosevelt's second term, the Los Angeles area boasted nearly 40 gun and tackle clubs, including exclusive duck clubs which leased huge tracts of coastal wetlands in Playa del Rey, Bolsa Chica, Alamitos Bay, and Newport Bay. Many of the larger surviving ranchos like Lucky Baldwin's Rancho Santa Anita or the Irvine Ranch sponsored regular mounted hunts. 68. Far more than the half-dozen fledgling golf clubs, these hunting clubs provided a distinctive social matrix for the new elites that emerged in the aftermath of the late 1880s boom. They defined a faux seigneurial lifestyle that combined the Boone and Crockett post-frontier ethos of honorable adventure with the romance of the Spanish ranchos. Holder's fascinating 1906 book Life in the Open, Sport with Rod, Gun, Horse, and Hound in Southern California portrays wealthy transplants from Boston and Chicago, now dressed in serapes and sombreros, charging through orange groves on their favorite Indian ponies in pursuit of fox, lynx, and coyote. Holder, with his fine naturalist's eye, captured Southern California at that extraordinary historical moment when wildness and urbanity held each other in precarious balance. There is hardly a village, town, or city, Holder bragged, where wild country is not available in some form in a short distance. 69. The newly popular bungalow was still just a glorified hunting cabin next to an orchard or arroyo, and good hunting began at the Los Angeles city limits. 70. Despite the near extinction of local grizzlies, pronghorn antelope, condors, and bighorn sheep, which he deplored, other wild species remained indelible parts of the landscape. There were still heron in back of Playa del Rey, incredible sandhill cranes in the Centinela Hills, bald eagles above Malibu, and a myriad of ducks in the sea swamps along the coast. The fishing camps in San Gabriel Canyon, like the popular creel and bait clubs, angled prodigious numbers of trout, and countless quail still swarmed over the Laguna and Puente Hills. Pasadena huntsmen regularly chased bobcats through Highland Park and tracked deer in the Arroyo Seco and La Canada, while their counterparts in Orange County's Santiago Hunt Club boasted of the best fox hunting west of the Shenandoah. 71. At every opportunity, Holder contrasted the noble ethic of the Southern Californian sportsman with the crass brutality of the typical market hunter or plebeian poacher. Coursing rabbits into enclosures, for instance, is described as a cowardly, brutal game, while 20 mounted gentlemen and their greyhounds, by contrast, are engaged in a hard, furious, dangerous sport, the hare having an open country and by far the advantage. Similarly, to go out with a rifle and shoot the coyote would be to descend to the level of the pot hunter, but to hunt one of the swiftest of wild animals in the open, follow it on horseback, taking the country as it comes, is fair and honest sport to be commended. 72. Charles Frederick Holder. The extraordinary complexity of Los Angeles's arroyo and foothill topography ensured continuous challenge and unprecedented excitement to the newcomer accustomed to the more gentle terrain of eastern hunt country. Holder conferred almost mythic stature on huntsmen prepared to face the extreme conditions of the local mountains. "There is no more difficult sport," he bragged, "than to hunt deer in the Sierra Madre without dogs." Likewise, it is assumed that the angler of Southern California is a lover of mountain climbing. 73. This romanticizing of the outdoor life, of course, was meant to ennoble its participants. Thus, a hard ride through the woody Arroyo Seco or a long trek up the rugged West Fork of the San Gabriel River held out the possibility of transforming overweight bankers and henpecked real estate men into bully facsimiles of TR himself. Yet this vigorous life in the open, with all of its furious dashing back and forth across the countryside, inevitably produced social friction as it rubbed against the sedentary culture of the majority. Part of the fun, Holder conceded, was charging through the obstacle course of people's yards and gardens. Tense confrontations with angry sheepmen or citrus ranchers were routine parts of the hunt, and Holder comes close to admitting that his high-minded sport often amounted to hooliganism. "We inevitably ran down game. If it were not a coyote, fox, or wildcat, it would be a Chinaman, a burro, or a dog." 74. In the long run, a mounted Rooseveltian gentry was not compatible with garden cities or the automobile. Land development trumped lifestyle. As sprawling suburbs devoured wild places, some of the more romantic old money left Pasadena for Santa Barbara, where the equestrian charade of Spanish California rich automobile dealers mounted as dons on silver-bridled stallions persists to the present day. Other wealthy outdoorsmen simply moved their hunting lodges and duck blinds to the Sierra and Imperial Valley, which became recreational colonies for Los Angeles's elites. Yet others sublimated the hunt into the new craze for polo, promoted by Will Rogers from his baronial estate in the Pacific Palisades. But the majority of the 1920s social register simply abandoned blood sport, its passions and dangers, for the golf course and the yacht club. Even as his beloved hunt culture was beginning its slow decline, Holder joined with other upper-class sportsmen like Count Jairo von Schmidt of the Bolsa Chica Gun Club and James Irvine of the Great Irvine Ranch in a struggle to regulate the hunting franchise to exclude both marketmen and traditional subsistence hunters. As president of the Wildlife Protective League of America, he enjoyed the support not only of the gun and tackle clubs but also of the California Federation of Women's Clubs, as well as nature groups like the Audubon Society and the Sierra Club. 76. Their campaign for the non-sale of game, together with related demands for game preserves, game wardens, hunting licenses, and a cleanup of corruption within the Fish and Game Commission, was a classic example of a progressive-era reform movement. With an interlocking ethnic, class, and regional agenda. 77. In the progressive imagination, the moral universes of contending races and ethnic groups were clearly differentiated by their attitudes toward wild nature. Wildlife conservation reflected the culture of Anglo-Saxon America against that of the new immigrants, and the values of the middle class against those of the lower orders. 78. The campaign against market hunting seamlessly coalesced with a nativist crusade against Chinese shrimpmen, black and Italian bird trappers, white trash pikes, and native Californian subsistence hunters who did not honor the animal-loving ethos of the Anglo-Saxon. As the renowned hunter-zoologist William Hornaday put it, "No white man calling himself a sportsman ever indulges in such low pastimes as the killing of for food." 79. Thus the reformers fought for a $25 hunting fee for non-citizens as well as stiff penalties for poaching that effectively criminalized poorer immigrant and native hunters while causing little inconvenience to wealthy British and Canadian tourists. The class politics of game regulation, on the other hand, was seldom expressed as blatantly as its ethnic politics. At the beginning of the 20th century, the free right to hunt was still widely conceived in 18th century terms as a constitutive American freedom, one counterposed to Old England's notorious panoply of game warrants, forest officers, and the Black Act which sent yeoman poachers to the gallows. Unlike Europe's ancient regimes where game was the private property of the nobility, Wildlife on the Jeffersonian frontier traditionally had been community property subject to household need. Any restriction of popular hunting custom at the end of the frontier period, therefore, had to be justified by appealing to other egalitarian values. 80. This produced competing polemical claims. Progressive advocates of regulation, for their part, defined the issue as a struggle against de facto monopoly imposed by commercial hunters and the restaurant and hotel industry. The wild game belongs to the people in their sovereign capacity and as such should be enjoyed by the people and cared for and preserved for their benefit. The market value of game, from this perspective, was infinitesimal compared to its recreational and aesthetic importance. 81. By contrast, hotel spokesmen and allied Union Labor Party orators denounced the proposed game laws as class legislation, that is, legislation against the masses and for the benefit of the wealthy, whose private hunting grounds and game preserves already monopolized wildlife resources near the big cities. 82. Holder was exceptional in his blunt advocacy of noblesse oblige as the most effective system of game conservation. The Tuna Club's strategy, for example, was to discourage the overcatch by offering rewards to anglers who took the largest fish with the lightest tackle. Only relatively wealthy sport fishermen who could afford the requisite $75 tuna reels and $40 rods were likely to participate in the competition. Likewise, exclusive duck shooting clubs, whose membership was only open to Gentile gentlemen of the highest standard, leased huge tracts of coastal wetlands. The result, according to Holder, was entirely beneficial to the preservation of migratory wildfowl. Almost every foot of good duck shooting in Los Angeles County, and from Santa Monica to Laguna, is taken by private clubs. Were this not so, every duck and goose on the coast would be killed off by the pothunter, the running mate of the man who dynamites trout streams. 83. For the war against predators. The destruction of the mountain lion is not an easy task. Naturalist Harold Bryant. The newly developing legal and cultural distinctions between sportsmen and poachers were soon projected into the faunal realm, where an analogous conflict between protected wildlife and outlaw predators quickly emerged. Exploiting traditional Anglo-American phobias about wolves and other forest carnivores, an unusual tripartite coalition persuaded Congress in 1914-15 to federalize the extermination of wolves, coyotes, mountain lions, bobcats, and raptors. The economic interest of Western ranchers, particularly wool growers, in predator control was self-evident, as was sportsmen's desire to increase deer and elk populations, but the moral self-righteousness that characterized the anti-predation crusade would come from the third party in the coalition: amateur naturalists, birdwatchers, and vegetarians. The burgeoning humane movement, which harvested a long accumulation of Victorian sentimentality about animals, proposed to pull the teeth and claws from sanguinary nature by eliminating the big carnivores. Genteel nature appreciation, as historian Thomas Dunlap points out, reinforced prejudice. Predators were cruel. They murdered the innocent deer and songbirds. 85. Accordingly, the Audubon Society, the most prestigious nature organization in the country, lobbied hand in hand with stockmen and elite hunters for the establishment of the Division of Predator and Rodent Control within the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Biological Survey. Leading naturalists enthusiastically signed death warrants for predatory species. William Hornaday, the famed explorer and director of the New York Zoological Society, was one of the most prominent cheerleaders for the search and destroy operations. His famous 1913 call to arms, "Our vanishing wildlife," made little distinction between wanton overhunting, which he blamed particularly on immigrants, and the role of predators in the wilderness food chain. For example, he labeled a photograph of a Cooper's hawk as species to be destroyed. 86. E. A. Goldman, a leading biologist in the Bureau of Biological Survey, was equally blunt: large predatory mammals destructive to livestock and game no longer have a place in our advancing civilization. 87. The humane movement ideal of pacified nature had a special resonance in the garden cities of Southern California, where it converged with the regional goal of a scientifically managed landscape. The citrus industry, whose links to university research, hydroelectric technology, and mass production made it the high-tech sector of the 1900s, was particularly smitten by the fantasy of total engineered control over the wild environment represented by the Sierra Madre. As late as 1880, the range was still so dominated by large predators, grizzlies and cougars, that visitors were advised to go equipped as walking arsenals, and shepherds slept on 12-foot-high teep straws for protection. 88 The Orange Belt's leadership fought for the incorporation of the mountains as a federal reserve, the construction of a vast system of defenses against floods and debris flow, a policy of total fire suppression to be implemented by full-time firefighting crews, and the planting of millions of trees in a scientifically misguided attempt to reforest lower mountain slopes. They also energetically supported the extermination of the remaining predator populations. Progressive opinion, which visualized deer herds as a harvestable crop, analogously saw mountain lions and coyotes as faunal weeds in the garden. 89. With the extinction of the grizzly, however, it was difficult to find, no less define, a serious predator problem in Southern California. In his exhaustive inventory of local wildlife resources, Holder emphasized that cougars were famously reclusive and rarely seen. Coyotes, although not uncommon, were principally confined to the Repetto Hills, east of downtown, where they annoyed Basque shepherds and their herds without causing significant economic damage. Holder's main predator complaint had to do with the Mexican custom of keeping the half-breed offspring of coyotes and town dogs as pets, thereby weakening the racial purity of the distinction between hound and wolf that was so important to the aristocratic ideology of the mounted hunt. 90. In the absence of attacks on humans, the only compelling case for predator control in Southern California was the belief, shared by sport hunters and animal lovers, that mountain lions and coyotes were wanton killers who out of human sight decimated local deer and wildfowl populations. The cougar was a particular target of scorn. Writing for the California Fish and Game Commission in 1917, the prominent naturalist Harold Bryant asserted, on the basis of hunting lore alone, it is a well-established fact that the mountain lion is the most important enemy of deer. A lion often kills more than it is able to eat. 91 J. Bruce, a legendary hunter hired by the commission to rid the state's wildlife refuges of cougars, claimed to have calculated the annual dollar value of the depredations inflicted by an animal he considered to be uniquely evil and harmful. The mountain lion, he wrote, is the only predatory animal in California which is apparently of no economic benefit to the human race. Even the wildcat and the coyote generally do more good than harm by preying principally upon rats, mice, gophers, ground squirrels and jackrabbits. On the other hand, the mountain lion is simply a liability which probably costs the state $1,000 a year in deer meat. 92. The official war against predators in Southern California and the rest of the state began in October 1907 when the state offered a $20 bounty for mountain lion skins. In 1913 and 1915 large parts of the Angeles and Cleveland National Forests, including the hearts of the San Gabriel, Santa Ana, and Palomar Mountains, were dedicated as game preserves. In 1919, Bruce was hired to exterminate the cougar populations in these ranges and 16 other game preserves throughout California, while federal hunters eliminated predators from the state's national parks. Simultaneously, the Fish and Game Commission mounted an educational campaign to encourage cowboys, stockmen, and weekend hunters to kill every lion in sight. One article cautioned against the temptation of keeping cougars as pets, while another urged hunters to locate and kill all cubs after slaying a female lion. The commission also responded to a question often asked by the zealous nature advocate: is mountain lion meat suitable for the table? By answering that lion resembles fine, tender veal. The article provided helpful tips for incorporating cougar steaks and roasts into the family diet. 93. In the early years of the war against predators, state and federal hunters were able to sustain astonishing kill rates. The wolf was driven into extinction throughout the Great Plains and the Southwest, while mountain lions were being slaughtered in numbers that optimistic game officials believed were far in excess of natural reproduction. In 1923 Bruce, who alone could boast of 30 cougar kills each year, estimated that there were fewer than 500 lions left in California, with about 100 remaining in the southern counties. 948 years later, the chief forester of Los Angeles County noted with grim satisfaction that only one lion bounty had been paid in the county during the 1930-31 fiscal year as opposed to 26 in 1929-30. The heavy decrease is no doubt largely responsible for the increase in the number of deer. 95. Hunters near Pasadena display a cougar skin. Mountain lion kills peaked in most parts of Southern California in 1927-32, with the remaining cats presumably driven into the most inaccessible parts of their ranges. Although there are no overall regional statistics for predator kills, a San Bernardino County animal control officer estimated that, in addition to personally shooting 109 cougars between 1920 and 1940, he had also exterminated more than 10,000 other predatory animals, chiefly coyotes, bobcats, and foxes. Like his counterpart in Los Angeles County, this official believed that the cougar had been virtually eliminated and applauded the increase in the deer population that was the supposed result. 97 Coyote control was a less consistent local priority than cougar extermination and less effective in its outcome. Yet in the first 8 months after the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors adopted a coyote control program in 1938, 650 bounties were paid. 98 According to official reckoning, the taming of Southern California's wild edge was proceeding according to schedule. Bountied mountain lion kill in Southern California, 1907-50. By the end of the 1930s, however, there was disturbing evidence from across the West that predator persecution was not creating a peaceable kingdom. By removing natural constraints on deer and rodent population growth, it was instead producing biological catastrophes. The most famous of these, an outdoor version of Frankenstein's laboratory, took place on Arizona's Kaibab Plateau on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. In little more than a decade, federal hunters had exterminated the plateau's entire predator community, 674 cougars, 3,000 coyotes, and 120 bobcats. As a result, the deer population exploded from an estimated 3,000 in 1906 to more than 100,000 by 1924. Tourists and animal lovers marveled at what the Forest Service boasted was the biggest deer herd in the world tamely browsing in a park-like landscape of open forest. Then, in the winter of 1925, with range resources depleted, the great die-off of the huge deer herd began, and the once teeming Kaibab was reduced to a silent faunal desert, the paradigmatic example in modern wildlife management textbooks of the need to balance game population against available range. 99. The Kaibab experience was recapitulated a decade later in California's Mount Hamilton area, where the elimination of mountain lions by intensive bounty hunting in 1934-36 led to a deer population explosion that peaked in 1940, when hundreds of starving deer suddenly invaded the vineyards and orchards of the neighboring Santa Clara Valley. However, the most nightmarish example of the inadvertent consequences of predator control occurred in Los Angeles's own backyard, the southwest corner of the San Joaquin Valley. On the night of November 24, 1926, an estimated 100 million house mice overran the gritty oil town of Taft. The mice, according to a local history, invaded beds and nibbled the hair of horrified sleepers, chewed through the sides of wooden storehouses to get at food supplies, and crawled boldly into children's desks at Conley School 100. The battle against the mice lasted months and increasingly resembled the script of a science fiction film. At first, local authorities tried to destroy the advancing rodent hordes with mechanical harvesters, but the blades became choked with fur, flesh, and blood to the resemblance of a sausage mill. They then surrounded Taft with a network of trenches sown with strychnine-impregnated straw. Although hundreds of thousands of mice were killed, myriads more overwhelmed the defenses. Advancing to the southwest, mice killed a sheep and devoured the carcass in less than a day. A column slipped past poison-filled trenches to touch off an exodus of women from Ford City, an unincorporated community adjoining Taft. Another column captured the Petroleum Club golf course after token opposition from fleeing golfers. To the north, Hordes swarmed over the Taft-Bakersfield Highway, where thousands were ground to death under car wheels, making the highway dangerously slippery. 101. Turning down advice from the Army Chief of Chemical Warfare to use poison chlorine gas against the mice, desperate Taftites advertised fabled Pied Piper needed. The Bureau of Biological Survey promptly sent in Stanley E. Piper, their chief wildlife poisoner. 102. With 25 local recruits, Piper set up camp outside of Taft and began a systematic chemical extermination campaign. Although he made steady headway, the mice were ultimately defeated not by poison but by a plague, the rodent Septicemia bacillus. 3 months after it had begun, and with Taft on the verge of a collective nervous breakdown, the great mouse invasion suddenly ended. 103. Federal men killing mice. This, however, was only the beginning of a memorable scientific debate over the causes of the extraordinary rodent eruption. E. Raymond Hall, a Berkeley biologist fresh from fieldwork in the Kaibab, attributed the Taft event to the efficiency of the Biological Survey's predator control campaign in Kern County during 1924-25, which had eradicated natural mouse enemies like coyotes, skunks, and red-tailed hawks. 104. Piper, on the contrary, ardently defended the survey, blaming the outbreak instead upon a bumper crop of maize in the irrigated bed of former Lake Buena Vista, which became available as agricultural land in 1925 after the diversion of flood runoff from the Kern River. But other prominent members of the American Society of Mammalogists like Johns Hopkins's A. Brazier Howell quickly came to Hall's defense. Although most conceived of rodent plagues as multi-causal in origin, they were incensed by the Biological Survey's self-serving denial that carnivores had played any significant role in regulating rodent populations. 105. Indeed, the ecological debacles on the Kaibab and Mount Hamilton, as well as at Taft and elsewhere, gradually forced a rethinking of the scientific premises of game management and a new recognition of the destructive potential of out-of-control deer populations. Wildlife managers gained a better appreciation of the ecological role of predatory mammals and raptors in adjusting populations to carrying capacity. A Watershed 1931 report, endorsed by the ASM, objected to the Biological Survey's indiscriminate poisoning of carnivores and deplored the propaganda of the survey, which is designed to unduly blacken the character of certain species of predatory mammals, giving only part of the facts and withholding the rest, propaganda which is educating the public to advocate the destruction of wildlife. 106. Yet the protesters emphasized that we make no mention of wolves and mountain lions which, whatever their values from an aesthetic viewpoint, are truly killers and are destructive. 107. This scientific exemption for the wanton killer species allowed wildlife managers to embrace the new ecosystem perspective in good faith while simultaneously escalating the war against mountain lions throughout the West. In Southern California by the early 1930s, optimistic game officials thought a few more years of systematic hunting might succeed in vanquishing the cougar like the California grizzly once and for all. Accordingly, the number of full-time state lion hunters was increased to 4, while the Second World War provided a new arsenal of chemical pred acids and booby traps, including the superpoison sodium fluorostate and a widely adopted device that fired cannonade bullets into predators' mouths. Yet in 1954, the California Fish and Game Commission complained that the campaign against the cougar was just holding the number about even or possibly losing a little ground. 108. Even in urban centers like Los Angeles County, the surprisingly resilient lion refused to go the way of the wolf and grizzly, clinging with superb tenacity to the wild recesses of its mountain ranges. The perennial trickster, the coyote, on the other hand, relied on its astonishing reproductive powers to survive the onslaught of poison traps and bounty hunters, compensating for higher mortality rates with increased fertility. The pacification of nature in Southern California, in other words, had experienced its first inexplicable failures. Although predator control programs did keep cougars, coyotes, bobcats, and foxes virtually invisible to the post-war urban millions, a wilderness, defined by the survival of these carnivores, continued to border the increasingly fractal edge of development. Then, suddenly, in the 1980s, baffling numbers of predators re-emerged from the foothills and became routine visitors to suburban neighborhoods. This was most dramatically a return of the repressed, and the initial charm of such encounters quickly gave way to hostility and panic as predators began devouring pets and attacking small children. 5. Return of the lion. We have a saying in Descanso, when you enter the park, you enter the food chain. Local rancher. The first person to die was 3-year-old Keely Keene of Glendale on August 26, 1981. She was playing in the front yard of her home in the then newly developed San Rafael Hills section of the city when she was attacked by a coyote with such ferocity that she was nearly decapitated. It was the first fatality blamed on a coyote in modern American history. When Glendale Humane Society officials were unable to locate the culprit, the county attempted to stem local hysteria by sending in professional trappers to exterminate the entire coyote population in the surrounding foothills. They were amazed to recover 57 carcasses from a single square mile area around the Keene home. This unexpected density, a teeming coyote ghetto, in the words of one alarmed resident, was attributed to the bountiful supply of garbage, possibly augmented by deliberate feeding, that had transformed the San Rafael Hill coyotes into bag animals. Experts were perplexed by the aggression, although one ventured that attacks may be made by female coyotes suffering false pregnancies who attempt to adopt young creatures. 110. In the 5 years after Keely Keene's death there were several other, non-fatal coyote attacks on children along Los Angeles's Wild Edge, but none attracted media attention or caused a political uproar. There was an entirely different reaction, however, to the first cougar attack in Southern California history. On March 23, 1986, 5-year-old Laura Small was hunting for tadpoles in the shallow creek that flows through the Ronald Caspers Wilderness Park northeast of the famed mission town of San Juan Capistrano. As her horrified mother watched, an animal that looked like a big dog suddenly wrenched Laura into the underbrush. Following her child's screams, the mother, joined by her husband and another hiker, plunged downstream until they confronted a large mountain lion with Laura's head in its jaws. After they drove off the cougar, Laura was evacuated by a paramedic helicopter to a nearby hospital where a team of specialists saved her life, though she was left disfigured, partially paralyzed, and blind in one eye. Later that fall, another youngster hiking in Caspers Park was attacked by a cougar, and authorities were forced to close the park to minors. The Small family eventually won a $2 million suit against Orange County for negligence in failing to post mountain lion warning signs. 111. In the meantime, Laura was adopted as the poster child of a campaign by pro-hunt groups, including the National Rifle Association, to restore seasonal mountain lion hunting in California. In 1963 the state had abandoned its traditional cougar bounty as too costly to administer, and in 1972, following a surge of public sympathy for endangered predators, the legislature had imposed a moratorium on the sport hunting of the animal, now classified as a protected species. In 1986 legislators voted to renew the moratorium, but the bill was vetoed by Republican Governor George Deukmejian, whose appointees to the Fish and Game Commission, citing the Caspers Park attacks, drafted a plan for open lion hunting. The pro-hunt forces loudly publicized a claim by the Fish and Game Commission that the statewide mountain lion population, only 500 to 600 in 1920, had reached an all-time high of 6,000, greater than the estimated cougar population of the entire continental United States in 1942. The commission also asserted that at least 1,000 lions were stalking the urban periphery of Southern California. 112. Most wildlife biologists, understanding the extraordinary difficulty of accurately estimating even the smallest local population of such a famously reclusive creature, scoffed at these figures. But Deukmejian's anti-mountain lion offensive did galvanize a coalition of wildlife advocates and environmental groups to establish the Sacramento-based Mountain Lion Foundation, which quickly won a temporary injunction blocking the proposed cougar hunt. Emboldened by their success, pro-lion forces, including the powerful Conservation League and the Sierra Club, gathered more than 500,000 signatures to place Proposition 117, the California Wildlife Protection Act, on the 1990 ballot. It won handily, a stunning vindication of the cougar's new status, along with the wolf and the grizzly, as a romantic icon of a disappearing wilderness. In addition to permanently banning the sport hunting of mountain lions, Proposition 117 enraged many conservatives by allocating nearly $1 billion over a 30-year period for the conservation of wildlife habitats for cougars, deer, and other large mammals. To stanch fears about killer lions, the act continued the provisions in the old moratorium that authorized special permits for the destruction of individual animals whose behavior signaled that they were a threat to humans or livestock. Public safety was treated as an entirely separate issue from trophy hunting. Unfortunately, this fundamental distinction was obscured as the guns and ammo lobby exploited a new wave of predator panic in the early 1990s. The 6-year-long California drought of 1987 to 92, possibly the worst in 4 centuries, 113 drove unprecedented numbers of wildlife into irrigated urban oases. In the San Fernando Valley, for example, hillside homeowners were besieged by hungry mule deer who defoliated flower beds, while in the flatlands, animal control officers struggled to deal with myriad complaints about possums, 1,600 of which were trapped there in 1990 alone. 114 carnivores soon followed prey in their drought-induced exodus from the foothills. Throughout the valley, coyotes became brazen daytime visitors. Their preference for poodles, cats, and other small coddled creatures led to a sudden rise in the number of forlorn notices, usually tacked to telephone poles, that begged for the return of Fluffy, Whispers, and other favorite pets. More disturbingly, residents in some neighborhoods began to find the remains of deer killed by cougars in their backyards. Then lions were observed watching children in Laurel Canyon and Granada Hills. Mountain lion warning signs began to appear in city as well as county parks. 115. In the same period, pandemonium broke out episodically in the tier of affluent former citrus towns along the southern edge of the San Gabriels. In Bradbury, a walled private city of million-dollar homes bulldozed out of the foothills, residents were horrified by the sight of a large lion swaggering down a street in broad daylight with a helpless white poodle in its jaws. Paranoid suburbanites immediately began to equate wild predators with urban street gangs. "Do you want to move to a neighborhood where there are drive-by shootings?" asked a resident who had earlier bragged to reporters about trying to run over a mountain lion with his car. "No, that's just stupid. Would you want to move to a place where animals roam the streets and could kill your child? It's the same thing." 116. Further consternation was caused by lions who killed guard dogs in La Crescenta and Glendora. In Upland, a full-grown cougar terrorized shoppers in a popular mall before it was shot by police. In nearby Monrovia, a couple surprised a black bear enjoying a dip in their hot tub. Other bears blundered through neighborhoods in Arcadia and Azusa, and a teenager was badly scalped by one at a summer camp in the San Bernardino Mountains. 117. As the drought abated, however, a widely predicted decline in human-predator contacts failed to occur. Naturalists began to speculate that mountain lions, bears, and coyotes were adapting to the new subsistence and prey opportunities at the interface of the urban and the wild. Children in particular remained at risk. In March 1992, a man beat off a cougar who attempted to drag away his 9-year-old son in Gaviota State Park, north of Santa Barbara. In September 1993, a lion invaded a popular campground in the Cuyamaca Mountains, 50 miles east of San Diego. Ignoring more than 60 adult campers, some of whom cowered on picnic tables while others barked like dogs, it lunged at a 5th grader who was playing catch with her father and brother. "Daddy yelled for me to stand still," said 10-year-old Lisa Kowalski. "Then I looked around and saw the mountain lion and I screamed. The mountain lion sniffed me and then bit me real hard." She would have been mauled but for her pet Labrador, which boldly charged the lion while Lisa escaped to the family car. The angry cougar milled around the campsite for another 10 minutes or so before departing. 118. The incident at Cuyamaca proved the beginning of a new and more violent cycle of predator contacts. Over the course of the next year, Serious mountain lion incidents, as defined by the Fish and Game Commission, increased by 20% to a statewide record of 350, with most encounters occurring on the periphery of metropolitan regions or in heavily used weekend recreation areas. More than half occurred in Southern California, including a dozen within the Los Angeles city limits. One group of mountain lion victims organized their own therapy and support group. Meanwhile, anxious animal control officials warned that predators were developing a taste for humans, and if politicians refuse to provide protection, people will take it into their own hands. 119 wildlife activists accused pro-hunt fish and game bureaucrats of deliberately fomenting hysteria with unconfirmed incidents that require only a telephone call to report. 120 But an ugly strain of vigilantism was already emerging in the cougar hotspot of Descanso, a small town near the campground where Lisa Kowalski was attacked. In the early 20th century, this picturesque backcountry hamlet had been a retreat for persecuted socialists and wobblies from San Diego. Modern Descanso, however, is better known for its racial intolerance and pseudo-hillbilly lifestyle. Although locals had been complaining about aggressive cougars for several years, rangers at nearby Cuyamaca State Park were convinced that the real problem was a single rogue female which had been scaring campers for several months before it attacked Lisa Kowalski. After tracking and killing this cat, which turned out to be diseased and underweight, park officials reassured disbelieving residents that the mountains were once again safe. 121. 15 months later, in December 1994, after 5 more Cuyamaca cougars had been tracked and killed for their threatening behavior, Iris Kenna, a popular high school counselor from San Diego, was birdwatching along the trail to Cuyamaca Peak. She was probably running from the lion when it broke her neck from behind. After finding her half-eaten body in the brush, one tracker compared her wounds to the results of a chainsaw. The park, a favorite weekend destination for San Diegans, was closed indefinitely. 122. Furious Descanso residents, wearing Beware Cougar t-shirts and brandishing Magnum sidearms, openly boasted that they were ready to solve the lion problem frontier style. To quell local fears, as well as head off possible confrontations between rangers, wildlife advocates, and armed residents, elite state and federal animal damage control specialists were sent into the Cuyamacas. Throughout 1995 they tracked and killed lions in response to reports from hikers and horseback riders that they had been stalked. Wildlife managers, meanwhile, began to take seriously what biologists had always assured them was impossible, manating on an epidemic scale among at least one population of cougars. 123. The Panic Zone. Mountain lion attacks on humans in California, since 1900. Not surprisingly, the Cuyamaca attacks, together with the death of Barbara Schoner in the Sierra foothills in spring 1994, provided new ammunition to old foes of mountain lion protection like State Senator Tim Leslie, a Republican from the Lake Tahoe area, and Terry Mansfield, the chief of the Wildlife Division of the California Department of Fish and Game. In fall 1995, Leslie won legislative approval for a March 1996 referendum on returning control of cougars to the Pro-Hunt Fish and Game Commission. Proponents made little effort to disguise the fact that Proposition 197 was a Trojan horse for the California sportsmen's lobby, reinforced by agribusiness and corporate political action committees that opposed the $30 million annual set-aside for cougar habitat preservation. 124. In the increasingly bitter and expensive battle over Proposition 197, proponents, supported by Republican Governor Pete Wilson, consistently depicted killer lions, like street gangs and welfare kisslers, as the result of a breakdown in the traditional hierarchies of authority. The abolition of open hunting, they argued, had taken away the cougars' innate fear of humans, God's chosen peak predators, and encouraged them instead to become depraved man-eaters. As a result, claimed a pro-197 argument in the state voters' pamphlet, 2 small children woke up one morning without a mother because a lion ate her. 125. Scornful wildlife advocates, for their part, pointed to British Columbia, where cougar hunting had been legal and relentless throughout the 20th century and where, correspondingly, the fear of man should be greatest. Yet 57% of all cougar attacks on humans since 1890 had occurred there, a percentage completely out of proportion to the number of cougars in the province. If hunting had any correlation with cougar behavior, they claimed, it seemed to be associated with increased rather than diminished lion ferocity, perhaps due to natural selection as hunters culled the less aggressive or less competent predators from the population. 126. The opponents of Proposition 197 accused the pro-hunt forces and the Wilson administration of inflating a few aberrant events into mass hysteria. They compared the actual probability of being mauled by a lion to pianos falling out of the sky. 127. Their Bible was Paul Beer's painstaking 1991 study of all recorded mountain lion attacks in the United States and Canada since 1890. He had discovered only 9 fatal and 44 non-fatal incidents in the course of an entire century, thus confirming the opinion of old-time lion hunters like J. Bruce that attacks on adult humans were extraordinarily rare. 128. Outdoor recreationists, anti-197 literature pointed out, face far greater danger from bees, snakes, lightning, hunters, and their own pets. More than 600,000 Americans, for example, require medical treatment for dog bites every year. 129. Beer, the only lion researcher with extensive local field experience, wrote in 1992 before the Descanso incidents that he had seen no evidence that cougars are habituated to humans. On the contrary, to him the lions seemed as wary as ever. The problem lay largely with the humans who were intruding ever deeper and more frequently into the lion's habitat. He warned that an exaggerated concern with public safety was ultimately incompatible with the enjoyment of wild places. If cougars are dangerous enough to require a warning, then warnings for many other hazards from rattlesnakes to cliffs to poison oak will also be needed throughout thousands of square miles of wildlands. This raises the specter of wilderness areas blighted with guardrails and warning signs, or, worse yet, wildlands that are sanitized for the visitor's protection. 130. In March 1996, a majority of California voters endorsed the preservation of unsanitized wildness by rejecting Proposition 197. The mountain lion referendum, originally envisioned by the right as a wedge issue and an integral part of Governor Wilson's tough law and order agenda, became instead a major victory for a wilderness coalition led by the Sierra Club and the Mountain Lion Foundation. Leslie and his supporters were singularly unsuccessful in convincing the electorate that seasonal trophy hunting would be effective in removing dangerous animals. The Lions, moreover, showed exemplary self-interest and political discipline by refraining from attacking or eating any voters during the final phase of the campaign. National media attention only made them into celebrities. The defeat of Proposition 197 temporarily defused the predator crisis as a political issue, but the underlying ecological tensions between humans and large carnivores remain. Mountain lion sightings in populated areas continue to increase, while coyotes adapt in ever larger numbers to the pet and garbage ecology of the suburbs. 131 Attacks by black bears, meanwhile, have raised the specter of a Yellowstone syndrome in the San Gabriel and San Bernardino Mountains, deviant behavior by a majority of bears leading to their piecemeal elimination and eventual extinction. 132. At the same time, residential subdivisions continue to push ever deeper into the chaparral belt from all sides, further fragmenting predator habitats. Coyote survival is not in question, but the much smaller local cougar populations depend on tenuous wildlife corridors, linking major mountain and foothill habitats, to maintain minimal thresholds of genetic diversity. If these corridors are severed, as happened in the San Joaquin Hills above Laguna Beach in the late 1970s, isolated mountain lion populations can quickly die off. This puts the recent mountain lion population boom in a different light. Short-term population increase may belie an erosion of ecological conditions essential to long-term survival. 133. Troubling questions also persist about predator, and especially mountain lion, reactions to the increasing stresses of urbanization. If the opponents of Proposition 197 had logic and science on their side, they nonetheless fudged certain crucial issues in their election literature. Cougar attacks, for example, may still be rare, but their increase has been nothing short of explosive, a trend not at all predictable from past records. Indeed, if an anomalous incident in 1909 involving a rabid cougar is set aside, all mountain lion attacks in 20th century California have occurred since 1985, two-thirds of them in the heavily urbanized southern counties. Moreover, these attacks seem independent of such traditional explanations for cougar aggression as disease, weakness, and immaturity. Neither statistics nor hunting lore explicate current behavior. As Mark Palmer, executive director of the Mountain Lion Foundation, conceded after the killing of Iris Kenna, something weird is happening at Cuyamaca 134. In fact, as leading cougar researchers like Maurice Hornacher and Paul Beer acknowledge, lions remain fundamentally mysterious animals. Serious scientific study of Felis concolor, based on long-term observation of telemetered populations, only began in the 1980s, and many basic aspects of its behavior remain unknown. It is not even clear, for example, how large a deer population must be to support a lion population of a particular size. Without such knowledge as a foundation, cougar responses to environmental changes cannot be anticipated, certainly not when the cougar's qualitative environment, as Beer told me, is undergoing radical and unpredictable changes that exceed anything in the historical record. 135. Can environmental instability on this scale produce drastic and abiding changes in animal behavior? This is another vital question that the Proposition 197 debate failed to address. Most of the popular literature about large carnivores like bears, wolves, and big cats assumes an inflexibly normative pattern of adaptation, interrupted here and there by outbreaks of deviant or problem behavior. Yet this is essentially the same epistemology that for generations has produced such disastrous results in application to social problems like crime and delinquency. But current research in animal ethology, if not in criminology, now embraces nonlinear behavioral models that incorporate elements of chaos theory. There is a growing recognition that even small environmental fluctuations, if they occur at certain thresholds, can sometimes produce behavioral catastrophes in animal populations. To borrow an example from Stephen Budiansky, the writer who has done most to publicize the anti-Newtonian turn in ecological research, predator response to changing prey abundance may sometimes take the form of an abrupt shift rather than an incremental adjustment. Suddenly, a critical point is reached. Beyond that point, the smallest additional change in prey abundance triggers a total flip-flop in the predator's behavior. A predator that has been a total specialist, feeding on a single prey species, will abruptly shift to opportunistic behavior. 136. Coyotes are paradigmatic flip-floppers. They are the textbook example of a protean, unfinished species that is capable of rapidly altering its habits and diet to exploit new opportunities or to survive unexpected crises. A population of urban coyotes in Los Angeles's Griffith Park, for example, has been observed in continuous behavioral improvisation over the course of decades. In the 1960s, the coyotes replaced their staple wild rodent and rabbit cuisine with exotic birds and mammals pilfered from the old Los Angeles Zoo. When the zoo animals were rehoused in more secure quarters, the coyotes quickly learned how to topple trash cans to retrieve picnic leftovers. As their population expanded, so did the radius and boldness of their foraging. Loping down Hollywood and Toluca Lake sidewalks in broad daylight, as they search for garbage, house pets, and occasional handouts, the brazen coyotes are now an integral part of the street scene. 137. Mountain lions, however unlikely as street hipsters, may also be less hardwired and more polymorphous in their behavior than previously assumed. Certainly, their unexpected survival in the face of state and federal extermination campaigns suggests an inherent mutability. In that case, the Descanso and Pasadena attacks may be the alarm bells warning us that a critical point has been reached. What we are witnessing, then, may be nothing less than a behavioral quantum jump, the emergence of nonlinear lions with a lusty appetite for slow, soft animals in spandex. 6 plague squirrels. The microbe is nothing, the terrain is everything. Pasteur on his deathbed. Mountain lions, like grizzlies, have the charisma of wild power to make them natural symbols of fear and sublimity. Yet the small, ordinary mammals of the chaparral belt vectors rather than predators pose far graver threats to human life. Those punctilious night visitors to so many suburban yard skunks are the principal hosts of rabies in Southern California, while the deer mouse population has recently been shown to harbor the deadly hantavirus pulmonary syndrome that caused 32 deaths and widespread panic in the Four Corners region of the Southwest in 1993. 138 Opossum fleas are responsible for periodic outbreaks of murine typhus among residents of the San Gabriel foothills, while many Malibu residents believe that deer ticks, which also burrow in rodents, are currently causing an epidemic of Lyme disease in their community, although public health officials are more skeptical about the scale of infection. 139 But the most dangerous animal of all is perhaps the most charming, the ubiquitous ground squirrel Spermophilus beechei. It has killed many times more Californians in the 20th century than all large carnivores combined. Although their normal diet is acorns and seeds, ground squirrels, along with pigeons, crows, and coyotes, have become voracious scavengers of Southern California campsites, playgrounds, and picnic areas. According to one naturalist, they have an inordinate fondness for potato chips, corn chips, and cheese puffs. 140 They have prospered, accordingly, from the weekend and vacation overcrowding of local foothill recreational areas. Unlike their distant cousins, rats, ground squirrels are irresistibly attractive to humans, especially small children, and this constant intimacy generates myriad opportunities for the transmission of the deadly bacilli engorged in the bellies of their fleas. The California ground squirrel is one of the Earth's most important biological reservoirs for the bubonic plague, the Black Death. 141. Like a pilot light in a furnace, the plague bacterium, Yersinia pestis, burns quietly in the squirrel population, waiting for the right environmental conditions to suddenly burst again into conflagration. The particular strain of plague carried by the squirrels probably originated in China in the second half of the 19th century and raced around the world for 40 years, killing more than 13 million people in 52 countries. It then retreated into dormancy as a flea rodent epizootic that in the Western Hemisphere is confined to the American West, the Andes, and northeast Brazil. If most Southern Californians are oblivious to the present-day plague hazard in their parks and playgrounds, that is in part because they are ignorant of the plague epidemics that caused so much political controversy and racial turmoil in early 20th century San Francisco, Oakland, and Los Angeles. The history of this third plague pandemic, as it is called, can be briefly summarized. Officially, a pandemic is a deadly epidemic that is persistent in time and continental or global in scope. Justinian's plague, which halved the population of the Mediterranean world during the apocalyptic second half of the 6th century, was the first recorded pandemic. Procopius characterized it as the pestilence by which the whole human race came near to being annihilated. The second pandemic was the Black Death of the 14th century, which one French historian has described as the biological equivalent of nuclear war. In Western Europe it killed more than a quarter of the population and erupted episodically for more than 300 years. 142. The third pandemic broke out in the late 1860s in the war-torn southern Chinese province of Yunnan near the Burmese border. Infected rodent populations were dispersed by the turbulent movement of armies and refugees. By 1894, plague had killed 180,000 people in Canton alone and was entrenched in the port of Hong Kong. Plague rats stowed away in cargo holds disseminated the pandemic along all the major shipping routes. 143 The resulting port quarantines briefly threatened the structure of world trade, but protégés of Pasteur and Cook were able to crack the 1,500-year-old mystery of the disease, identifying the rod-shaped bacillus in 1894 and producing the first antiserum in 1896. The crucial role of rat fleas was proposed by another researcher 2 years later. The benefit of these breakthroughs, however, was largely denied to poor colonial subjects. In India alone, the plague slaughtered 12 million people between 1898 and 1928, with 1.3 million dying in the single year of 1907. The iron-fisted military response of the Raj was primarily designed to protect British residents from the plague-infested masses. Extensive search and detention operations in poorer villages and urban neighborhoods sparked widespread rioting and stimulated the emergence of modern Indian nationalism. 144. In Hawaii and California, the arrival of the plague coincided with rising yellow peril agitation and provided a public health pretext for repressive measures against the Chinese community. Thus, on January 20, 1900, 1 month after the first plague case was identified in Honolulu, Chinatown was cordoned off by police and Anglo vigilantes and burned to the ground. The 5,000 people left homeless by the fire were then interned in military detention camps. Anti-Chinese demagogues on the mainland began to advocate the Honolulu fire as the solution to their own Oriental problem, while Jack London penned a genocidal short story that celebrated the Western powers' deliberate employment of bubonic plague to depopulate China. 145. 2 months later, a young public health physician diagnosed plague from the grotesquely swollen lymph nodes, or buboes, of a body found in the basement of a cheap Chinatown hotel in San Francisco. The Board of Health, supported by the Federal Marine Hospital Service, immediately ordered the police to seal off the 18 tenement blocks, congested with 25,000 people, that formed the heart of Chinatown. The quarantine polarized the city's medical community, press, and political leadership. In his flagship papers, the San Francisco Examiner and the New York Journal, William Randolph Hearst supported the Board of Health's draconian measures and greeted the Black Plague's arrival at the Golden Gate with apocalyptic headlines and quotations from Daniel Defoe's Journal of the Plague Year. Hearst's sensationalism infuriated the business elite on Montgomery Street, and the rival San Francisco Bulletin was soon roaring, "Our city blacklisted all over America as a plague-ridden spot." Randolph Hearst of the Examiner floods eastern cities with gross libel on San Francisco. Governor Henry Gage bowed to anti-quarantine sentiment and established an investigating committee, exclusively composed of physicians for Chinatown's 6 companies, who denounced the plague diagnoses as incompetent, even fraudulent. 146. As one member after another of the besieged Board of Health was forced to resign in the face of bulletin accusations that they were perpetrators of the greatest crime that has ever been committed against the city, the plague continued to make headway in the Chinatown tenements. It took fully 2 years and 119 deaths, along with the spread of the pestilence to Mexico and the subsequent closure of its Pacific ports to California shipping, before San Francisco's major business organizations finally endorsed a comprehensive anti-rat campaign in Chinatown. 147. Before the project had much effect, however, the great 1906 earthquake and fire dispersed plague-infected rodents throughout the ruins of the city. Although white residents had previously been reassured that the plague has a strong preference for yellow meat, a flare-up that began in May 1907 was concentrated in Caucasian neighborhoods, where 89 eventually died. With fashionable Nob Hill in peril, the official reaction to this new outbreak was a crash program, involving 400 inspectors and poisoners, to rat-proof the entire peninsula. In the course of the campaign, which killed 1 million rats, 1,713 houses in poor areas were destroyed, the equivalent of a second earthquake. 148. In 1908, while San Francisco was still exterminating rats, the plague suddenly appeared across the bay in Oakland and rural parts of Alameda and Contra Costa counties, where it continued to claim victims in episodic outbursts until 1925. Struck by the fact that a number of the first victims had recently eaten squirrel meat, U.S. Public Health Service researchers were able to verify the lethal bacilli in squirrels collected from widely separated areas of the East Bay. The discovery of squirrel-borne plague also solved the mystery of 3 earlier plague deaths in Contra Costa County, as well as the death of a little Los Angeles boy who had been bitten by a ground squirrel in August 1908. 149. The news that plague had jumped from rats to squirrels caused national alarm. Experts predicted that the Black Death might now threaten the entire nation through relays of infected wild rodents. The plague reappears in San Francisco. The American Medical Association's official journal, American Medicine, warning of a potential continental epidemic with an appalling number of deaths, attacked San Francisco authorities for the crime of letting the plague escape. Disregarding the responsibility of the city's business elites for sabotaging the first quarantine, however, the magazine blamed the ignorant working classes, and, by implication, universal suffrage, for the election of a malfeasant city hall incapable of halting the epidemic. All men are not equal, and low morality is generally a result of low mentality. English workingmen for generations refused to be represented by anyone except a gentleman. They are now sending their own representatives, and it is hoped the experiment will turn out better than in San Francisco, a city which must accept the contempt of the civilized world for permitting plague to enter the country and create a menacing situation which may require hundreds of millions of dollars, if the infected ground squirrels are not promptly destroyed. 150. Fortunately, the lightning-swift advance of the rodent plague so feared by American medicine failed to occur, and the episodic was confined to California until the mid-1930s. On the other hand, a massive campaign launched by the Public Health Service in 1908 to create squirrel-free zones around major California cities was a failure. Premature declarations of victory in 1917 were followed by discoveries of diseased animals near major urban areas, and then in 1919 by an epidemic of the hypervirulent pneumonic form of the plague in Oakland which took 13 lives. Scientists again confirmed that a ground squirrel, not a rat, was the source of the initial infection. 152 Then, in the fall of 1924, Yersinia pestis finally arrived in Los Angeles, a city that had been braced for plague ever since the original San Francisco outbreak in 1900. Health officials and housing reformers had long feared that the pestilence would someday gain a foothold in a rat-infested Mexican shantytown down the street from Los Angeles's Old Plaza. This was indeed where Jesus Lejeune, a laborer on the streetcar system, came home ill on the second day of October. 153. From plague to pogrom, burning a Mexican village near downtown Los Angeles. His case was originally confused with the flu but was probably bubonic plague. However, by the time the pathogen killed his daughter 2 days later, it had already turned into the greatly feared pneumonic strain which can spread from one human to another. The focus of official concern soon shifted half a block away, to a tidy Victorian cottage which would soon be renamed the Death House. Here, between October 19 and November 8, the plague killed 9 members of the Sarmerino family and 21 of their visitors, friends, and neighbors. City officials, meanwhile, had imposed cubicle isolation, the equivalent of house arrest, on the 2,500 Spanish-speaking residents of the 8-block neighborhood. 154 The quarantine was later extended to 4 other Mexican areas, including the Belvedere district just outside the city line. 400 burly quarantine guards, recruited from unemployed World War veterans, accompanied the poison squads as they ripped the sides off homes and jacked them above their foundations to get at rats. No less than 2,500 homes were badly damaged or destroyed, without compensation, in the course of this brutal sanitation campaign. 155. As in San Francisco, racial intolerance combined with unseemly rivalries between health officials and bitter denunciations of the quarantine by local boosters, who discerned a plot to ruin Los Angeles. At the same time, an important scientific drama was taking place. In a staggering effort, more than 8 million baited traps had been placed around Los Angeles County, and 130,000 dead squirrels and rats were then examined by forensic technicians. As the locations with heavy numbers of infected rodents were carefully plotted on a wall map of the county, a coherent ecological pattern began to emerge. Although no one could be completely certain, the plague appeared to have been transmitted from Central California, possibly years before, through infected ground squirrel populations, then passed on to rats around Los Angeles's numerous hog farms where populations of both rodents intermingled. Corroborating earlier findings in the East Bay, Los Angeles medical officers noted that rats and ground squirrels live in intimate contact, frequently occupying the same burrows, also that rat fleas infest the ground squirrel, as do the ground squirrel fleas infest the rat. 156. The Black Death in California, 1900 to 1925. The 1924-25 Los Angeles epidemic, which Caltech historian William Deverell believes killed at least 40 people, was the last major outbreak of the pneumonic plague in the United States, and the investigation of its complex ecology and multi-vector mode of transmission was displaced by other public health priorities. The plague, of course, did not disappear, it merely went to sleep. From time to time, bubonic cases would arise and, if not promptly treated with tetracycline, would contribute a fatality or two to California's plague record. The most deadly microorganisms, one expert emphasizes, have infinite patience. It is almost as if the plague is waiting for our memory to fail. And every so often it ventures out to test the defenses. 157. These shows of pestilential force, moreover, have a definite logic. Most researchers now accept that there are powerful linkages between the climate-regulated supply of rodent food, periodic spikes in rodent populations, and the potential transmission of rodent-borne diseases, like plague and hantavirus, to urban areas. Thus, in the spring of 1995, following several wet winters and the death of a Kern County man from pneumonic plague, public health authorities began nervously monitoring squirrel populations near major recreational centers in the San Gabriel and San Bernardino Mountains. In August they quarantined several mountain campgrounds and a popular picnic area. Half of the trapped squirrels from those areas had tested positive for plague, as had one camper's dog. 158 later that fall, San Bernardino County health officials were alarmed when plague-infected squirrels were discovered in a Fontana park about 500 yards from a residential subdivision. 159. Yersinia pestis re-emerged during the spring and summer of 1996. By the eve of the long 4th of July weekend, authorities were racing to close heavily used picnic sites in Tujunga Canyon, on the eastern flank of the San Fernando Valley. 2 months later, the discovery of more infected squirrels forced the closure of campgrounds throughout the popular Big Bear area. There is no reason to be paranoid, cautioned one entomologist, but the public should be concerned. 160. Exactly how concerned, of course, is a big question. Certainly, the ecological prerequisites for an urban epidemic still exist. Despite sporadic extermination campaigns, ground squirrel populations adapted to any open, grassy habitat are thriving on junk food diets in parks and recreation areas. So, too, are big city rats. In Los Angeles, rats even fall from the sky on occasion. Hollywood is notorious for its acrobatic roof rats, as well as its back alley sewer rats. Los Angeles's multitudes of free-ranging dogs, meanwhile, are the rats' accomplices, rummaging through garbage and leaving it strewn for rats to eat. And rat-infested tenements are far more numerous and widespread today than they were in the much smaller Los Angeles of 1924. If plague were to return for a second act early in the 21st century, it would be challenged by a powerful arsenal of antibiotic weapons. With prompt treatment, especially with streptomycin, it is estimated that no more than 15% of plague cases would prove fatal. Medical self-confidence, however, is built on the assumption that the plague bacillus has stopped evolving. As Charles Gregg emphasized in a 1978 study, this may be a fatal underestimation of the genus Yersinia's cunning. The more that modern antimicrobial drugs are used to combat serious plague infection and protect the contacts of plague victims, he warned, the more likely it becomes that a multiple drug-resistant strain will arise. Plague bacilli, as laboratory experiments have repeatedly demonstrated, can also borrow drug-resistant genes from common bacteria like the E. coli that populate the human gut. 162. The most recent plague outbreaks suggest that some kind of mutation with or without human assistance may already be underway. The 1994 Surat epidemic, for example, had so many puzzling features that Indian authorities hypothesized that it was caused by an engineered strain that had escaped from a former Soviet biowarfare laboratory. In California, meanwhile, epidemiologists are seeing an increased frequency of isolated outbreaks of pneumonic plague, as in a 1984 case in eastern Los Angeles County and the 1995 fatality in Kern County, that indicate the possible emergence of a neoplague. In any event, residents of Los Angeles's Wild Edge would be best advised to give ground squirrels, those adorable little carriers of humanity's most deadly scourge, a wide berth. 163. 7. Land of honey. Gimme your honey, or your wife. Killer bees. Now we come to the place where natural history intersects with Hollywood nightmares. Los Angeles will soon become the first great Northern Hemisphere city to be colonized by the Africanized honeybee. Those killer bees, like their predecessor from South America, the opossum, are irresistible immigrants, moving implacably northward as far as the climate will suit their hot-blooded temperament. Agricultural officials predict that they will quickly take over all the wild hives in the state. 164 Although the bees do not deserve the apocalyptic reputation they have won in the popular imagination, they are considerably more dangerous than the soothing image presented by county agricultural agents and vector control officials trying to reassure an anxious public. Moreover, they are ineradicable and radically unpredictable. Far more than mountain lions or coyotes, they are certain to test Los Angeles's tolerance of wild nature at its doorstep. The first African bees, a tropical race or subspecies of the honeybee Apis mellifera, were imported to Brazil from the Transvaal in 1956 by Brazilian geneticist Warwick Kerr in the hope of boosting local honey production. He believed that their hyper-aggressiveness would be moderated by breeding with European bees. Instead, Africanized escapees formed the nucleus of a feral population that exploded into its new ecological niche. In 30 years, 26 renegade queens produced more than 100 million individual colonies. 165. Moving north 100 to 300 miles each year, the bees reached Colombia in 1980 and Panama in 1982. As panicky American officials debated how to keep them south of the border, they considered a range of loony schemes. These included proposals to establish a deadly radiation kill zone across Panama with tactical nuclear weapons, to create a 50-mile wide no-man's land zone with the toxic chemical malathion, or to establish a 100-foot high wall of gas-fueled flames along the north bank of the Panama Canal. Finally, the United States and Mexico joined together in 1989 to build a pesticidal Maginot Line across southern Mexico. It was an expensive debacle. In October 1990 a swarm crossed the Rio Grande near Hidalgo, Texas. The first attack on a human took place 7 months later, and South Texas was placed under a quarantine restricting the movement of commercial hives. 166. Over the next 4 years, the bees finished colonizing Texas and began to fan out over the other Southwest states. On October 24, 1994, incredulous guards discovered an Africanized nest at Chuckwalla Valley State Prison near Blythe, on the California side of the Colorado River. 167 5 months later, another swarm was found atop a no trespassing sign at an elementary school in Heber, a farm hamlet in Imperial County. 168 In October 1995, after killing many animals in the Mesa area, 35 miles east of Phoenix, the bees stung an elderly woman more than 1,000 times. At the hospital, a nurse used a plastic card to flick the stingers out of skin. A relative said the stingers littered the floor like cigarette ashes. Doctors were horrified to find scores of attackers still writhing inside her mouth and nasal passage. A month after the woman's death, bees attacked 2 tree trimmers clearing limbs from a power pylon outside of Blythe. One terrified worker described how the swarm continued to pursue them down a frontage road hundreds of yards from their truck. 169. In the desert southeast of Los Angeles, the diurnal bees quickly established an unusual condominium with nocturnal cougars. According to Suzanne Good, an ecologist for the state park system, one species slakes its thirst while the other satisfies its craving for mutton. The African bees are hopscotching across the Anza Borrego Desert by using wildlife guzzlers as oases. These guzzlers were originally installed to save endangered bighorn sheep, whose water sources have been dried up by invading tamarisk plants. After innumerable attacks by the African bees, the sheep have adapted to their presence by going to the guzzlers at night, only to be devoured by waiting mountain lions. 170. With the bees established as far west as the Palm Springs area, their arrival in the suburbs of Los Angeles is not only inevitable but overdue. Indeed, anxiety is already high, and the misidentification of European bees as killer bees has already incited several instances of mass hysteria. "It's like we're dressed up for the party, but the guest of honor is late," says Dr. Jack Hazelrig, chief entomologist and manager for the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control District. Hazelrig emphasizes that Southern California's newest immigrants are a threat that must be tolerated. "We have no choice. 40 years of containment efforts have failed. Africanized honeybees cannot be eradicated or quarantined. Their range will expand to natural climate limits. Most authorities expect that the bees' West Coast invasion will stop around the year 2000 somewhere in southern Oregon." 172. Welcome to California, a prison guard holds dead African bees. By any standard, the bees have proved a stunning ecological success. Despite the popular misconception that they are larger and more menacing in appearance, Africanized bees are virtually indistinguishable from the friendly European bees in everyone's backyard. Originating in Asia several million years ago, Apis mellifera evolved into distinct subspecies as it adapted to the contrasting challenges of tropical and temperate latitudes. To cope with cold winters, for instance, European bees invest most of their energy in nest building and honey production. Sun-kissed African bees, on the other hand, collect less honey and build only rudimentary nests. Their energy instead is channeled into frenetic reproduction and migration. Whereas a European hive may divide only once or twice in a season, an Africanized colony and its offspring can generate 64 separate swarms. 173. African ferocity, by the same token, is a Darwinian response to higher rates of predation by insects and mammals. Indeed, it is probably in part a man-made trait arising out of hundreds of thousands of years of honey gathering by humans and their hominid ancestors. It is, in any case, a singularly effective tactic. With 5 times as many guards in their nest as Europeans, half the population pours out of the hive at a rate 3 times greater than Europeans, 8 to 10 times more stings. 174. The provocation need only be trivial. Killer bees are enraged by a broad spectrum of stimuli including vibrations, loud noises, and even dark colors. Their response is an explosion of sheer fury unrivaled in nature. In 1986, a young botanist in Costa Rica who accidentally stumbled over a nest was stung 8,000 times. Indeed, few people can survive more than a dozen stings without some kind of systemic reaction, fainting, abdominal pain, nausea, or respiratory collapse. 175. In an urban setting, the danger is magnified by the Africanized bee's penchant for building nests in almost any structure. Typical apiaries include old tires, junk cars, woodpiles, empty oil drums, patio awnings, and air conditioning ducts. Swarms also systematically invade European hives, killing the old queens and installing their own usurpers. After a few rounds of hyperactive mating, the local honeybee population becomes genetically Africanized and far more belligerent. This succession has been made even easier by the tracheal and varroa epidemics, combined with unusually cold winters, that have devastated the European bee population of the United States. In vast sections of the country, including much of California, free-ranging Europeans are now extinct, and commercial hives have suffered drastic declines. Africanized colonies, on the other hand, have greater resistance to mites and a correspondingly higher survival rate. Infection has only accelerated their conquest of the southern tier of American states. 176. In the 1977 B-movie classic The Swarm, the entire Pentagon, nukes and all, is mobilized against a deadly cyclone of killer bees threatening to pollinate Houston. But Los Angeles, area residents should not expect President Clinton to bring troops home from Bosnia or the Gulf to battle bees in Sherman Oaks or Hawaiian Gardens. In the era of shrinking government, All that stands between the nuclear family and the winged hordes is Jack Hazelrig's tiny, cash-strapped agency. Since its formation during an encephalitis epidemic in 1952 that killed 50 people, the Southeast Mosquito Abatement District has diligently toiled to protect the city of Los Angeles and 26 adjacent communities from mosquito-borne diseases. 177 recently rechristened the Vector Control District. The 28-person agency now occupies the front line against both the Africanized bee and deadly exotic diseases, like dengue and hemorrhagic fevers, that may be introduced by infected alien mosquitoes. It is the entomological version of the border control, without the latter's huge budget. 178. Indeed, Los Angeles's anti-bee armada may be viewed any weekday, parked in front of the district's headquarters on a grimy industrial street in the blue-collar suburb of Southgate, 4 pickup trucks, each mounted with spray guns, each with Africanized honeybee suppression unit stenciled on its side. In addition, there are blue buckets for capturing swarms and dozens of white containers, bee traps otherwise used for takeout Chinese food. That's it, no sci-fi super lasers or malathion-spewing helicopters. The district's entire 1,000-square-mile Africanized bee program has been financed with a $200,000 annual grant and the hiring of 2 additional employees. Since the fiasco in Mexico, the federal government has pulled out of the front lines of the bee war, and localities are left to their own devices. In the Los Angeles area, a county-wide Africanized bee task force has devised a bare-bones defensive plan against the invading insects. If humans or their pets are attacked, local firefighters will use fire-retardant foam to rescue victims. Then, according to the script, Vector Control will move in with soapy water and their chow mein traps to mop up the angry survivors. Hazelrig's crews will also respond to migrating swarms and nests on public property. Should the bees decide to build a cozy home in a residential garage or fireplace, residents will be solely responsible for their eviction. The county claims that it does not have the present resources to undertake systematic bee abatement, if such a thing is even feasible. Instead, homeowners, according to their finances, will have to rely on private pest control firms or else devise their own ad hoc solutions. The county coroner will, however, promptly remove the bodies of foolish, do-it-yourself exterminators. In an interview, Hazelrig said that his greatest worry is not the bees but the media-induced hysteria that inevitably will follow the first serious attacks. Past experience suggests that it takes the public about 2 years to overcome its panic and accept the bees as an ordinary hazard, like lightning or snake bites. 180. But are the bees only an ordinary hazard? The experience of urban Latin America is chastening. In 1988-89, for example, Managua had 600 serious attacks, and Venezuelan cities report dozens of deaths each year. In Mexico, 175 people have been killed by the bees in the past decade. It is uncertain how the famous Southern California lifestyle would adapt to this level of apiarian aggression, or how tourists would respond to bee attacks at Disneyland or Universal Studios. The magnitude of hazard, of course, will depend on how well the Africanized bees prosper in their new home. In preferred terrains, feral populations build up rapidly, and it is not uncommon to find densities of 20 or more wild colonies per square mile. 181. Here it is possible to quote the incomparable authority of John Muir, who loved to watch the spring swarms harvesting honey in the foothills above Pasadena. California, he enthused, is still, as far as I know, the best of all the beelands of the world. 182. 8 Monsters and Messiahs. Perhaps the goatsucker is nature's revenge for what we have done to the environment. Scientist in Mexico. The wild is predator. It is the unexpected and the unpredictable. It is also dream. The Tongva of Los Angeles, like other first peoples, made no ontological distinction between everyday animals and those that appeared only in dreams or at the end of vision quests. Their bestiary, for example, encompassed the Nunas is, dreaded creatures who survived from the time of the ancestors, like the monster scorpion dwelling in a cave at the eponymous Rancho El Escorpion in the West San Fernando Valley, or the great inland whale that lived in Big Bear Lake high in the San Bernardino Mountains. There were also different species of were animals, were cougars, were bears, were celians, and so on, in whom masqueraded the spirits of the most powerful shamans. 183. Of course, the cougar that found its way onto the cover of the Los Angeles Times is not necessarily less imaginary than a giant cave scorpion or a mountain whale. Our bestiaries, deprived of the Tongva's continuous, intimate, and deep knowledge of their fauna, come closer to two-dimensional cartoons based on random encounters and behavioralist clichés. Too often, wildness is equated with urban disorder, and wild animals end up as the symbolic equivalents of street criminals, or conversely, they acquire all the psychopathic connotations of sentimentalized pets or surrogate people. The otherness of wild animals is the gestalt which we are constantly refashioning in the image of our own urban confusion and alienation. Where nature is most opaquely unknowable, as in the character of animals, we intensely crave the comfort of anthropomorphic definition and categorization. And where it is the human world that threatens, this impulse is mirrored in our desire to give our fears shape, as beasts. Bestiaries, by definition, are hierarchies of allegorical fauna crowned by monsters. 184 And monsters, by embodying inchoate fears in concrete forms, are sometimes messiahs of consolation. If Los Angeles's bad dreams in recent years have conjured monsters out of its own wild periphery, they have also laid out a welcome mat for monstrous tourists. In early July 1996, for example, the famous goat-sucking vampire from Puerto Rico, El Chupacabra, took up residence in the Latino barrio of Pacoima, in the northwest San Fernando Valley. A hybrid fad, midway between the hula hoop and the devil in Salem, mass culture and mass hysteria, the Chupacabra was simultaneously an avatar of poor people's deepest fears and an exuberant, tongue-in-cheek emblem of Latino cultural populism. I am not sure that the notoriously ill-tempered creature, with its bottomless appetite for cabra, gallina, and pato, would enjoy being called a messiah, but it certainly has been a lightning rod for immigrant anxiety. In a vast, strange metropolis sometimes more desolate than a desert and more dangerous than a jungle, the Chupacabra has brought the reassurance of familiar monstrosity. For rural immigrants, it is also a telluric symbol of the power of the countryside over the city. Like Southern California's parched coyotes during the early 1990s, the Chupacabra was brought out of the hills and into the city by drought. Both in Puerto Rico, where the goatsucker first appeared in the town of Quinovanas, 20 miles east of San Juan, in December 1994, and in northern Mexico, where scores of incidents were reported throughout 1996, there is good reason to credit local claims of a dramatic increase in mysterious attacks on livestock and pets. Puerto Rico was recovering from 2 years of drought and massive hurricane damage, while northern Mexico, together with the U.S. Southwest, had been suffering through the driest period since the Dust Bowl era of the 1930s. In both cases, as Puerto Rican veterinarians and Mexican agricultural officials demonstrated in detailed investigations, there was an unusual, drought-related hike in the number and ferocity of wild dog and coyote attacks. 185. From the beginning, however, folk culture was suspicious of expert explanations. Who, after all, has ever seen a dog kill a goat, like that? And preferred the agency of monsters and vampires. Indeed, the Chupacabra may be an echo of the mythic bestiary of the Taínos, Puerto Rico's extinct aboriginal culture. At any event, its image underwent a fascinating evolution as sightings passed from the oral grapevine into the Spanish-speaking tabloid press, then into prime-time tabloid television, before a final apotheosis as an episode of The X-Files. Thus the original witness at Quinovanas described an apparition just like the devil. 4 or 5 feet tall with red eyes and a hideous forked tongue. A month later the Chupacabra grew a horn, which a mechanic, attacked by the creature just before Christmas 1995, amended to long, spiked hair or fur. Its body was portrayed as a hideous combination of rat and kangaroo. 186 After the Chupacabra's immigration to Mexico in early 1996, however, its image was remolded yet again, as the bugged-eye rat face and punk rocker hairstyle were replaced by bat wings and a space alien's head. In Puerto Rico, there had been intense speculation that the chupacabra was a mascot or pet left behind by extraterrestrial visitors. Now, according to Mexican UFO experts, there was proof that the chupacabra was ET himself. 187. The Mexican left, on the other hand, declared that the chupacabra was actually Carlos Salinas de Gortari, the runaway ex-president who had sucked the blood of his country, and T-shirts with Salinas's visage, bald and big-eared, on the body of the chupacabra soon became a popular rage. So did El Chupacabras, a masked wrestler and social activist, who began to appear regularly at some of the nearly 1,000 anti-government protests held in turbulent Mexico City during 1996. Elsewhere in Mexico, the beloved devil rat alien, Latino if not literally Rasa, was supplanting Mickey Mouse and the Power Rangers as popular icon. Bars offered chupe services, food stands sold chupetacos, and mariachis sung chupacaritos. The delirious embrace of chupacabrismo by Mexico was, first and above all, a celebration of the national sense of humor. Despite all the setbacks and infamies of the Salinas era, Mexico still owned its laughter. Yet, as in Puerto Rico and Florida, there was also genuine terror. Scientists, government ministers, even President Zedillo went on television to calm hysteria, while local investigators gathered irrefutable evidence of feral dog and coyote attacks on farm corrals. 188. Chupacabra taco stand in Hollywood. In Los Angeles, the chupacabra craze was something of an antidote to the monomania of the Simpson trial. While O.J. was saturating English-language television in the late spring and summer of 1996, the Spanish-language media, dominated by the huge Univision chain, was covering chupacabra sightings in Sinaloa and Baja California and debating whether the terror would strike in Southern California. Chicano political cartoonist Lalo Alcaraz, to be sure, had already suggested that El Chupa bloated on the blood of immigrants was currently residing in the governor's mansion in Sacramento. 189 Others, however, awaited a more prosaic monster. In early July, 2 rabbits and a goat were found dead in a barnyard near Pacoima. 190 Although no one actually saw the chupacabra, there were telltale puncture wounds on the animals' necks, and their bodies, quite vampirishly, were totally drained of blood. Some people locked themselves in their houses and refused to send their children to school. Others had trouble sleeping and were afraid to take the trash out at night. 191 The majority, however, simply chuckled, just as Los Angeles had recently acquired a first-rate football team, now it also had a genuine chupacabra to prove its Latin Americanity. Meanwhile, in the chaparral-covered hills above Pacoima, a pair of very well-fed coyotes were howling their own delight. 6. The literary destruction of Los Angeles. A sweltering day in Los Angeles, 1962. A pretty girl is absent-mindedly taking off her clothes at a bus stop. The corner newsboy gawks in delight, but most passers-by simply glance and continue on their way. A nerdish mathematician named Potiphar Breen comes to the rescue. As he wraps his coat around her, he explains that she is the victim of a strange epidemic of involuntary nudism known as the Gypsy Rose virus. It is a small omen of approaching chaos. Breen has discovered that Los Angeles is the global epicenter of a sinister convergence of pathological trends and weird anomalies. All the warning lights are beginning to flash in unison, the mercury soars, skies darken, dams creak, faults strain, and politicians wave rockets. And at this worst possible moment, suburbanites are gripped by a death wish to water their lawns. Billions in war bonds were now falling due. Wartime marriages were reflected in the swollen peak of the Los Angeles school population. The Colorado River was at a record low and the towers in Lake Mead stood high out of the water. But Angelenos committed communal suicide by watering lawns as usual. The Metropolitan Water District commissioners tried to stop it. It fell between the stools of the police powers of 50 sovereign cities. The taps remained open, trickling away the lifeblood of the desert paradise. 1. Epic drought is quickly followed by flood, earthquake, nuclear war, plague, a Russian invasion, and the re-emergence of Atlantis. It is the ultimate cascade of catastrophe. Breen hides out in the San Gabriel Mountains with his new girlfriend, amusing himself by shooting the odd Soviet paratrooper. Then, when the worst seems over, he notices an unusually large sunspot. The sun has begun to die. So ends Robert Heinlein's tongue-in-cheek 1952 novella, The Year of the Jackpot. In crowning Los Angeles the disaster capital of the universe, Heinlein anticipated the cornucopia of imaginary disaster to come. According to my own bibliographic research, the destruction of Los Angeles has been a central theme or image in at least 138 novels and films since 1909. More precisely, since Heinlein's heroine first took off her skirt, the city and its suburbs have been destroyed on average 3 times per year. As the millennium approaches, the carnage may be accelerating. On multiplex screens alone, during the summer of 1996, Los Angeles was parboiled by aliens in Independence Day and reduced to barbarism by mega-earthquakes in both The Crow, City of Angels and Escape from L.A. 1 year later, reckless subway construction provoked a volcanic eruption near Farmers Market and sent a river of molten lava down Wilshire Boulevard, all to the delight of millions of moviegoers. The City of Angels is unique, not simply in the frequency of its fictional destruction, but in the pleasure that such apocalypses provide to readers and movie audiences. The entire world seems to be rooting for Los Angeles to slide into the Pacific or be swallowed by the San Andreas Fault. One doom city. This is so cool. A typical Angelino, in Independence Day. No other city seems to excite such dark rapture. The tidal waves, killer bees, H-bombs, and viruses that occasionally annihilate Seattle, Houston, Chicago, or San Francisco produce a different kind of frisson, an enjoyment edged with horror and awe. Indeed, as one goes back further in the history of the urban disaster genre, the ghost of the romantic sublime beauty in the arms of terror reappears. The destruction of London, the metropolis most persecuted in fiction between 1885 and 1940, was imagined as a horrifying spectacle, equivalent to the death of Western civilization itself. The obliteration of Los Angeles, by contrast, is often depicted as, or at least secretly experienced as, a victory for civilization. Thus, in Independence Day, a film that Bob Dole endorsed as a model of Hollywood patriotism, devastation wreaked by aliens is represented first as tragedy and then as farce. Although it could be argued, in an age of greedy suburbs and edge cities, that all traditional urban centers are equally expendable, the boiling tsunami of fire and brimstone that pours down Fifth Avenue is genuinely horrifying, consuming as it does genuine human beings. When the aliens turned to Los Angeles, however, who could identify with the caricatured mob of hippies, newagers, and gay men dancing in idiot ecstasy on a skyscraper roof to greet the extraterrestrials? There is a comic undertone of good riddance when kooks like these are vaporized by the Earth's latest ill-mannered guests. As one of Dole's senior advisors quipped, "Millions die, but they're all liberals too." Good riddance. The gleeful expendability of Los Angeles in the popular imagination is in no small part due to Hollywood, which, when not immolating itself, promotes its environs as the heart of darkness. No city, in fiction or film, has been more likely to figure as the icon of a really bad future. Post-apocalyptic Los Angeles, overrun by Terminators, androids, and gangs, has become as much a cliché as Marlowe's Mean Streets or Gidget's Beach Party. The decay of the city's old glamour has been inverted by the entertainment industry into a new glamour of decay. Although it risks spoiling the fun, who doesn't enjoy a slapstick apocalypse now and then, Los Angeles's reigning status as Doom City is a phenomenon that demands clarification. The city's propensity for spectacular disaster, its chief product according to some postmodernists, obviously provides a quasi-realist context for its literary destruction, but environmental exceptionalism only takes us part of the way toward an explanation of why Los Angeles is the city we love to destroy. There is a deeper, strange Lovian logic to such happy holocausts. In the pages that follow, I explore the underlying tides and currents in Los Angeles disaster fiction, emulating the heroic methods of jazz historian Gunther Schuller. In his magisterial survey of the swing era, he decided to hear every recording of any artist, orchestra, or group that would come under discussion and to listen systematically/chronologically in order to trace accurately their development and achievements. This feat entailed careful attention to some 30,000 recordings and took Schuller more than 20 years to accomplish. Point 3. In my case, systematic reading has been a much more modest enterprise, involving only 100 or so novels and a few dozen films. In addition to pulp fiction and serious literature, I purposefully sought out ephemera religious rants, privately printed tracts, occult speculations, softcore pornography, and B-movies. These eccentric works, I hoped, might offer uncensored access to some of the secret sexual and racial fantasies that rule the genre's unconscious. Before I opened the first book, moreover, I searched for a vantage point that offered some view of how imagined disaster fits into the larger landscape of Los Angeles writing. The bibliographic equivalent of the view from Mulholland Drive is Baird and Greenwood's superb inventory of California fiction to 1970. 4 out of 2,711 separate entries, I found 785 novels that obviously qualified as Los Angeles-based. Nearly two-thirds of this vast output was, unsurprisingly, devoted to either murder or Hollywood, with considerable overlap between the two categories. There were also 50 novels with specific disaster themes, 6% of the total, which put disaster fiction just ahead of cult fiction and citrus fiction, and just behind historical novels. Statistics like these, however, are extremely crude indexes of relative popularity, let alone influence. Chandlerian noir, for example, continues to define Los Angeles in the eyes of most critics, yet it makes up only a small subset, fewer than 40 titles, within the larger universe of regional fiction. Literary census methods, even when augmented by careful surveys of Los Angeles-based films and post-1970 novels, must quickly yield to other kinds of analysis. As with the interpretation of swing jazz, the goal is the isolation and emphasis of certain themes or threads that either pervade the entire genre or provide compelling criteria for the distinction of subtypes. In the case of Los Angeles disaster fiction, three fundamental propositions, based on my Schulryan reading, provide a critical framework for discussing individual books and films. First, there is a dramatic trend over time toward the merging of all Los Angeles fiction with the disaster or survivalist narrative. Like some monstrous blob from a 1950s sci-fi movie, the form has slowly absorbed every competitor. Despite the critical obsession with Los Angeles as the home of hard-boiled detective fiction, the disaster novel has long been an equally characteristic and symptomatic local export. Since 1980, in fact, a quorum of the region's best writers including Octavia Butler, Carolyn C., Steve Erickson, Kim Stanley Robinson, and Cynthia Kato-Hata have routinely cited their fiction in the golden ruins of Los Angeles's future. It is also true in the broader sense that disaster, as illusion, metaphor, or ambience, saturates almost everything now written about Southern California. Second, almost all Los Angeles disaster fiction can be categorized into coherent subgenres like romantic disaster or magical dystopia fiction, which have succeeded one another in a fairly orderly fashion over time. Although sorting out such subgenres is a notoriously subjective business, certain basic thematic patterns, the redemptive power of women, inadvertent biocatastrophe, the identification of cult with catastrophe, white survivalism in an alien city made the process relatively straightforward in a form that is generally not known for its subtle literary qualities. The 9 major story types of Los Angeles disaster fiction and their principal periods of popularity are: 1. Third, the abiding hysteria of Los Angeles disaster fiction, and perhaps of all disaster fiction the urge to strike out and destroy, to wipe out an entire city and untold thousands of its inhabitants, is rooted in racial anxiety. From the earliest 19th century examples of the literary destruction of London and New York to the latest survivalist fantasies about Los Angeles, white fear of the dark races lies at the heart of such visions. And it is this obsession, far more than anxieties about earthquakes or nuclear weapons, that leads us back to the real Los Angeles as well as to the deepest animating fears of our culture. It is this constellation of fears and their attendant pleasures that makes the taxonomy of disaster fiction something more than a purely academic exercise. If race ultimately unlocks the secret meaning of Los Angeles disaster fiction, its apparitions have changed over time. In novels written before 1970, when Los Angeles was still the most waspish of large American cities, racial hysteria was typically expressed as fear of invading hordes. After 1970, with the rise of a non-Anglo majority in Los Angeles County, the city turns from an endangered home into the alien itself, and its destruction affords an illicit pleasure not always visible in previous annihilations. But let us begin more or less at historical ground zero, tracing the genealogy of Los Angeles disaster fiction back to its origins in the modern fascination with dead cities. By late Victorian times, this was an ancestry already dominated by implacable race wars and imagined genocides. 2. Urban eschatology. Lo! Death has reared himself a throne. In a strange city lying alone. Far down within the dim west. Edgar Allan Poe, The City in the Sea. A starting point, Lisbon was the Hiroshima of the Age of Reason. Goethe, 6 at the time of the destruction of the Portuguese capital by earthquake, tsunami, and fire in 1755, later recalled how Lisbon's demon of fright undermined belief in the rational deity of the philosophers. God, said to be omniscient and merciful, had shown himself to be a very poor sort of father, for he had struck down equally the just and the unjust. 5. The Lisbon catastrophe, together with the rediscovery of Pompeii and Herculaneum only a few years earlier, were profound shocks to the philosophical optimism that had infused the early Enlightenment under the influence of Newton, Leibniz, and Pope. The best of all possible worlds, it seemed, was subject to inexplicable and horrifying disasters that challenged the very foundations of reason. Following Voltaire's famous lampoon of Leibniz as Dr. Pangloss in his skeptical masterpiece Candide, Lisbon, and Pompeii and, later, the French Revolutionary Terror of 1791 became the touchstones of a fundamentally modern pessimism that found its inspiration in historical cataclysm rather than the Book of Revelation. 6. One influential literary template for this anti-utopian sensibility was Jean-Baptiste Cousin de Granville's Le Dernier Homme. Written in 1805 at the apogee of Napoleonic power, this strange novel by a bitter enemy of the philosophers depicted mankind's disappearance as the result of soil exhaustion, human sterility, and a slowly dying sun. Although Granville had been a cleric under the Ancien regime and religious motifs are present, his book is likely the first in any language to sketch a realistic scenario of human extinction. Moreover, it inspired Mary Shelley's 3-volume epic of despair, The Last Man, which chronicles how a late 21st century utopian age of peace and prosperity is transformed, by plague and religious fundamentalism, into a terrifying end time whose sole survivor, the Englishman Lionel Verney, is left at book's end in the howling ruins of the Roman Colosseum. The Last Man, although a bad novel, was an intellectual watershed, the first truly secular apocalypse. 7. From the dandified fringe of Shelley's circle also came the most popular urban disaster novel of all time, Edward Bulwer Lytton's Last Days of Pompeii. Bulwer Lytton, who began his political life as a Godwin radical and ended it as secretary for the colonies, eulogized the cultured and cosmopolitan decadence of the doomed Roman summer resort in the shadow of Vesuvius. Written during the turbulent days after the passage of the first Reform Bill and the rise of Chartism, the novel can also be read as a premature elegy for the equally decadent British upper classes, whom Bulwer Lytton saw as threatened by their own catastrophe, the coming of universal suffrage. In the century-long run of its popularity, however, the novel offered its readers the typically Victorian titillations of orientalized sensual splendor followed by sublime, all-consuming disaster. The Last Days of Pompeii would become the most filmed novel of the early years of cinema, with at least 4 movie versions made between 1903 and 1913 alone. 8. In American literature, the City of Doom is a potent image in such early novels as Charles Brockden Brown's Arthur Mervyn and A Lady of Philadelphia's Laura, both of which portray the horror of the Yellow Plague in Philadelphia. In succeeding decades, the great city, with its teeming masses of immigrants and papists, was routinely demonized as the infernal antipode to the Republican homestead and small town. This nativist anti-urbanism reaches a hallucinatory crescendo in George Lippard's Gothic tale of oligarchy and corruption, The Quaker City. Philadelphia is again depicted as a nocturnal labyrinth of temptation and crime, its evil center the mysterious monk hall guarded by the monstrous devil bug. As literary historian Janice Stout points out, Lippard may have been the first to paint a fictional portrait of the American city by invoking something beyond simple terror of place, the full fury of metaphysical catastrophe. At the end of the book, in an apocalypse which the reader scarcely knows how to accept, death angels, forms of mist and shadow, hover over the city. 9. Edgar Allan Poe and his amazing glosses on the last days accepted, fictions of secular doom virtually disappeared between 1850 and 1880, that long sunny afternoon of mid-Victorian expansion. In their different ways, The Crystal Palace and Jules Verne's novels exemplified the bourgeois optimism of the age of capital. Even the carnage of the Civil War, in which Richmond and Atlanta became the first American cities reduced to charred brick, failed to cast a pall over the civilization of the steam engine. After the Paris Commune and the Depression of 1876, however, the spell was broken. An explosion of copycat novels were soon speculating on the possibilities of a future mechanized world war between the great powers. Most of these culminated in a German or French invasion of England and the sacking of London. Other writers, traumatized by events as distinct as the Paris Commune, the Fenian Conspiracy, and Chinese emigration to North America, began to question the survival of Victorian civilization in the face of imagined revolt by the numerically superior lower classes and lower races. The first of these racial cataclysms, published in 1880, was written not by a European but by a California populist. Pierton Duner's Last Days of the Republic describes the conquest and destruction of the United States by a human ant colony of Chinese coolies. The novel begins in San Francisco, where selfish plutocrats have encouraged unrestricted Chinese immigration to depress wages. Desperate white workingmen attempt to massacre the Chinese but are ambushed and slaughtered by militia under the command of the oligarchs. The Chinese are then granted the vote, which they use to enlarge their political and economic beachhead. Ultimately, there is a savage civil war which the coolies win by virtue of their superior numbers and insect-like capacity for self-sacrifice. The banner of the Celestial Empire is finally raised over the smoking ruins of Washington, D.C. The very name of the United States of America was thus blotted from the record of nations. The Temple of Liberty had crumbled, and above its ruins was reared the colossal fabric of barbaric splendor known as the Western Empire of His August Majesty, the Emperor of China and ruler of all lands. 10. A contemporary sensation, Duner's novel introduced a plot idea: alien infiltration/yellow hordes that, like Shelley's Last Man narrative, has flourished to the present day. It was punctually followed the next year by 4 more archetypes of future disaster. In Benjamin Park's satirical short story, The End of New York, strategic bombing makes its first appearance in fiction as an invading Spanish armada uses balloon-borne nitroglycerin canisters to destroy Manhattan from the air. Total American capitulation is only prevented by the fortuitous appearance of a friendly Chilean fleet, a useful if far-fetched foil for Park's denunciation of the weakness of our navy and the unprotected position of our seaports. 11. Mary Lane's Misera, a prophecy describes an elite, subterranean society of women living in a lush paradise under the North Pole. As critic Naomi Jacobs has pointed out, this parthenogenic utopia is the realization of a single-minded eugenic philosophy typical of the period. At the very foundation of Miseran perfection, she writes, is the racial purity of its inhabitants, who are all blonde-haired and fair-skinned. Just as men were biologically eliminated some 3,000 years before, so too were all women of dark complexion. Since the elements of evil belong to the dark race, Its extinction has been the precondition for the moral and mental perfection of Lane's blonde goddesses. Point 12. Meanwhile, the popular English writer and advocate of Anglo-Saxon union W. Delisle Hay published back-to-back novels The Doom of the Great City and 300 Years Hence, portraying alternative futures. In the first, London is choked to death by its poisonous fogs and toxic wastes. In the second, white civilization is on the verge of transforming the world into a super-industrial utopia that includes green belts in the Sahara, flying machines, and television. The major obstacle to progress is the continued existence of worthless inferior races but a step above beasts. The air fleets of the Teutons solve this problem by unleashing a rain of death to every breathing thing, a rain that exterminates the hopeless race. As I. F. Clarke has emphasized in his path-breaking study of 19th-century futurism, one of the chapters in 300 Years Hence, the fate of the inferior races seems now an eerie anticipation of Mein Kampf. Point 13. These tales opened the gates to a flood of apocalyptic fiction. Overwhelmingly a literature written for and consumed by the urban middle classes, it depicted the nightmare-side chaos and violence as the necessary expression of survival of the fittest, of the crude social Darwinism that was the pitiless ethos of the age of the robber barons. In such stories, growing fears of violent social revolution and of the rising tide of color accompanied increasing anxieties over the inevitability of future world wars between the imperialist powers. New means of mass destruction, microbes, radioactivity, poison gases, and flying machines conquered the pulp press years, sometimes decades, before they were added to the arsenals of the major powers. At the same time, the purported discovery of canals on Mars by several eminent astronomers gave plausibility to fears that the Earth was menaced by malevolent extraterrestrials. The result was a proliferation of doom fiction that established virtually all the conventions of the genres still in use today. Point 14. As historian W. Warren Wagger has written, between 1890 and 1914 alone, almost every sort of world's end story that one finds in later years was written, published, and accepted by a wide reading public. Great world wars that devastated civilization were fought in the skies and on imaginary battlefields dwarfing those of Verdun and Stalingrad. Fascist dictatorships led to a new dark age, class and race struggles plunged civilization into Neolithic savagery, terrorists armed with superweapons menaced global peace. Floods, volcanic eruptions, plagues, epochs of ice, colliding comets, exploding or cooling suns, and alien invaders laid waste to the world. Point 15. In the United States, more than in Europe, the disaster novel remained fixated on the specter of subversive immigrants and non-whites. The Irish-led Manhattan draft riots of 1863, suppressed with great difficulty by regular army units sent from Gettysburg, gave shape and color to nativist fears. Thus, in John Ames Mitchell's Last American, the alien hordes actually turn green and destroy New York after massacring its Protestant bourgeoisie. A Persian expedition, reconnoitering the wasteland of Manhattan in the year 2951, excavates numismatic evidence of this Irish-led insurrection, a 1937 half-dollar with the bulldog image of Dennis Murphy, Imperator, the last of the Hibernian dictators. The explorers also discover the rusting hulk of the Statue of Liberty, Delmonico's Astor House, and a 1,000-year-old blonde moldering in her bed. During a side trip to Washington, D.C., they encounter the last American of the title skulking in the ruins. He is slain in a brief scuffle and his skull taken back to Persia to be displayed in a museum. Point 16. Late 20th century New York is consumed by an equally terrible revolutionary disaster in Ignatius Donnelly's Caesar's Column, a story of the 20th century. Minnesota populist leader Donnelly uses a gory brush to portray the final conflict between a debased, immigrant proletariat and a Jewish-dominated financial oligarchy. With the aid of the demons, a band of mercenary airmen who drop poison gas on New York's wealthy neighborhoods, the slum hordes, led by Caesar Lamellini, an ogre-like Italian giant, exterminate bourgeois society. 250,000 well-dressed corpses form the pedestal of the grotesque column Lamellini builds to commemorate the death and burial of modern civilization. 17. Racial as well as class cataclysm in Donnelly. The difference almost collapses remained popular fare in the Gilded Age. With the annihilation of Native Americans almost universally accepted as a necessary cost of progress, some writers began to experiment with other genocides. In the last days of the Republic, for instance, Dünner disposed of the entire ex-slave population in a single, enigmatic line. Blacks, he wrote, rapidly and noiselessly disappeared, perished, it seemed, by the very act of contact with their Chinese conquerors. 18 A decade later, in his Jim Crow novel The Next War, King Wallace openly exulted at the biological extinction of Black America. 19 Northern and Southern whites, finally overcoming their Civil War animosities, unite in a war of extermination against a rebellious black population. After a failed attempt to poison all whites on the first day of the 20th century, 30 million blacks flee into the southern mountains where, completely surrounded by the white armies, they die of exposure and starvation. With cold matter-of-factness, Wallace describes a continuous and unbroken line of dead infants, none of whom were older than 6 or 7. The Brooklyn Bridge, AD 2951. The Yellow Hordes, introduced by Dünner and Hay, meanwhile, returned in a bloodthirsty trilogy by English writer M.P. Shiel: The Yellow Danger, The Yellow Wave, and The Dragon, in which hundreds of millions of fiendish Chinese are slaughtered by naval heroes who, when firepower alone fails, resort to the bubonic plague. Shiel was then widely imitated by other writers, including Jack London, whose 1906 short story, The Unparalleled Invasion, solves the Chinese problem with all-out germ warfare followed by a massacre of any survivors. As the white races recolonize China according to the Democratic American program, an odd peace sets in as all nations solemnly pledge themselves never to use against one another the laboratory methods of warfare they had employed in the invasion of China. 21. Only 2 English-language novels broke ranks with the xenophobic obsessions of late 19th century futurism. One was naturalist Richard Jefferies' influential After London, or Wild England, published in 1885, which foretold the environmental collapse of the unsustainable industrial metropolis. The only major writer of British catastrophe fiction before H.G. Wells to spring from the working people, in his case the rural yeomanry, Jefferies, like Donnelly, despised the urban financial oligarchy that had starved the countryside of credit and ruined the small farmer. His images of London transformed into a vast miasmatic swamp, according to critic Darko Suvin, convey a loathing of upper-class pride and prejudice based on money power. Although Jefferies helped prepare the way for the Gothic socialist vision of William Morris, the sheer ferocity of his anti-urbanism puts him in a category apart, a kind of Victorian Edward Abbey. 22. The other novel, of course, was Wells's great anti-imperialist allegory The War of the Worlds, which stood white supremacy on its head by depicting the English as helpless natives being colonized and slaughtered by technologically invincible Martians. The novel grew out of a conversation between Wells and his brother about the then recent extinction of native Tasmanians by English settlers. His precise, almost block-by-block description of the Martian destruction of London stunned British readers, who in 1898 were forced to confront, for the first time, what it might be like to be on the receiving end of imperial conquest. Within a year of its transatlantic serialization in Cosmopolitan, American newspapers had already plagiarized the story and printed terrifying accounts of Martian attacks on New York and Boston.